Hello everyone, and howdy. Welcome to our final day of the Dota 2 Champions League Season number 2. Owlbear Smashers and Team Unique in the lower bracket finals. Both these teams locked in a best-of-3 series to see who is going to get the chance to play for that best-of-5 series where Spirit is already waiting for them. Unique got sent down yesterday in the upper bracket finals. Owlbear Smashers got sent down a couple days earlier in the upper bracket as well by Team Spirit. We'll see here who's going to be able to get the better of them and potentially get that rematch. Here on the call with you is Seek and Strike and Kips. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Happy Sunday Fun Day. Kips, how's it going?
Pretty good. I mean, listen, this Terrorblade here is kind of dampening the fun already. But at the same time, you gotta admire for Unique for A, sticking with it, and B, just taking out every single thing that might bother it. No Pango this time around. We've seen Pango Puck completely destroy Terrorblade without much help from the carry. Well, Pango's banned. The Puck has been taken by themselves. No carry axe, no Mars, no Lion, Illusion, Destruction, or Fingers this time around. I'd say they've got this one pretty well secured. And I don't think Owlbear Smashers are going to pick a Drow on top of their Phantom Lancer. So, yeah. I think this is a decent first pick Terrorblade.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would just add the caveat that while we do secure the TB's immediate hard counters, especially with General Pango or even Ace Axe, we have let another kind of name-worthy hero for Owlbear Smashers through, and that's going to be the Stormer Invoker. He's got over 25, maybe 2,600 games now of public Invoker games played. It's no surprise that they won to pick it here at all for Owlbear Smashers. Very, very fun and exciting Exort Invoker player to watch. That's probably what he's going to end up going for, even versus the Puck. We'll see, but really, really like seeing this. And I said this yesterday when we casted Owlbear Smashers as well. We did cast Owlbear Smashers yesterday, right? I'm not going. Yes, we definitely did.
Yeah, we did. We
definitely did. It's Ace, yes, because he played the Naga Siren yesterday. It's Ace on these heroes that counter to the TB, where I see other players play the hero and they do kind of the same things, but they just come out with like 1,000 less golds, you know, at 25 minutes or like 4,000 less gold. Like this guy just gets the farm on these heroes and he makes them look super viable. So that is what kind of makes me scared, because although we do normally have seen PL falter and kind of not been able to take the fight to the TB, or I guess more accurately, take the fight to the TB's teammates and then kill the TB, Ace has always been the exception to this one. He's the ace in the hole, so to speak.
Yeah, I definitely agree. All he really needs is, I think, my doubts with Ace in the past have mostly been about if he's got the conviction in the game to carry through with it. Like, most of the time his weakness is around going high ground, around a time where you really need to take over. But if you've got a good counter matchup, then as a carry player it's actually very easy to know what to do in a game, because all you need to do is keep the other guy down. And I think Ace has absolutely been reveling in that. And it's one of the reasons that Owlbear Smashers got as far as they did here.
Very solid anti-drafts for each other, isn't this one, right? Puck to answer the PL to answer the TB, Wyvern pick to, you know, somewhat answer the TB as well, you know, kill your teammates, and there's already the AA to answer the Wyvern. So this is a very, like a tit-for-tat kind of draft, isn't it? Everyone's not really pulling their punches here, both teams kind of knowing, as a lot of us do, what the counter picks are, what the powerful picks of the patch are at this stage, as we are in the waning days of the 7.29 patch. But it's fun to see at least the teams kind of know what to do here. Gonna be probably a core, I want to say. I think I want to see General's hero here, otherwise we're gonna get a couple more banned out. And with the Darkseer, Sand King, and the Mars already gone, you know,
as well as his Pango, right?
True.
For me, right now, I think this man just wants to play Pango. But it's not going to be it. So I was thinking about Mirana here as an additional follow-up to Winter Wyvern's ult. But Hoodwink probably, honestly, better than Mirana at most of what she does right now. So you're going to be clearing waves pretty far forward with this hero. You're going to be warding pretty far forward with this hero. You have ridiculous reach with your ult. And of course that nuke is a great follow-up for the Winter Wyvern ult.
It is, absolutely, especially for killing squishy heroes like this Ancient Apparition, or if you ask Dubu, the Crystal Maiden. I also think I liked your point about the Marana after the curse, but I think when your other cores are what is a Phantom Lancer and not certainly, but most likely he wants to play Quas Exort Invoker, right? Sorry. Yeah, Quas Exort, not Quas Wex, which has a little bit more control. I think you need a little bit more of an independent catch
Yeah.
than the Marana. So I think that's another reason we see Tofu Big Fan go for the Hoodwink. It makes a lot of sense to me. We'll see how Unique are going to answer here. But we are going to see two more very general focused offlaner heroes get banned by Unique immediately following this pick, as they'll take up the Brewmaster for themselves. Good against the illusions. Good against a possible Quas Wex buffer as well from Invoker, because you're going to have that Mass Dispel.
Yep, Brewmaster is getting a little bit of a resurgence. I'm seeing it turn up more and more with mixed success, but especially in a game like this where Hellbear Smashers don't have the most team fight right now. With a Brewmaster, you can control the entire flow of battle. You can lift this Winter Wyvern up, make sure she can't counter-initiate. You can make sure that indeed all of the PL's illusions get dispelled. You can stun the Hoodwink out of her animations. A lot of options here for you.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if this is going to be the kind of PL build that it was a little bit more meta. Not so much in Eastern Europe, where we didn't really see a lot of PL ever, honestly, at least during the DPC seasons when I was watching a lot of Dota regularly. We never really saw this Ag Shard Octarine core build for the PL. But that always is a solution here, and I don't think Brewmaster actually does too well against that. I think Brewmaster does very nicely in this traditional kind of PL, who's going to try and run you down, burn all your mana before you can get off, the ultimates, and I don't know if that's possible anymore, so I think Ace is going to recognize that and go for a different build, so I think I don't think this matchup is as good as it is anymore for the Brewmaster. Plus, of course, he's got a Dispel for the Cinder Brew in lane. As out comes the Rubik pick. You know what? I'm not going to lie, I love seeing the Rubik game, so I'm a fan of this one.
Same. And you know what? One of the questions I asked myself before this series was, is Slayer going to have to, suffer again, or is he going to have fun? At the very least, if he gets this Rubik, I know that he will be having fun, as I was very sad about his suffering yesterday.
The Spirit didn't give him an easy time. We're also not giving General an easy time here. No Beastmaster and no Bat Rider here available. I think the only super on-meta pick that I think we're missing right now that doesn't do too well versus the AA Puck or Rubik, or even a Brewmaster for that matter, is Tidehunter, right? He's not banned, but I think we have great answers for him.
Yeah. Others that we haven't really seen are DK or...
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not sure if... I like DK versus Terrorblade, but usually not in offlane role. So we're going classic. Wow.
Not a fan of it, though. Into the Puck coil. The lane is fine. The lane is good, even. It's better than fine, right? Let's be honest. Slayer eventually is going to run out of damage for you. Puck, sorry, not Puck, TB is going to eventually run out of damage the same way, right? Isn't he? To me, it becomes more... Eventually, Centaur just is too darn tanky to care, especially when he gets Vanguard up, and I think he kills you. But the mid-game, I don't think is too great for the Centaur, to be... Pardon me, completely honest. Outside of even Lift, just the supports here with Rubik AA. Sorry, Lift out from the Brewmaster Cyclone. Telekinesis, that Lift is also great versus you because it's instant. It can stop you from a blink initiation. And even just Coil, which removes a lot of your global ability. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of why I wanted to see the General pick instead of the Hoodwink. But we'll see here how he's going to make it work.
I wouldn't have this many objections if General hadn't been so intrinsically tied to the success of Hellbear Smashers right now. Because he's going to be doing a fine job in this game. He's going to have a good lane. He is a frontliner for the rest of his team once they need it in these mid-game fights. He's going to be providing a lot of vision, going to be soaking up a lot of damage. You can definitely plan some assassinations with this guy onto the AA and the Rubik, and you'd really only need a Hoodwink on top. But yeah, as you said, between the coil and the anti-regen from the AA, all of the control from the Brewmaster, you're not going to be adding a whole lot to your team. Your job just to sort of be there. And General has been much more for Hellbear Smasher so far than just being there. This guy has been the tempo setter and half of the carrying capacity. So yeah, I feel the same about this Centaur pick. This is probably... if Hellbear Smashers loses this game, they're going to pick General first phase next map, no matter what happens. Just calling that right now.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think General is you know, I think he's been given the runaround a bit, especially this DPC season, right? I think especially when he's got the chance to win more money here for the team and for himself, obviously, right? I think he's going to be like, hey guys, let's be real, pick my hero first. Like, I think he's just going to cut through the crap and be like, come on, like we can't be last picking my hero if we've gotten this far on a lot of my Pango games, right? Or on a lot of my XYZ games, right? Like, I don't mean any disrespect to any of the Hellbear Smashers either, but like I completely agree with you. And here's Exort level 1, by the way, for Stormer. So
excellent. Let's see some Exort gameplay after a long time. It feels like it's just been one big stream of Quas Wex, hasn't it?
It has. Yeah, it has. Stormer is always the light and otherwise what is a very dark Quas Wex game, or Quas Wex meta for the Invokers. Not that I dislike Quas Wex meta, to be honest. I think Invoker in any capacity is always very fun to watch, as this is a little bit more than just saying hello and you know, taunting each other. It's also checking for wards. That's why Unique makes sure that they're giving vision so that they don't suss out their unward. Big Num, though, almost getting a little bit too eager to go across the river there. Finds himself slowed by the Arctic Burn, but he'll be fine.
Tofu misses on the sentry. That's an investment he's not going to recoup anytime soon.
No, that's always a bit frustrating. They must have assumed that the puck...
He's got 2 more.
FN had to put it down. He does. He does. Tofu, of course, the Wyvern. Yeah, it's a lot of vision early on. Maybe they're going to try and block this camp here from FN. Block the side camp. This is... Burns 2 for 2. Petushara. Arctic Burns up in a second. The Tofu might harass him a bit more, or he's just going to look for the D ward, and he will find it while also blocking the camp. Okay, so he's going to do both. Nicely done.
Yeah, I think you get the value of the missed first sentry out of that big time. I say big time, but it's Big Num who immediately takes it out as well. At least not blocked, but that vision being gone is quite powerful.
Oh, Sunstrike level 1 was going to be an attempt to pick up the observer ward, the range creep, but FN has denied it, so it's going to be pretty nice from him. Storm in a good position, though, to deny his own range creep. There you go. He doesn't get it, so FN, nice little victory for him in this mid wave. Mid lane, anyway, with the first wave.
Denied.
I think in general, the Exort matchup versus the Puck is a bit harder than the Quas Wex one because you're lacking so much of the natural regen, and Puck is very spammy. Especially now we've got all of these runes to bottle a Puck right back up. But if you can keep your Forge Spirit in the game like this, at the very least you're going to be trading very hard into him before these runes come into play, before this bottle happens.
Oh yeah. And Storm are already doing a pretty good job of keeping the Forge Spirit alive. Doesn't even... I mean, he gets lucky there, of course, because FN missed the uphill attack. So he outplays him there by moving it to the high ground a little bit, not going to lie. He puts himself in the opportunity to receive the benefit of the luck. But yeah, he's going to do well to keep the Forge Spirit out of the line of fire from himself and the creep wave. So yeah, we should never be seeing Stormer get hit by an illusory orb that also secures last hits and that also hits the Forge Spirit. That's when you know Invoker's going to start losing this lane.
Exactly, so he's putting it on the opposite side of the ramp from him.
Yep. Making it a little bit more difficult for FN. These small plays really do add up in the lane, as there's First Blood onto space. That is shocking.
That is shocking. Well, I mean, it's general. I guess I should have just been watching him, and I guess I should also immediately apologize. I'm like, man, that's center. You can't make any plays on a center. Sorry, man. But I guess he can.
On strike as well, coming in clutch, actually. That's actually pretty huge. I mean, it's a level 1 Sunstrike. At least it was at the time of the kill. But, I mean, hey, what is it, 100-something pure damage already for a hero that has 600 HP? Yeah, that's pretty good stuff.
Which adds up, combined with the double edge. Excellent find there.
Alright, I suspect we're going to see a bit more of those, and that's always something that's really impressed me out from the Hellbear Smashers lineups. In particular, when Ember ran a bit more in the safe lane for Ace, they were always very keen to run an Ember Mirana into a Sunstrike combo, and that was always really brutal for enemies to play into, just because of how spammable Sunstrike kind of is in the lane. Something like a 35-second cooldown, 38-second cooldown. Not as long as you might think it is. When it's once a wave, they can go for a kill onto you. Very frustrating.
And there's no, because it's global, there's no counterplay potential.
Yeah.
It's not like the Invoker is getting punished in any way for spamming that apart from in his own mana capacity. This man is running 2 Clarities though.
Oh, they get the courier, and they're going to get Tofu down bottom at the very least. Ace is a very difficult kill here, especially... We don't even have the Cinderbrew build. Just Thunderclap level 2, actually. Not wasting it. And I guess they don't need Cinderbrew Ignite to kill the AA, clearly. Or, sorry, Tofu, rather. The Winter Wyvern.
They do not. The slows are enough. This build's gonna put quite a lot of pressure onto Ace while not actually requiring Petishara to spend that much mana.
A prize.
Just keeping an eye on the mid lane. Yeah, like you said, Clarities. He's got Sunstrike ready to go. I might be on the hunt somewhere else, as FN is going to be able to bottle up that Water Rune. Doesn't want to pop it yet, though, at least not with Envenomed Weapon, because that does actually reduce your healing by 35%. With that Envenomed Weapon. So he's, going to want to wait before he pops the Water Rune. That's a pretty big reduction, even for something as small as a Water Rune.
I mean, you don't get to this level by randomly ignoring things like that.
It's true. No, absolutely. They're going to try and bully General out from this lane now with the meta. And this should at least do well. Space really is going to start pushing this lane a little bit, though, because he's stacked the melee creeps. General, of course, is going to take very quick advantage of that to try and get another deny in onto his own. Gilgur. He's going to scurry through the tree. No, he actually still gets hit by the cold feet, but Slayer not in a position to really take advantage of it.
All they can do is hold the top lane, really. I'm surprised to see that the CS of Space is so low that First Blood really must have hurt him. So, wouldn't imagine him to stay around on his top lane for very long at all. Once General has this Vanguard, and he's not even rushing it, he's just getting a Hood first to deal with Slayer because he's the biggest damage potential on this top lane.
He is.
Hood, Boots, Vanguard, they can't kill him. There's no way, not even with a rotation actually.
General very excited to go for another kill onto Slayer there. He's going to end up proccing Cold Feet. Going to be hard-pressed to find it. Yeah, he's not pressured at by Space whatsoever already. And like you say, with Van Hood, which, by the way, is already on the way from the courier, he is going to be feeling pretty damn unstoppable. And eventually Space is going to get bullied away pretty hard here as well. As there's going to be another Sunstrike kill. Yep, on to Seam of the Slayer. Down he goes.
Ice meets blade. Ice loses.
Ice meets blade, ice loses. That's a very interesting voice line, but probably not incorrect, at least not here anyway. His double edge is more than enough damage there on top of the level 3 Sunstrike that was. 225 pure damage. Cut through that icicle.
Racking up fast. If they can keep on finding pickoffs with General, then this game actually becomes quite a lot easier for them to play. Unique is really going to be leaning on their teamfight advantage here, but teams generally don't actually want a teamfight when they're already a hero down.
Yeah, very true. I don't suspect rather, that Ace will be too eager to join these early fights, but Quas, Exord, Invoker does have plenty of damage to more than make up for that fact. Base might be able to show up with meta every now and then, but he is not getting a lot out of this top lane. And I think most importantly, he's not stopping General from getting a lot out of this top lane. And General is going to be a pretty hard counter to the TV in this early game. As Gilgur is going to say, okay, buddy, you're killing it here. I'm going to go ahead and leave you alone to get solo XP, and I'll just go ahead and stack in the triangle.
Which is going to be a lot of fun for, honestly, Ace as well as the Invoker. Like, Quaswex Invoker does not take stacks, but Exort Invoker is definitely a lot better at it with the Court Spirits.
Obviously, Stormstormer, he's using orbs, ultra efficiently, making sure, he's got regen now. Then when he needs to CS, he's going to switch to the damage. But I always just love the fact that, he almost always rather has these 3 Exort orbs ready to go. It's, guys, he has Sunstrike. Just be careful. But the threat is just constant, basically. There's so little downtime, and as you say, so little counterplay actually available for you. But here's a bit of a counterplay, as they will coil Stormstormer in the mid lane. Cold Feet will proc. They're going to put him back into his own ice wall. That'll be a chilly grave for him. So they're going to go in and bring both supports, actually, to the mid lane. Only Gilgur here to counter, and is not going to be able to save the life of the Dark Magus. But we get Tofu down bottom lane with the first usage of the Primal Split as well.
And he is running a Helm of the Dominator on Petushara right now. So he's not going to be outdone by the lane pressure of that Centaur at all. Like, what we're going to see from the Centaur is he's going to live in the top lane. He's going to be pushing this in constantly. And they'll need to bring 4 heroes in order to kill him. And even then, it's still not a guarantee because of course, the Stampede and the sheer tankiness of this hero. But with this Helm of the Dominator, the amount of regen and armor that you get from this is not insignificant. And Petushara can really do a lot of the things that the Centaur will be doing on this top lane, with the help of the Dominator on bot.
Top lane, General, looking for another kill on the scene with a Slayer. Stampede utilized. We have a Sunstrike ready to go, I would assume. I don't think Slayer... Oh, maybe he did actually get Sunstriked already, because with infused range ups, he does actually manage to reduce double edge damage a fair amount, especially when it's still level 2. But General, just using the ulti there for a bit of an attempted kill at the AA, is already off and away. He's having to now defend against the bottom tower, but as you say, not having too easy of a time. My goodness, Thunderclap Max doing about half of this PL's HP pool to him. The Hellbear Smash, as there's the Trader onto Ace. He's being ran down here. Has a TP scroll, but he might not be able to get it off. Good Phantom Lancer, the rush to try and escape. And Petushara doesn't care which one he hits there. With the Thunderclap, he hits all 3 at once and finds the kill. I assume the Slayer, yet again, will end up taking a dive in this top lane to what I can only imagine is a Sunstrike from the Invoker.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That should be.
Dire's middle tower.
Now he gets to push the middle lane as well. FN was on bot. Actually surprised to see that he made a rotation. I don't think there was much to add for him there. But of course, as a puck, it doesn't feel good to just sit in the middle lane and farm, because you know you're going to get outdone by whoever's on the enemy side, really. You really like to make kills happen with that Dream Coil whenever possible.
And it must feel bad as well when Stormstormer is getting kills without even missing out on any waves, right?
Yep.
Like that's got to be a little bit of a frustration for him. Just this guy doesn't even have to do anything, and he's already more mobile than I. And I'm in a puck. That's really saying something. What's also really saying something is the fact that General has already got this tower. Petushara actually still managing to out-farm him, has the tower already, and is still holding on to this Hellbear Smasher, which is one of the better neutrals you can grab, thanks to basically the Swiftness Aura and the active. Really, really darn good creep.
So good for early pushes with that. Active's of course hard to hit, but especially the Aura, you cannot discount that. And they have another ult ready to go here as well for Petushara.
General is going to eat the Ice Blast into the coil. They missed the damage, though, but they've got him with the debuff. Is that going to be enough? Hooded Defiance is going to be out. Illusory Orb as well, and they're actually going to try and kill the Earth Panda here through the ultimate. They've lifted up the Invoker. Sharpshooters for the Rubik. He was going to go ahead and steal Stampede right back. He gets it off as soon as the Spirit Lance kills him. That's going to at least allow Petushara to evacuate the troops and allow the rest of Unique to safely cross the river. At the cost of his own life, however. And now, without really many ultis whatsoever to hold back the Hellbear Smashers, they'll make a tier 1 push themselves.
Honestly, I think that even if they get General there, after how much they invested, you're not going to grab that tower kill, and they will always push you back like this.
Look at that healing as well. Is that a level 1 Cold Embrace? It is! So much healing. Highest strength gain in the game here for the Centaur, of course, so that percentage-based heal feels amazing for him, especially, well, not especially if he cannot avoid this Ice Blast. No Hooded Defiance barrier ready, and Petushara with the Drunken Brawler, level 3, finds a big old crit. Sunstrike stolen, misses Stormstormer, however. Wouldn't have killed him anyway.
It would not, but stealing the Sunstrike when you have access to the global Ice Blast as well is actually a very significant boon. I'm really hoping they're going to be able to get some kills with that.
It's a 400 damage nuke as well, thanks to the Arcane Supremacy, not to mention, which does amp even pure damage output. And for Sunstrike, of course, maybe the most famous instance, of pure damage. What do you think? Sunstrike, Black Hole, Lena Ags upgraded, Sonic Wave. I mean, it's you remember all of them, basically.
Axe Spin?
Axe Spin, true, especially in this meta. Hard not to remember or think of it as a nuke. I still remember when Wingblade told me in 7.28 how he had some people going buying Manta style on Axe, and I went, yeah, that actually sounds pretty viable. I hope that never happens. And here we are, 7 months later.
He is such a prophet.
Ice Blast coming mid lane. They're looking for Stormstormer. That's a big AoE, so they'll hit him. He snaps the coil. Stolen Sunstrike here, and the high five will nuke him down. Big Num getting the kill credit there. He's going to steal Sharpshooter now. That's not going to get him out of the river, though. Will not get him out of dodge, and he will enjoy a watery grave. the shared cooldown timer here of the Invoker.
Good attempt, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I really do think that creative use of the back jump of the O.
Tofu is still dead here, I would imagine. He's got a cold embrace for himself. Oh, he's going to live. He's going to live. That was a full duration Winter's Curse because the Ghost, which is simply just called Ghost, was there to hit Patushara, his own ghost.
Goes to Future's Past. He's got another ult. They've got another hunger for this mid tower. Very surprised that Helmer Smasher's ultimately was not able to take it.
He took a Force Spirit, actually, from Stormstormer. Okay. Interesting.
Radiant structures
This thing's kind of really annoying now with bonus 4 mana regen, actually. I mean, you can basically... What's the mana cost of Melting Strike? Yeah, 20 mana? Wow. You can just kind of spam those things out. They might look for a kill onto Ace. They've ignited him. Still has Doppel, of course, and doesn't feel pressure to use it even.
Just look at the priority that they're giving General's Blink Dagger right now. Ace is constantly getting pulled out of the jungle like, here, you're going to have to defend mid, because our Centaur, our mid-game carry, needs his Blink Dagger. So somebody's going to fill in the gaps. And he just does it.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, it's good teamwork communication. I think a lot of PLs would just refuse and stay in the jungle. But for now, we've had what looks like a simple 2K standoff, which is really just about trying to make space for your mid-game carries, as you say, right? This Tier 1 tower is still up from Unique. They still are very eager to get that Tier 1 tower down. Patushara in the jungle has now half of Axe completed, and an Alpha Wolf to fight with here that he's found. Stormstormer could be in the line of fire, and in fact, they have pinged him, or they pinged at least where he could be hiding in the trees, and they know that thanks to, I want to say, yeah, the Forged Spirits being freshly spawned. They won't actually be able to catch him.
The A ult's coming mid again.
Just for Tofu this time.
Woo.
But he is
Good
killed.
timing on that.
Yeah, he was killed.
Radiant's middle tower is under
But
attack.
Ishara has no respect for creep waves.
He does not.
No need.
He's going to just pop the ultimate. They're going to go look for Stormstormer now. We've stolen Cold Snap, and yeah, he is not going anywhere. Space is going to absolutely shred him here with the Metamorphosis active, and his Tier 1 tower is going to fall next. Primal Split actually proves to be a bit unnecessary there, but was basically just to make sure there was no saving the Invoker. And in fact, they still want Gilger. Well, they're not going to get him, though. And they deny their tower here. They've got what they came for.
Yeah, exactly. So they only keep it up, even though it's in deny range, because they need that fast TP point in order to get at the mid tower of the enemy. Now that that's done, especially because normally maybe if you're a Radiant, you'd really want to keep that one up just in case you need to fight Roche. But as Dire, you already have your outpost for that, so you can safely deny that one once you get the most important objective close to it. And General now has his Blink Dagger, so this is the start of Ace's tenure in the jungle, and we're going to see General meet up with the rest of the team, see if they can get some more Sunstrike kills going.
Absolutely. It's been a while since we've seen any of those, and since then, Sunstrike now almost at max levels, clocking in close to 400
scanned.
pure damage. And from the Dire, I think it caught them, did it? Just for a second?
Yes, it did.
Just for a second here, and that single second is enough for Unique to evacuate everyone from the jungle. So this smoke very likely to be fruitless from the Hellbear Smashers. And did you know that tomatoes are actually a fruit?
I do.
Yeah. Did you know as well that for some reason in the U.S. education school system, they're allowed to serve pizza every day because tomato has a fruit? Or the pizza
I
has a fruit.
thought that was an urban myth.
That is 100% true. I can tell you.
Oh no.
Yes, indeed it is. Gilger. He's not getting any pizza right now, though, because he's going to be absolutely murdered yet again. By what is looking like a more
That
powerful
is what gets
combo.
you pizza partied.
That, you know, funny enough, it is. Gilger, what are you doing there? I'm breaking smoke. All right, we're going to check the replay. If they weren't smoked, you know, it'll be pizza for you. It is a fruit, and it is a Hellbear Smasher. They're going to... I think that's what Rasmus is doing. Is he enjoying a nice pizza these days? On break. So the General just stampeding for fun. It's going to be stolen. I'm not sure what the stampede was about. Maybe his blink got canceled by the Fade Bolt, and then he just walked up to the tower. But now we have a stampede in the hands here of Unique.
They are playing towards space here, which is going to be dampening his GPM output quite a bit. I think he'd really rather not be involved, but the problem is that just like we did for Hellbear Smashers not a couple of minutes ago. They really need to get this key item over on their Brewmaster. He's nearly done with the Aghanim Scepter.
Can you elaborate what you meant? Who was they, for example, when you said they are playing towards space?
Oh, sorry, Hellbear Smashers.
Okay. They're purposefully trying to force issues where he's farming, because right now, Unique with this tier 1 tower bottom to being taken, this is safe farm, right? So Hellbear Smashers make not a strange push, but they look to force the issue bottom with that Stampede, where space is most likely farming. Is that kind of what you mean by that? Okay, sorry.
That's what I mean.
I'm just trying to translate that for everyone else who might not immediately understand the macro game like myself. Had to work it out there. That makes sense, though. Okay.
This is very important. I tell players all the time that if they want to have clear communications, they should name the player that they're currently going on. Not this guy.
Kill this guy.
Puck. Yeah, that's what comms sound like, right?
Yeah, they do.
And that's what they sound like up until the highest levels of play, and it just doesn't have to be. So here, on the highest level of commentary, I should not be calling them. The Hellbears versus Unique.
Hellbears versus Unique. They're going to get a ward up here into... I immediately use they, but it's Unique getting a ward up into the triangle. Instead, they're going to go look for Roche. They don't have vision here where Tofu is currently hiding out and potentially ready to jump on in. The scan from Hellbear Smashers, though, is for the mid lane. That didn't find anyone, though. FN, his smoke did break, and he's going to catch eyes here onto Tofu, utilizing the stun. That's a Stampede here out from Big Num. Don't get it confused here to make sure they could pick up the kill onto Tofu, and that should buy them enough space and time here for Unique to finish off Roshan. Number 1, 19 minutes in.
Without the Winter Wyvern, unfortunately for Hellbear Smashers, there's no way to contest that, and in general, it is so dangerous into a Puck AA combination.
Regeneration.
Stormer, I think, probably... Oh, hold that thought, actually, as right now General getting jumped to top lane. Gilgir at least in a good position to turn. Actually, with the surprise bushwhack, they were baiting General the whole time. And they're going to be able to find that free kill onto FN in exchange.
Yeah, so when I said that you need 4 heroes, I was not kidding.
No, you weren't. I mean, Van Hood, we haven't seen General have really the game impact he normally has, which is, oh, wow, this offlane Pangolier has a Maelstrom and a BKB 24 minutes into the game. What the heck, right? But he is still really difficult to kill with this build. I mean, Van Hood, with on top of this Van Brace and having a Wyvern, that percentage of ace heal, I mean, he's already 2,400 HP here, 2,500 HP now with that level up. It's ridiculous, really.
Yep, the only way to get through to him would really be minus armor, but you do not have that available on your team this game. You're gonna have to go through him the old-fashioned way.
Pucks in the last patch would go a lot for the Desolators, but it's been Witchblade. Witchblade is the go-to item this patch. And speaking of go-to items, there's the go-to item now here for space on the Terrorblade. It's a bit weird, maybe even unique, to see a second item Butterfly for a Terrorblade, but versus PL, we know that this is just always the solution. PL, not a hero that likes to enjoy the MKBs. He usually avoids it at all cost. And, well, this doesn't really allow him to fight TB head-to-head anymore. He's going to have difficulties. And, honestly, he has difficulties killing the rest of his team. As General is caught this time. There's 4 heroes now showing up. Ice Blast, of course, is going to count there. Bushwhack onto 2. As General's going to land a stun onto 2. Tries for the kill onto Bignum, but he is going to burst. There's Sunstrike. Oh, almost finds Bignum. And Sharpshooter as well is going to be absorbed by space. So Unique are able to get away with the kill onto General for free this time around.
At least they got a fair bit of distance out of him, because Stormstormer has been farming up his Aghanim Scepter on his bot lane all this time. Actually, he seems to be doubting between the Axe and the BKB right now, just has the one item they have in common. Ogre Axe, and no components yet. Oh, he just bought something. What are we getting, Stormstormer?
Radiant's
Question,
top tower
what are we
is under
getting?
attack.
That must have been the point booster then. Yeah, it was the point booster.
Yeah, point booster into the courier. Okay. So he's not going for BKB. It's going to instead be the Blade of Alacrity first that he's going to try and finish up. No Midas. Straight into it, and he's been scouted by the Ice Blast now. He's been hit by the Ice Blast debuff, so good luck making use of that Blink Dagger. Dusted up, and he will soon be turned to dust, even with that nice 3-man Tornado. EMP stolen. Deafening Blast only disarming the Rubik. Still at least throwing the Meatball here in an attempt, in a last resort, to delay his death any further. But 4 heroes will be able to close him off and find another kill. And will delay this Ags a little bit longer here from Stormstormer.
Cataclysm follow-up for the Winter Wyvern ult is what we're really going to be looking for here. Talking about the Winter Wyvern, not long for this world.
Nope, Sion's just lasting way too long there. And that Kata, now that FN, who just killed this Wyvern, has this Aeon Disc, 23-minute Aeon Disc, which I think we saw from Toronto Tokyo yesterday in Game 1 versus Unique. He's going to go ahead and borrow this build. He's actually matching the timings 1-for-1. Same exact build, I want to say, except Toronto Tokyo had full power treads, I would assume.
I think so, yes.
I think it was. I can't remember perfectly, but very, very similar, strikingly similar build, working out wonderfully this time here for FN. We'll see if he decides to go into plenty of Dagons, as Toronto Tokyo was quite a fan of in their victory over Unique.
This game, especially versus the PL, and the probability of having to face down all of the land spam, I think the physical damage puck build that you were talking about earlier, he doesn't have the phase shift attack though. It would probably be Dagon then.
Okay.
If he would have taken the phase shift attack.
I mean, if it can be his bespoke job to just kill a squirrel, who right now is trying to kill Space, he's going to fail to do so. However, will be taken down playing Evolutions here for Space, but there's that Mass Dispel, which will clear them and buy lots of breathing room here for Space. He's going to probably sunder a Rubik or something here. Got Aegis being reclaimed in 20 seconds. He's still going to sunder a Rubik just to be sure. Just to be sure.
Yep. And you can see here how important Petushara is to their ability to actually clear out Ace's illusions. He has got the Aghanim shard now. No Octarine in the works just yet. I think a lot of PLs have been just using the slot for the Aether Lens and waited a long time to upgrade it and go into the heart instead.
Yeah, that's also what I've seen quite a bit here. But now with Mass Dispel already twice, right? Because now we've got Primal Split with 3 times. I think you can, or 4 times. Sorry, because I think you can get 2 casts off on the Mass Dispel. I'm not sure on
just about.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the cooldowns off the top of my head, but I know you can get 2 lifts. So I would assume all the cooldowns roughly work out to 2 times a cast, as long as you don't dilly dally too much after taking control of the pandas. Yeah, that's a lot of illusion clear. A lot of illusion clear.
So he needs to die. And I think Helber Smashers are very aware of that, and that's going to require a lot of damage and a lot of investment.
Yeah, that's not something we've been really able to see from Helber Smashers here too much. Nuke damage from Gilger and the extended catch now with Aether Lens is certainly nice, but outside of the lane, we haven't really been seeing Sunstrike. Pardon me, being put too much use. We can see that change, though, quite soon with Cataclysm online and ready to go with Max Exort. So that is approximately just shy of 1,150 damage, roughly, if you are stunned up and somehow don't get, or if you eat both beams. Although, I will say, I was casting a game with Abo the other day, and they perfectly stunned up a Hoodwink. Like, it was like a Dragon Tail stun into Cataclysm, and the hero model was just so small, and both beams spawned far enough away that she lived. I was like, it's unbelievable.
That's incredible. You only have to get hit by 1. The Hoodwink is made of paper.
Exactly, and both of them missed. Both of them missed.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, so... Fortunately, though, AA, quite a large hero. Brewmaster especially, actually quite a chunky boy. Even Ancient's Apparition Rubik, quite respectably large. And Puck is from a different era in Dota 2 when heroes kind of were the same size. You remember when Grimstroke came out, he towered over even Doom.
That was kind of wild.
Casual Primal Split here, by the way, out from Petushara just to push the tower. Cooldown on Dispel Magic. It is, yeah, only 4 seconds, so a lot longer. Stampede. That was actually a general Stampede. And
It's a shame that sounds don't have colors.
yeah, it's true. To some people they do, though. What is it?
Bot lane? They're diving.
They are diving here. They got Stormer, but it's just FN and an Ice Blast. No immediate follow-up. If you had Synesthesia, you could quite literally see and hear red and perhaps taste it every single time you saw Stampede. But I think for most, that's not included in the Rubik Arcana experience. That'd be pretty advanced, though. Smell-o-vision in Dota 2.
It would be. Smell-o-vision.
What ability would smell the worst? Probably Atrophy Aura?
Rot?
Rot. Yes, Rot with Ags.
Ooh.
That's a good one. Yep, that is a good one. Maybe Flesh Golem? Ugh, gross.
Oof. That's also very nasty.
All of Necrophos? Just Necrophos as Tofu gets a great blink off. Big fan there. And not a big fan, of course, of the damage Petishara had for him in store, especially with the Ice Blast already closing the gap.
And now it's the waiting game for the Heart on the PL. But even then, the Heart on the PL is not going to help them take down the Brewmaster.
It's not. 25 regen here a second, as we even missed the Bushwhack. Blink forward from General, 8 of the Cataclysm. That'll certainly do it. Down he will go.
Yes,
it's not going to catch FN. And that is going to be the first kill with Cataclysm here. First kill with Sunstrike, I want to say, since about the maybe 15-minute mark. So at least we're getting something out from it. But we are getting our bottom tower pushed in here, basically for free out from Unique, courtesy of his own Spawn Illusions.
It looks like they took some lessons from Team Spirit, pushing in their bottom wave all the time yesterday.
They definitely did, and that reminds me, are we going to see Puck go into the Dagon? Yes, we are, Kips. So I think it's the right build with these talents, right? It's not like Toronto Tokyo does this wild thing, and now everyone is doing it. FN doing it, especially now. It's FN also plays a pretty mean Puck, right? As you're very quick to remind me, and rightfully so, because he might, just go again now for Stormer, and just like before, he's going to be hard pressed to find this kill. And actually, it might just punish him. Great Winter's Curse, catches Bignum. Slayer almost walks back into it before he remembers how the ability works. Bushwhack, though, is going to be dispelled immediately. A sharpshooter dodged there by the nice little phase shift, able to get the blink off. General, he didn't see the Puck. He only saw the Panda. Got confused for a split second, and that was long enough for Petishara to get the blink away. Still a good kill, though.
Another attempt failed, though.
Yeah, another attempt failed onto the Invoker. This time, Hellbear Smasher's more ready for it. I think Stormer was saying, hey guys, FN's going to try and kill me, watch this. End up getting a good kill out from that one. Cataclysm's back up in 5 seconds. Roshan's up in 30 after that. He's going to have his Aegis, Cheese, and of course now, very famous Ag Shard. What do you think? Quick prediction from you. Do you think we're going to see Roshan adjusted here in 7.30?
He should be. Second Roche way too powerful right now.
Oh, Cataclysm. No way. They're going to get the Brewmaster again. Ice Blast. They actually lack the damage for now. We need the Sharpshooter to break. He's still going to get the ulti off in general. Stuck on the Arteezy Shrine now is going to be absolutely sacrificed as he is trapped. Gets the Cold Embrace now through the BKB, not taking any damage. Another Hoof Stomp is through, but now Gilgir instead is going to be focused down. The Dagon 1 damage, along with the Witchblade projectile, is going to be good here for the kill onto the Squirrel. And we've even found Ace with the DD rune and the Heart. Actually, he's pretty difficult to take down, especially since most of your damage now out from space is unavailable thanks to that Deafening Blast. Petishara now using the second charge of the ultimate here as Ace is going to go ahead and back away the boys. But they really, obviously they struggled to get the kill onto the Brewmaster because he lived through the Cataclysm and the General Initiation. Curse. Okay, we're going to try and fight this. Space has a BKB. He's going to pop it to try and run down Ace, but he doesn't really have the catch to stop him. There's the Telekinesis, though, courtesy of Rubik. Now a little bit of a Dagon Blast, but Ace is going to regen that up in just a couple of seconds thanks to the Heart.
Not right now, he's frostbitten.
Good point. We'll heal it up in a couple of more seconds then, but he's taken no direct kill threat there, as that is the first fight with Heart. He may lack the damage, but he's got Heart. He's got Heart.
He's got Heart. That's the only thing that matters if anime taught me anything.
Absolutely.
The assassination attempts from Unique make a lot of sense on the bottom lane, right? They can't push into that land spam, they can't push into the Stormstormer Invoker and all of his AoE spells in that choke point. And I thought they had an opening there, but instead, that Winter Wyvern ult bought so much time, especially with Ace's forward positioning. Space popping the BKB and chasing him is exactly what Hellbear Smashers wanted. There was no way they were going to take a fight there. All they really wanted was to not lose Roche off of the miraculous escape of Petushar.
Now Petishara has got another charge ulti in 5 seconds. Aeon Disc for Seam of the Slayer is going to save him there from a very fiery death. Instead, it'll be the double edge, just like the laning stage, which will put him down. Bignum coming back in from the Cyclone, rather, into a world of pain, as he's going to have to buy back to get back into the fight. And on the rest of the Hellbear Smashers, quick to take the outpost back. We have only one charge right now of Primal Split. Coil only finds the Squirrel, who's going to force himself back into the low ground. FN will follow through there on the jaunt for the kill, as Ace is spamming away space here. Buyback now out from Gilger. FN stuck on the cliff now. Actually went up there himself. Is going to find himself stunned, but he gets the jaunt away thanks to the status of this. Being eaten alive currently here thanks to the Winter's Curse. It is going to be Petushara, and he kips. This time he's not able to get off the ultimate. Space still trying to fight through this one. Low on mana. Meta in 3. Pops the BKB. Might want to use the meta and the Sunder if he can find someone. As Petushara's bought back, they're going to throw it onto Ace, but the boulder also hurled is going to miss. Ace still running around in these fights. They lack the control of him without the coil ready to go. It was used earlier onto Gilger. Oh, but there's going to be the stolen curse onto 3. His own illusion as well. They're going to hit him now with Ice Blast and plenty of damage. Cold Embrace to try and save him, but he's still frostbitten and he will fall. We might lose Petushara, but he's going to end the ultimate prematurely here to try and get this kill into Tofu. Stormstormer now completely out of mana, trapped in the river, lifts Space for a couple of seconds of time here. Petushara is going to close the gap and with the Drunken Brawler get the kill. He's got buyback and has used it. Cataclysm in 15 seconds, but what's our setup going to be? Oof. It's close. Halberd Smashers are actually they're going to force him out of the pit.
Yeah, it's probably going to have to be the overwhelming blink on general. And the slows as well.
It's a great item actually for general, for Centaur even, because I think Centaur his biggest point of struggling is, of course, normally Blink doesn't do any damage. Hoof Stomp, even with BKB active, it's not always a guaranteed stun if enemies also have a Blink Dagger. We've seen a couple of times already where FN is able to easily Blink, and even Petushara is able to easily Blink. So it's a great Blink Dagger cancel item, while also synergizing very nicely with him. Again, highest strength gain in the game. This is an item that takes advantage of those stats. It's like an E-Blade for strength heroes. And Centaur is the Morphling of E-Blades.
Yeah, I can agree with that. The only thing he doesn't have is a double-edged strength damage. That would be extra sick.
He doesn't. I wonder, though, if he might consider going for the Ag Shard this game. With the amount of stuns and generally lockdown that we lack for Halberd Smashers, I think that slow, 25% slow for 2 seconds, might not be that bad.
Yeah, I also think that the damage is something that would be very welcome. We saw Ace just now fighting just Space's illusions basically forever. As soon as they're out of mana, he doesn't actually deal very much damage to this hero with his 43 armor.
Yeah, plenty of armor, so just being able to get a couple more double edges out might be very nice. Increases his strength by 15% for 15 seconds. You get refreshed per stack, max of 5 stacks. That is very, very tanky Centaur at the end of the day. It's an item we've seen before. We'll see if General can get to it this game, as he's going to break the smoke. Now, Winter's Curse, though. Oh, it's going to be on the scene with a Slayer. Status resist not going to be impactful here. A beautiful bushwhack on top of the Cataclysm. Aeon Disc, though, is going to save one. Seems the Slayer's still alive. Gets off the Ice Blast on a General before he goes, as there's Terror Wave now popped by Space, and he's got plenty of damage for General. He's nuked down instantly. They're on to Stormstormer as well, with the first usage of the Primal Split. Telekinesis into the Cold Embrace will buy him a little bit more time. They don't have the magic damage to actually kill him. Second use of Primal Split, though. They're going to throw another boulder at him, and that will guarantee the dieback onto the Invoker, only for the kill onto the Ancient Apparition. But Space now, he's fighting versus Ace. There's an SP missing from the front of this PL, but there's no lack of damage anymore, as he was able to get a little bit of one-on-one time there with the PL. Very quickly, though, this is going to turn into a 4-on-1, as now Space, using the meta after the Terror Wave earlier, getting some good damage onto Ace. He's healing through it, though, as they get through Big Num, but now it's quite literally Ace versus 3 heroes, 3 cores at that here from Team Unique. Ace, quite elusive, though, with the barrier, though. They know which one is the real PL, continuing to just run into the trees. Silenced up, ignited here in just a second, but the heart kicking in here, so he's going to doppel away into the trees yet again. He's buying a lot of space here for his team to respawn, actually. General has buyback, but there's now Petushara with a nice bit of damage on end, Dagon on top, and they'll finally get through Ace. But it's bought them. It's taken them so long that Generals just naturally respawned.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, it also took Ace just a long time to get anything done in this game. I don't think that in the fights he should be trying to fight Space at all. Like, the only reason I can find is that he needs to keep Space busy so that he's not hitting any of the other heroes. But yeah, he got the TV to half HP. That was it. He spent the entire fight doing that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And I still don't think it stops him from taking Roshan here, actually. Yeah, there's no buyback on anyone in the game, actually, now that I'm taking a better look at it. All right, Scotty, I mean, yeah, no, you're right. I mean, Space was stuck fighting and trying to kill a PL. Okay, we're going to steal the kill out. No, we didn't. Dire still got it, pardon me. It looked like that Sunstrike was going to be good enough, but I think that split the damage with Space. He also lives. I mean, that was a great initiation, thanks to Tofu.
It was huge.
But Aeon Discs, right? Aeon Discs, man.
Aeon Discs, am I right?
What an item.
That's quite the item indeed. I thought for a second there that Space would not be able to actually find a Sunder target and they'd be able to focus him down once again, but really, Helper Smashers was already out of burst damage. Anyone they tried to kill him with would be moving in range of that Sunder after the BKBs were already down. So there were really no good options for them to execute the fight after the initial burst.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is getting a bit scary now. I think now with Dagon 5 and level 25 talent of the Waning Rift AoE in range, it's not huge, but it allows FN to be a little bit more bold with these plays he's been making, as both Space and FN alike were racing towards that D-Deer, and I'm sure FN spam pinging his bottle here briefly. But I think at this stage of the game, it definitely goes towards the TB. But I think FN also could have made good use of that for killing Stormstormer, who now has BKB, but might need an Aeon Disc, honestly, to try and live through what is now this burst puck magic damage for him, along with this AA Ice Blast, which has been able to find him time after time in these fights.
Yeah, he's been dead pretty much every time his BKB has been timed out, hasn't it? For me, I think one of the big points that's coming up just right now, which I wish that Ace would have had before the last fight, is his level 25. Either the critical strike or the doppelganger would have done so much for him in that fight.
You know what else is going to do a lot for him? This illusionist cape that General just found. Yes, please. I think now we maybe consider taking the critical strike back to the points on the 25 talent.
With the illusion escape?
Damn good.
Ooh, it's very good.
I've seen this one quite a bit as well, Gilger. I've seen this one before too. He will be taken down. Oh, there's Dagon 5. Hello. And goodbye to Gilger. Scurry stolen as well for Rubik. Stampede, though, from General. He's going to make the jump into the secret shop. He sees Bignum, but he's scared of Bignum. I don't know what these Stampedes have been about all game, if I'm being completely honest with you, Kip. As Bignum is going to go through the trees, finds one with Stormcrafter. He's going to dust up General. Stormstormer's here as well. Zephen will close the gap. Tornado's not going to catch him. General pops the BKB. He's going to look to TP away now. Also in there's Hoof Stomp. And okay. That's another BKB from General. Oh yeah, General's just not really finding the game he was really been finding all tournaments for Helper Smashers here, is he, on the Centaur?
No, he isn't, but that's also center for you. I think he's done a lot in terms of the amount of attention that he's demanded, the amount of space that he bought simply through being extremely hard to kill, but at the same time, it feels like he has still been playing extremely item hungry, maybe especially in this later part of the game. It felt weird to not see any mid-game Sunstrike kills, because I thought that we were going to be seeing General just hunting for them.
Yeah, maybe even more like a Nyx Assassin, right? But without Vendetta, just instead you have Sunstrike. Funny enough, Vendetta now pure damage. Didn't bring that one up when I was talking about the pure
that
damage outlets. Oh, and unfortunately, speaking about pure damage, normally an answer that you can go for on the Centaur, instead of something like a Pipe of Insight, right, if you're playing against a Zeus who just keeps popping your entire team to start these fights off.
Oh, Tofu.
Oh, Tofu's going to get caught as that Fen kills him. They even find General now. He's going to be feared up by that Terror Wave, so this is not a full Metamorphosis, just the 5-second one, or sorry, the 10-second one, but it's good enough to get through the Tier 3 tower and force out the Fortify. Ace has gone for the critical strike talent here, but Space now with 3,500 HP is going to be not easy to take down
Still
here.
that butterfly evasion.
Okay, that's a big one, though, actually. They proc the Aeon Disc of FN just with the Sharpshooter, and Space is out of mana now. Needs to get off the high ground. That's a spicy meatball for him here, disarmed as he's pushed into it, as there's General right on top. Didn't activate BKB, but the level 1, or sorry, the Max Sunstrike without Kata is going to be good enough to get through the Aegis. General here using Stormcrafter incredibly effectively. Is not going to get caught up by the cold feet, but Ace now surrounded by 4. Bushwhack doesn't find a single hero there, but Ace still alive, and Space off of the high ground, having at least demolished the Tier 3 and the bottom lane of Barracks. He's going to have to retreat with his tail between his legs. Oh, and a Bushwhack. Oh, Gilger didn't trust it. Gilger did not trust it. That would have been a massive kill.
Stormstorm's got Bignum.
He does. Bignum with the Aeon Disc, unable to escape. That's his own tornado that he was swept up in. And with the Stampede here, General able to close the gap and pick up the kill.
decent payback there. Ace is now moving on. Yeah, he's finished the Octarine Core after finishing up that fight. And in these static situations where Space has no choice but to stand in front, his team hasn't actually really bought any kind of empowering items for him. There is no Glimmer Capes or Force Staffs to get him out of dodge. It's just all Aeon Discs and Blink Daggers for his supports.
Yeah, true, actually. No, you're right. It has been a very, screw you, I'll stay alive to stay. I mean, Ghost Scepter, right? Aeon Disc, as you're saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you're absolutely correct here.
Mm-hmm. Well, you did not cut me up.
He's got nothing. He just has. I mean, it's Satanic and BKB, and good luck. They've packed you a great lunch for school, but that's not going to stop these bullies here from hunting you down and killing you.
I mean, I don't feel too sorry for him. He is still miles ahead of the pack.
Okay, that's the Aeon Disc procced. Yeah, and he's got to play very different with and without this Aeon Disc. He's going to be able to escape. Fine. I don't know why FN tips him. That's a pretty big win for General. I hope that's a respect tip.
Yeah, I'd hope so too. I don't know, like, I've told you this before, I'm going to say it again. Trying to understand what goes on in the mind of FN is an exercise in futility.
Especially when he's playing Puck.
Mm-hmm.
He's a lot different than the hero. Well, third Roche might just be the next thing that we end up having a bit of a fight over. Real quick, Petushara level 25. He's got now very, very strong brewings. As this Ice Blast is going to give him the vision onto Stormstormer. And he's going to go down relatively easy. Does have buyback. And luckily for him, it's going to be about a 20 to 30 second overlap time here where Roche may or may not be up. So realistically 10 seconds where Unique will have time to do Roche if it's the fastest possible respawn.
The problem is that they don't have information. It's going to have to be Gilgear who gets that information, and he might just die for it if he tries. Because normally they just leave a Force Spirit in the Roshan pit, right?
Yep. But... or just Sunstrike it.
Exactly.
Can't do that with the Invoker dead.
So it's actually General hanging around there.
Aeon Disc for the AA. Oh, he's going to just go in. Okay, there's Aeon Disc proc, but the Ice Blast back home into the fountain, into the base of Hellblade Smashers. That's going to trigger the buyback. Great Winter's Curse, but I think, no, we don't have an Aeon Disc. Nope. There's just not enough damage here, actually, for FN. EMP is not going to burn the mana either, because the phase shift will come through in time. We've lifted up Stormstormer, who's bumped back. General and Gilgar, though, looking to close the door from behind here as they're going to rotate back through their triangle. That's FN's Aeon Disc immediately procced. He's going to look for the kill now onto FN, but he gets a lot of space created. Cataclysm is not even necessary here for the kill onto the FN Puck, because this time General has the kill without the availability of that Aeon Disc. Petushara here, he's got this shard, so here's the Void Panda now showing up. This item, this one's a bit weird of a panda, but the disarm, not going to do much here versus the PL with all these illusions. The lift is good to stop Stormstormer from at least slowing him for now, as Gilgar is very quickly killed off there. Bignum stealing the Scurry. His Space is going to pop this BKB. Another Ice Blast here looking for Stormstorm. He's going to end up running right into it, Kips. Do we have the damage for him? It looks like it's a yes, especially with the Pandas continuing to run him down. 500 HP. He might just shatter here, and I think he is. General on the way in. Caught now by Space. BKB active. There's the Tornado actually from Stormstorm. We're buying them enough time. And actually Ace doing plenty of damage, but we've got enough to get through General thanks to that Dagon 5. Where's the real Ace? He's still here, actually. I think he's still fighting versus Space, if I'm not mistaken. And he is, and he's losing the fight.
He was.
That was another Primal Split there in the Void Panda with the Disarm and the Slow. And it's going to suss out the very real PL, along with that Mass Dispel. That's 4 heroes dead for PuckChamp. Sorry, for Hellbear Smashers.
Absolutely incredible fight again. Like, the moment where I think it all turns is just you see Space stepping up onto that high ground, and Stormstormer blinks forward, and that is too risky. You can't do that while he still has a Metamorphosis up.
Well, we got one buyback, from the Hellbear Smashers earlier. Stormstormer luckily stays alive. Somehow, I thought for sure he was a goner to the Ice Blast, or just to the Frostbite, really, taking him down. He lives. It's Ace buying back. That will force them to wait for Roche. And luckily for Hellbear Smashers, it is going to be a bit of a long wait. He's up in another minute and 10 seconds. Of course, Unique don't know that. They just know it's not up yet, and that's frustrating for them. Hellbear Smashers don't know that either. So they're just hopefully not going to be hearing that jingle from Roshan too soon. And that allows them to save buyback for Tofu and for General.
Tofu, one of the most important. It's actually the dodge it feels like we had one long fight from here all the way over to here, but that dodge from space over on the Winter's Curse was incredible. He didn't even have the extra metamorphosis range yet, and he was just not in range to get caught by that, and it forced him to chase way further onto FN than they really would have liked. Of course, Hellbear Smashers to chase way further.
Yeah, they pick up the kill, and they use Kata there, unfortunately, thinking that it was necessary, but otherwise I didn't. General actually had it this time around. Sunstrike is actually into the triangle, but another Ice Blast here scouts Gilger as well as Tofu. Petushara jumping on in to fight the Forge Spirits. Level 26 already here. Taking a look, any other really big levels? FN's had 25 for a while. Space now has the Metamorphosis attack range talents. There's another Sunstrike into the Roshan pit. Says hello to Petushara, but Roshan is up now, and a DD in for space means that they're going to shred this guy relatively quickly. It's a Refresher Shard. Yeah, okay, so Petushara is going to have, what, 6 Primal Splits ready to go? Wow.
No biggie.
Wow.
He's also got the evasion on the Brewlings.
Oh, the Roshan's already dead. Sunstrike's going to scout this, which is but way too late. Now there's Daedalus as well for the TB. We don't have buyback on the Invoker or the Phantom Lancer, and we actually don't have it either for General because he's bought a Refresher. Really? A Refresher?
I can see the double BKB doing an absolute ton of work here, as well as having another Stampede. One of the problems that they're working into right now is that they only have 1 cycle of spells, whereas Unique has 2 of the Metamorphosis and, well, 4 of the Primal Split.
Yeah. And I feel like now he's dying through meta anyway. It's just too much right-click damage for him. Plus 1 second hoof stomp duration, though, makes these Cataclysm kills viable. Oh, they might find General, though. Oh, they might find General in the trees. They're not going to do too great of a search, though. Bignum's right there. Ice Blast doesn't scout Tofu either. He's maybe in a good space, but FN just knows. He's got his number. He's already dead. Has buyback. He's going to have to use it as General now. At least procs the Aeondis. There's going to be no one caught, though, by the Cataclysm. As the rest of Hellbear Smasher scattered to the wind, they're going to focus now for General, who stampedes. He's going to try and run, but the spell stolen by Bignum's going to allow him to close the gap. General, though, he's got another one ready to go, and he's going to use it immediately here. Second BKB, second Stampede, second Blink Dagger. Up to the cliff, and back home he will go. But at least for now, Hellbear Smashers hold on. But, oh man, these Aeon Discs now. We've got one for Rubik. And so he doesn't even die to the Cataclysm there.
What an item.
What an item. It is definitely the meme item of this patch. And I think this game we're seeing it have a lot of bang for its buck. But it is the item versus Cataclysm, really.
There really is no viable counterplay, especially not in this game.
Nope. No, there is not. There really is not. And I mean, this just feels kind of impossible, really, for Hellbear Smashers. I mean, it's and not even just the 33k now worthly, but just these fights now. We've got only now 1 buyback ready. That's Gilger's. General's about to have the farm for his, and just a little bit more gold. We're still pushing.
I think the MKB finally coming out for Ace is going to make a lot of difference damage-wise, though.
Will. That's a good point. It's not at will. It's not a... I mean, it is. You're right. But unfortunately, it doesn't give stats, right? And the bonus damage doesn't get procced on illusion. I mean, it's worthless for illusions, right? Is really what it is. But at least he can fight the PL with himself now, or fight the TB with himself. He doesn't have to fight himself very much, this PL. But it just doesn't help his 25 talent very much here on the illusions anyway. So it sucks.
It gives him a lot of extra kill chance over on the Brewmaster as well.
Good point. Yeah, with the 25 talent.
If you manage to kill Petushara in his Brew ult, it still counts. You're still not going to get any of the other 3 Brew ults. And he's been creating so much chaos in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, now with what, 8? Well, for not now, actually, is they give space to the Aghanims. Sorry, the Refresher Shard for now. And I think that makes sense. 4 ultimates, Petushara. That's all you get. And he's going to use one of them now. Breaks the smoke of General, who does not get the stomp off here because of the tornado. He's going to be sent all the way back now thanks to the fear. Cold Feet procking just briefly there as Ace
Look
looking
at
to
how
get through
fast the
these.
Brunings are dying.
Yeah, Petushara as well. Well, yeah, he's going to be in a bit of a hard spot. AoE Deafening Blast, surround sound Deafening Blast, not doing a whole lot, but it does look really cool. And for now, to force him off the high ground, there's going to be a stun onto space, but he still has Aegis here for another minute and a half. They found Gilga here. They're going to hit him with the Dagon of 5 and now the Dream Coil, but he's kept alive thanks to the Cold Embrace. Tofu still holding on to the Blink and Winter's Curse here as they're going to throw a boulder at him for now. Space still alive. He gets even a Sunder off there onto something. Because why not, I suppose. Bushwhacked now to the tree, and he's actually dying to the PL. Has Aegis here, but he's still alive. Actually, Satanic managing to fight through it, but finally they find the damage that they're looking for. Tofu silenced up in the trees here. Has not gotten the curse off yet. Has already used the magic wand. Cold Embrace is not going to save. Another Deafening Blast of space. Having to pop the refresher. Now the Eye of Scotty. Sorry, make that the Satanic lifesteal. Doing a lot of work for him. Ace is going to fight him mano a mano right in there, but it's not a fair fight. It's a 1v4. Now it's fair thanks to the Mass Dispel again from Petushara, and Ace on the run trying to get back home. Does not have buyback and is killed off by space. Another tornado here as FN still looking for these backline supports. The meatball, it's spicy, but Big Num is here to give him the HP he needs, and he's even gotten a bit more courtesy of the stolen Cold Embrace. And I think
Several times during that fight, Ace is one half of the Bruling away from killing Petushara, and everything looks different after that, but he's just forced to switch targeting to space eventually.
Fuel Scepter onto the Invoker. Actually, sorry, that's just the regular Cyclone. Aegis, sorry, Throne exposed. Ace, space, trying to finish the game. Petushara as well, doing his best. There's a 5-second disarm. Oh, they almost actually get through space here with the Sharpshooter, but it's not yet enough damage, and Petushara is just going to end the game, along with the TB Illusions. GG, well played. Team Unique, I take game 1 off the Hellbear Smashers. Wow.
Excellent starring role for Petushara in that game, I think. Really leveraging the Brualt's absolute thorn in the side of Hellbear Smashers, who just really don't have enough tools for these team fights. And since the pickoff game that we were imagining between Stormstormer and General never really quite materializes, yeah, that means that you just lose all of your engagements.
Yeah, I thought we were really going to see more of this, these Sunstrike kills. Even the Cataclysm just never came to, because Team Unique, I think they read the room quite well. And it's quite easy to read the room when you see 4 Sunstrikes around you, and they just built Aeon Discs, right, to stop that from happening. And from there, it felt like Unique never looked back. It was just get these ultis off. The one fight that really, I think, maybe wasn't the nail in the coffin, but was going to be, you know, the game falling apart for Hellbear Smashers was when General jumps onto the cliff and they just barely don't have the damage to kill Petushara. He gets off the ulti, and then every single fight just looks like that from then on, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Props as well to FN, really sticking on target with just assassinating Tofu time and time again. There's not many spaces for a Winter Wyvern to hide, but you gotta check him every single time, and that's one of the things that finally makes it possible for this Terrorblade to march up the high ground.
Yep, he marches right up on there. FN blinking around, finding the kills onto Tofu, and Ace. I mean, many times, like I said, he was fighting 10v1 versus the PL, and all of a sudden it was very obvious which PL was the right one. Even with Heart, Mass Dispel just does 1,000 damage to Illusions, which is amped because Illusions take 350%. I mean, it was just too much. It was too much. Team Unique, they're going to grab this game number 1, which sends us to our first break. You guys are watching the lower bracket finals for the D2CL Season 2 with Seek and Strike and Kip. So we're back after about a 10-minute break for draft number 2. We'll catch you then. Hello everyone, and welcome back. We're now live in our second draft here for the lower bracket finals between Hellbear Smashers and Team Unique. Team Unique able to win game number 1 off of the Space TB and the FN Puck. Already looks like we're heading for a bit of a repeat, but, Kips, we do have potentially the general hero already out in the field, and it's a better, more impactful hero, I would say, the DK here for Hellbear Smashers.
And with the amount of just farm priority that General has been getting for his team, DK actually scales pretty well. One of my objections to offlane DK has always been that you need to adhere very tightly to your item build, and if you hit these items late, especially the BKB, and then after either the AC or the Aghanims, your impact in the game is just very limited beyond the scope of your blink stuns. So this would probably suit him and the playstyle that he's been going for with the team. The Breathe Fire is actually very good versus Terrorblade as well because of the damage reduction, cutting away most of your damage, including the meta's damage. So yeah, would not be surprised to see him picking that up, but would also not be opposed to seeing Stormstormer grabbing it, although that's a bit of a rarity, isn't it? Have you ever seen Stormstormer play DK?
No,
I
not
don't think
really.
so.
It's not really the Stormstormer hero. I'd agree with you. I think he's a lot more of like your spellcaster kind of favoring mid lane, or not just Invoker, which hasn't been banned, but like Alina TA especially, he's quite apt at playing the Lesh. But we'll see here. I want to look at that stat now very quickly because now you've piqued my interest there. But I would assume this is going to be a general DK. At least it's going to be flex there, and as you've highlighted, the lane's not that bad. You just stun him. When he uses meta, you got to play a little bit more cautiously, of course. But with a Lion DK lane, it's pretty good. Double stun, right? Lots of denies and decent farming abilities for the DK, as well as independent pushing at level 6 at the ready. Puck can gank the lane, but just like the mid lane matchup, Puck can actually lack the damage to get through the DK. So it's not the easiest gank in the world either. So there's a lot of benefits towards running him in the off lane for sure. But like you said, can definitely be Stormstormer potentially.
Still a possibility. Of course, the line into the Puck Terrorblade just feels so good. All of your spells have super high impact. Instant stun for the Puck, the Finger and the Illusion Clear for the TB.
Oh,
Hellbear Smashers have learned something the last game.
they have. They've learned that Brewmaster is very annoying. And they're going to go ahead and pick it themselves. I've just looked it up. I'm not exactly wrong on my kind of portrayal of Stormstormer trying to play a little bit more spellcasters with the Invoker Lena Puck ODDP ranking in the top 5 heroes, but his next most played is the DK, followed by Zeus TA Windrunner. So yes, he does play the mid lane DK, very capable of it, with a 60% win rate. So could very well be him, I think, and it is him, with now the Brewmaster being drafted by the Hellbear Smashers.
That's going to be a very neat lane versus Terrorblade. Especially if you could be thinking about getting some Cinder Brew early here as well,
Oh, yeah.
just to really push him back. There's not much he can do about it.
Nope.
And of course here, as much as with the matchup versus the PL, just 1 point in the Drunken Brawler, the evasion, is going to make it a nightmare for this TB to actually chew through you.
Dire team pick.
Wow, very, very screw you Skywrath Mage, TB kind of game, isn't it? The Baru,
Oh yeah.
Lion, Skywrath Mage, also a strong counter pick to the Puck. All right, I'm liking what I'm seeing here actually from Hellbear Smashers. That should be the Gilger Skywrath Mage, I believe, and Tofu position 5 Lion then. But more than enough magic damage instances to proc Cinderbrew. I think we're for sure going to see that build here from General in this lane.
And with both the Skywrath Mage and the Lion in the game, you don't have to hold back any spells on the Lion right now because, the Puck might jump in or something. You also have the Silence from the Skywrath Mage still available as an excellent disable versus both the TB as well as the Puck. Of course, at the same time, Skywrath Mage a lot more susceptible to getting jumped by the Puck. Also food for the Clockwork, unfortunately.
That is true. Clockwork, not the strangest hero to be building a Blade Mail, but the item just feels kind of bad overall in this meta. But I could see it. It becomes a very unfortunate situation if you find a Cogs surrounding yourself and you don't have the level 25 talent of Magic Immune and Cogs because you're a Clockwork, and then Gareth Mage just puts a Mystic Flare on you and kills you.
Yeah, I'll doubt that he'll get to level 25 in this game because this looks to be a position 5 clockwork. 4 staff usually enough to get you out of dodge on the Skywrath at least.
Yeah, and then a different combo for whoever's trapped in cogs, which has been a particularly powerful pick versus DKs in any position, is going to be the Phoenix with that Sunray. We also don't have the best egg hitters here from Helber Smashers. Lion and Skywrath Mage might be able to toss in a couple of auto attacks here, but DK and well, Brewmaster especially, I think is going to struggle at destroying this egg, so it's a pretty strong pick here from Unique.
Yep, and look at these bans as well. So we've got already taken out previously the Drow, and then we're going to continue on with the Arc Warden and the Medusa. 2 of these range hitters that TB has a lot of trouble actually engaging into if he's not already just dominating the game. But these 2 would also be very good at taking down the egg.
Legion
And that's double
Commander.
value.
Instant LC pick from Unique. Skywrath Mage tends to be, well, he's really good with the LC, of course, because it's basically free dual kills. But he's actually quite weak to the LC. Another Blade Mail builder potentially here, especially through a duel.
And a purge for these silences and stuns.
Good point.
I think that is going to be the main job of this LC here, to enable the puck to run forward. The puck grabs him. The LC makes sure that the counter initiation does not kill the puck. And then presumably there's going to be something left for her to duel after all is said and done.
You know who's actually still available is this Luna.
This Luna hero. I've heard of her.
I've heard of her. I've seen her a couple of times. I don't know. Not the best lane, not the worst lane versus LC, especially because she has a heal. A couple of heals actually with Phoenix in lane as well. Although Sunray not useful for its healing in lane, but still, press the attack is a decent heal in the lane. But she can just spam Lucent Beams at you, perhaps. Plus, you have a Lion to mana drain you to try and minimize those heals a bit. Decent versus the TB. It's okay. It's good versus Phoenix Supernova because you can attack the egg and glaives will bounce off of it. Clockwork's a problem, but
And she's one of the last range carries left overall at all.
Gyro potentially, but Gyro in a TB is a little spooky. Ursa maybe. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
You
Ursa.
may now select your heroes.
Okay, that makes sense. I like that one for the lane versus the LC, and you can leap out of cogs, so no force staff necessary for him. Okay. Wow, it's the Vengeful Spirit Skywrath Mage set, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never actually seen that one in use before. It's pretty wild.
Who, Skywrath Mage or the set? Because for me,
set.
yes. Both of those.
Yes.
Yes.
A little bit confusing. So, Ursa versus TB, the incredible thing is that sometimes on this Ursa, if you just stack up enough Fury swipes, the TB dies pretty much immediately after sundering anyway. But there is a little bit of a scary moment in between for the Ursa, especially if he does not actually have the Enrage active. He's definitely going to lean hard on his supports to deal most of the damage to the TB though, and keep him locked down, which is where this Legion Commander comes in. But Ishara has a very split job this game. On one hand, if you're a Legion Commander who does not actually get any kills, is not running around dueling people, you feel pretty bad about your game, but you have so much utility in staying behind and empowering your other 2 cores, and I'm wondering if it's worth it to just go for the pipe build kind of thing, and then into your shard, give them the small BKB as well. Let's see what he goes for here.
Yeah. I think I'm actually quite prefer this Helber Smashers draft. I really like the Skywrath Mage pick here. Stormstormer mid DK is not his most exciting hero, but he is going to make life difficult for FN this time around. Not a hero that he can be bullied very easily with the DK's HP pool. Brewmaster still super annoying at all stages of the game, and it's a damn fine Ursa game, isn't it? I mean, you're so good versus all 5 of these heroes. Not all at once, though. And that's maybe where this becomes a little bit difficult for Ace, because Ursa, not very famous, of course, for his AoE damage, right? And even though he's good versus all these heroes, he's not going to be able to solo 1v5 carry this game. He's not that kind of hero here, unless he really balls out of control, which I don't see happening. So I do slightly give the edge, though, to this Ursa Warrior pick. I think it's really, really great. And the team can buy him plenty of space as well in the early game. If he wants to go for I mean, it's probably still Diffusal Ursa, so they don't even need to buy him that much space, to be honest. Yeah, I like this Hellbreak Smashers
pretty
draft.
fast.
I like this Hellbreak Smashers draft.
For me, the big difference here is that General's got a do something hero. It's not quite a Pangolier, but this is a lot more added pressure coming out from the plays that he can make, the actual micro and decision making in the team fights. You can just do stuff, whereas on Centaur you're mostly a big bully.
You are a big bully on Centaur. Very true. General, especially if he wants to go for the popular build on Brewmasters, which has been basically... Oh, he's going for Urn, sorry. He's still... Actually, no. I feel like I don't see Urn into Hood of Defiance. Sorry, not Hood of Defiance. Helm of the Dominator is the item I'm thinking of. I feel like I only see Helm if your lane is actually not great. But he's got a good lane to go for just the magic damage into the Midas, and then probably Ags. I think that'll be the build for General. So he's not going to command the same amount of lane presence and solo pushing early on that we saw Petushara had. So maybe that's going to be a bit of a weakness here for the General Brewmaster.
Guild Gear.
Yeah, he was going to connect with the rest of the team, but five enemy heroes in his triangle. And, 5 into 1. Well, that's not going to go well here for the Skywrath Mage.
Unfortunate for him. Yeah, I think this build on the Brewmaster is designed to lean more into the power curves that we're going to see from the DK and the Ursa as well. Because you don't need to buy that much time before an Ursa has a Diffusal Blade. And you definitely don't need to buy a lot of time before the DK is going to come up to top, gank your lane, and then push that top tower in. So he does not necessarily require the same amount of lane presence.
Good point. No, you're right. That's a good point, because who did we have? Yeah, Invoker last game was just... He's, especially Quest Exort, is never going to really demand the same amount of attention. He just doesn't push... He pushes lanes, but doesn't really push towers too quickly. With DK, obviously it's very different. Man, this really does look like Vengeful Spirit to me. He even kind of looks like the
value?
new... Even looks like the Spectre a little bit to me. This new Spectre Arcana. Oh, man.
Ooh, Space does not have his stick on him yet. I thought that he would have that immediately, but no, those are still flying out, so he's missing out on a lot of value.
General is going to go ahead and hit him with a cheeky voice line. Yeah, a stick is normally the go-to for Sky. Skies can always try and play around in the trees, but with Seamless Slayer to provide a vision and to just run him down, stick always seems like a good idea. Now it's in the backpack here, at least. In the backpack. Bottom lane.
And General is also spamming the Cinder Brew.
Thought Ace was going to be able to get this kill on the Bignum. 3 stacks of Fury Swipes early on with the point in overpower. This is a laning Ursa. He has a stun. He has a Lion. Lion plus Bear. Lions, Tigers, and Bears. Oh my, Kips. It's plenty of damage and lots of killing potential, especially versus 2 strength heroes.
It is, but honestly, Ursa, you can see here in the exchange versus the LC, before you have your level 2 Fury Swipes, your trading potential is not that amazing, so you gotta be a little bit careful. The enemies can play up quite far, as long as they make sure to let the stacks wear off, of course. Tofu has to be careful. I think Petushara and Bignum will very much be aiming to kill him a couple of times during his laning stage.
It's a pretty easy one, especially with now Icarus dive for the slow. Ace has level 3, however, and there's that second point on the Fury Swipes, as he said, so he feels confident enough to bully his way into contesting this pool, and that's relatively easy to do thanks to the overpower bonus attack speed of, plus 400. Good luck trying to stop that with level 1 Fire Spirits. Top lane, seen with a Slayer though, looks like he'll drop, not for first blood, but for second blood. First blood here in favor of Hellbreak Smashers.
And that leaves us with mid lane, right? But I think, was it the 2 of us as well? Or it's just like, yeah, this is DK versus Puck, we don't look here until it's 5 minutes?
Yeah, pretty much, right? Or until the supports come ganking. Who are supports for Unique? Phoenix doesn't really scare a DK. Clockwork, maybe, right? If you can hold them down long enough, that's potentially a kill. So I think that's what we'll keep our eyes peeled for. Although, if Stormstormer, you play it this close, Fen might be tempted to go for the kill. He's got to be a bit careful on this amount of HP. A lot of magic damage on this Puck. Okay, and he's been hit by the Elusive Orb. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, once he gets the third points in the Dragon's Blood, there's nothing more to see here.
Oh, a big
Tofu.
bout of damage. Yeah, well, I mean, odds. Icarus Dive stopped, though, by the Hex. Allows Ace at least to pick up a kill in return. And he's got this Morbid Mass now, so a bit of spell life, or just regular life steal for him, pardon me, on this auto attacks is going to make sure that he can continue on in this lane. But this overwhelming odds build, so annoying. Plenty of damage, especially when you get the both heroes in there. Top lane, they're fighting again. Into the meta this time, though. That means General is on the run. So the Slayer, yeah, they're going to have to share some of those battery assault procs. Gilgort quite fast here on the Skywrath Mage. Fast enough here to get out of range as well from space.
Very close. Yeah, with General choosing the Cinderbrew build, it's a great pressure tool with all of the ignition that he gets from the Skywrath Mage, but man, not having any points into the Drunken Brawler does mean that when the meta goes, you leave.
Yep. At least you can leave a lot relatively faster, right? Thanks to what is a 30% move speed slow at level 2. Brutal for the TB. No longer, of course, I always bring up this fact because I think it's quite huge, but it's such an old fact. They've removed his move speed debuff because he used to lose 20% of his move speed whenever he had meta active. Yep. That hasn't been the case for like years now, which is why we see TB these days. But Drunken Brawler, make that Cinderbrew throws him right back to that age, and it does really end up hurting him quite a bit.
Not good memories.
Nope. Help, guys, I'm being kited out by a hero without boots. What do I do?
General's not planning to buy any boots either. He's just going straight in for the Hand of Midas.
Okay. I don't mind. I mean, he's got the urn ready. Just needs a kill here, and he can really start balling in this lane. Balling on a budget. That's really what this urn build is about, isn't it?
I like the way of putting it. Yeah, it's the amount of damage that you get out of an urn for the money is actually insane. And it gives Brew pretty much everything that he wants as well, especially that mana regen.
Yep.
Well,
Here's the rotation.
Keep on spamming this lane out.
Very true, very true. And even if you get a kill with it, you throw one of the charges on yourself, a little bit of a mini salve. And here's the supports rotating mid. Okay, Seema the Slayer, though, is going to have to rotate a bit longer. Can he get an rage here for the battery assault procs? Doesn't look like it, even with the Icarus Dive. Mood speed slows. Oh, it's so much damage on the Stormstormer, but he still has the stick. Slayer thinking about going diving, thought about going diving, but the water's too cold there underneath that tier 1 tower. He's going to back himself up. Top lane, though. Oh my goodness gracious me, Kips. That damage onto space was ridiculous. Ooh. Down he goes.
As soon as they see the supports, they know that that's a completely free kill. And man, Stormstormer, those raindrops, they save lives.
They do. Yeah, they really do save lives. I think maybe, Space could probably use a set of those for himself. And in fact, he's already immediately queued one up and he says, yeah, that's a good idea, man.
Especially if he's going to be at least close to harm's way for now. I don't think he's going to return to the lane, but he's at the very least going to be... it says refusing to go to the triangle for now. His other cores need that. And in this way, he can come back to the top lane in case there are any opportunities there.
Yeah, it's the Stormstormer, though, with a second Elder Dragon's form ready to go this time around. Not too scared of the rotations from the supports. Full power treads now in strength form, and the single bracer leaves him quite tanky here at 1300 HP. So he's going to force FN to linger in this mid lane and just clear waves. That allows Ace to play a little bit more aggressively here, right? Allows our off lane, which is already very aggressive, to zone Space out into the jungle pretty early on. Space maybe not too happy about this. Doesn't have a whole lot of stats, but he's at least able to farm the jungle. It's a hero that can do it. But Slayer is just here to soak whatever XP is left behind.
FN and Stormstormer just high-five, because this is exactly the same scenario that FN found him in the last game, right? His lane opponent not budging, just farming the lane and pushing his tower. And he doesn't really have any good rotations to make right now.
A little bit of a harass onto FN. Yeah, I was to say, but FN might just turn and maybe look for this kill onto Tofu. We'll be hard-pressed to get it, though, but maybe not as much if Bignum shows up. We've got an Earth Spike in 2 seconds, but not enough HP to use it for Tofu, as he will drop. I actually think it's a little bit of a mistake for Tofu to rotate mid lane. I think a big reason why I really like this DK versus Puck matchup. Even, I mean, in case it's not obvious because the tower's already gone 8 minutes in. But it forces FN to stay mid. Otherwise, if this is Invoker, FN goes, all right, see you later, Invoker. I'm going to go help my TB by ganking General, because that's a very valuable kill for a Puck, right? With the silence, with the coil, plenty of magic damage. But General's got all the space in the world. He's got a Midas, got a full urn. He's incredibly happy this game with how the laning stage has turned out. And this forced space into the jungle a little bit earlier than he's anticipated. Like, and this is just because of the DK pick, isn't it? So I think rotating mid
spirals back.
Ooh, that's not going to be a kill, but yeah, it all spirals back to that DK pick, and just keep the pressure on. Sometimes it's hard to do nothing in Dota, right? But maybe sometimes you just have to stack a couple of camps and, you know, sit back, take a sip of tea, and just wait a little bit.
All right, 4 heroes for General. Can they do it?
Well, he gets off the ultimate. There's the lift now onto the Phoenix. Gilger's nearby with a full Veil of Discord. Hits it onto 2 heroes, but that move speed not doing a lot of work. There's going to be now the rotation room. Stormer throws the stun at Slayer. Slayer's going to hit him with a couple more battery salt procs and immediately TP away. General, he's going to end the ultimate here, unable to find the kill into space. And they're not going to have the damage, but they've got the coil here to stop the TP. He's going to snap it willingly, and that will give Space the kill. Space for the tower, perhaps, as with the last remaining seconds, or with the many remaining seconds, actually, of Elder Dragon form, Stormer might look to finish off this top tier 1 tower. So it's not all a loss for Helder Smashers, but it's not exactly a win either.
Dire's top tower.
No, it's not great, but getting these 2 towers down early is going to be a very big boon for Stormer, who's pretty much got a Blink Dagger right now. So they're going to be able to engage further into all of this empty space that they've just created. And
Tofu
has actually found Petushara.
He has Invis Rune into the Mystic Flare now, level 1. Oh, it's plenty of damage there, and through the stick charges, even through the phase boots here, they will have the kill. Nicely done there by the Lion, just being in position there. He's just watching him farm the creep wave, pulled into the Centaur Conqueror. Quick stun, bought everyone the space and time they needed, and they get the kill.
Excellent. And now Unique is in a bit of a bind. They're going for the Blink Dagger over on Petushara, but even with that, it's going to be pretty hard to pump enough damage into really any hero that they gank, except for one of the supports, to actually kill them. This is going to be an attempt on Ace bottom. All cores are here.
They are. We're going to smoke up. We've got now a Supernova, a Duel, and a Dream Coil to play with. Not to mention, of course, this hook shot. I've said before how this is a pretty darn good Ursa game, but Ursa, again, not a hero that can 1v5, or let alone even 1v3, is here we're going to see it in action. Well, not if we miss the ghost, or the hook shot, but there's the silence. Coil cannot be broken. In fact, it's not even allowed to be broken, because instead there's going to be 10 damage. Topu's going to TP in, he's going to eat the Supernova, and the wrath and fury here of Unique. It's only the fury of a single sun, but perhaps more than Unique were willing to throw at him.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, if you bring 4 heroes, damage problems are usually solved. Actually surprised that Ace went back in there. I think he had some spidey senses. You could see him jumping around.
Sorry, to interrupt. Good kill on the big... No, they...
Yes.
Stormer? No, he's got it. Okay, yeah, he's got it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
DK with some brutal lines towards Phoenix. Absolutely no respect given there. No quarter either, as now General is going to look to run down Petushara, making sure that he doesn't use the press the attack there to dispel too early. There he goes now, but the boulder will catch him. Stormer as well with the Dragon Tail stops that Fen from jaunting away. General is going to chase Petushara in where the secret shop used to... Sorry, the side shop used to be, and instead now will be the final resting place for Petushara. They will defend this tier 1 down bottom. Unique, 12 minutes in, have yet to find their first tower.
And that's going to be slowing down their game a lot. Really, the only good tower push that they have is on space, and this is not a safe game for him to step forward at any time. They need good pickoffs before they do that. So if they lose this bottom tower, it's going to be super hard for them to really take out any of these outer teleport points of the enemy.
Yeah, especially with Blink Dagger now and Stormer. He's able to really make a lot of work out from this, isn't he? FN now finally has his own Blink after a couple of kills. But I think this is going to come, maybe actually, first, hold that thought first. Okay, I zoomed out on accident, but the reason he dies so quickly was not only because of a level 4, Breathe Fire with a level 2 Dragon Tail stun, but also a Mystic Flare, which does disappear if I zoom out, so I'll try not to do that too much.
is under
It's a
attack.
very, very weird spectating glitch that happens. But yeah, absolutely melted here. And that might be the tower here, especially with Elder Dragon Form level 1. It popped and ready to go.
Radiant's
Ace
middle
is still
tower
farming in the
is under
jungle. He's
attack.
actually going for Battle Fury here. What are your thoughts on that,
Bottom
Kips?
tower is under attack.
Battle Fury for Fuzzy Wuzzy.
I mean, listen, for Ursa, this is as much a fighting item as anything else. But I do think that in this game, the diffusal feels very good. Most of these heroes require the mana for their survivability.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
is under
yeah.
attack.
It is a farming item for sure. Sorry, it is a fighting item, but it's definitely more heavy on the farming side of
Yeah.
all the items he could have gone for. I think Diffusal is the fighting item, but yeah, like I said earlier, I think his team, definitely able to create enough space as well. They're able to murder space, so they can definitely create it, can't they? As space can neither be destroyed or killed off, but you can kill an FN for free. In fact, he's going to go to the tower, Kips. Last auto attack here with a level 2 phase shift, not buying him enough time. And in fact, even Ace is going to TP in for a free kill onto Seam with a Slayer. Ace showing off this brand new Battle Fury. A couple of tips raining down on just about everyone as Tofu with a great play there, sacrificing himself for the gain of 2. And Hellbear Smasher is going to keep their foot on the gas as they will smoke up immediately afterwards and try and head a little bit aggressively into the enemy jungle.
If you want to make plays here, there's so much distance that you need to cross that you're going to be giving away, like, hey, this guy is missing. And then, of course, with the lack of damage that they have right now, it also means that you can't kill people fast enough. There will be TPs. You will get counter-engaged.
Oh.
Gilgir waiting on the high ground.
Head to Shara. Oh, they knew who was here, though. Gilgir double silence. They also find as well Stormer thanks to the observer ward they have on the high ground. And that is going to be then the second level 1 duel victory for Petushara immediately after the Blink Dagger, utilizing that one very nicely with FN. 20 damage on the
That
LC.
feels good. Kick the invaders out. Yeah, the thing that I said, I didn't realize that I was accidentally muted, but as Space just gets harassed immediately by General, is that Space's entire HP pool is basically just one Skywrath Mage Mystic Flare.
He trapped him in the cogs. And, can they get this kill? Yes, Tofu is nearby with the auto attacks and the Hex now. Stormstormer will pick off the kill there. Nicely done. Betishar unable to do much about that. To see with the Slayer. Ignited. Not really moving anywhere. Cogs, though, at least pushing back General. But Earthspike will find him. They're going to dispel it. The Dragon Tail stun here will lock him in place. And Stormstormer between the battery assault procs will find the kill in the river, though. Ace now above the Roshan pit. Maybe in a bit of a rough spot. Supernova even used here as FN picking up the kill with the Waning Rift. Stormer at the ready to jump back in, though. He's got the team as well. No, he does not have the team. He just has the Gilgir closing the gap to him, and he feels like that's not going to be enough damage for a kill.
It will be enough damage for one kill, but it's the other two that's the problem afterwards. Blink Dagger up already for the Lion. Oh, that really hurts. Unique has double Blink Dagger on their cores right now, both the Puck as well as the LC. But if the Lion can stay out of range, so they have one less jump target, and then immediately disable one of the jumpers, that is such a big boon.
This BKB as well is going to make this particular jumper for Stormstormer harder to stop, isn't he? Oh, they might just get another kill here. Oh, wow. It's plenty of damage. Goodbye. Absolutely deleted. Veil of Discord. Not many games where it's going to be seen first item on a position 4, but Skywrath Mage, most certainly one of the heroes that can make use of it. And yes, this is Skywrath Mage. I thought it was actually Oracle for a second, just looking at his portrait. Another hero I'm getting him confused with.
Oh yeah, the blue skin. Man, I didn't even look at that yet.
Yeah. Blue skin and those glowing eyes. This buys a lot of space, though, for Ace, who is going to absolutely murder through Roche without the concern, rather, or the vision from a Rocket Flare hookshot to find you. So that was actually the perfect find, really, for Hellbear Smashers, because they can continue killing Ace, and they're happy to do that, but they want to give space for Ace. And now with Battle Fury and Aegis, he's got almost basically a guaranteed 5 minutes of free farm going his way. And there's another jump here, double blink, and the Hex immediately out from Bignum. They might even be able to punish Petushara for trying to save the Phoenix, as General was prepared for him, and Tofu with the Finger of Death will make it 2 dead in the mid lane in favor of Hellbear Smashers. Ace still not even showing up to these fights either.
No, he'll happily keep on farming away, but he does have himself a Blink Dagger now as well, so he could join if he really wanted to. It's a precaution.
This is starting to feel pretty bad. Clockwork can have a lot of impact even when playing from behind, but he certainly feels a lot better when you're able to hook shot in and have full confidence, that the team is going to be able to murder whoever you have trapped inside your cogs. But for the most part, this game, it's not really been going that way. This is a hard catch. The man inside the cogs now is Stormstormer. Sunray is good. They're going to hold him down now with the coil, as they almost actually break the coil there with the cog pushback, but with now level 4 Sunray and about a magic damage, about a crap ton of magic damage. How about that? They will actually get through the DK.
I think the last time this game they can do this though. He's going to have a BKB now.
Rest of the team though, Unique, smoked up, ready to catch anyone else who's going to be backing away from the Hellbear Smashers jungle. For now, though, Ace not interested in that with his Blink Dagger, showing that off immediately, as he's going to continue farming with his DD rune. He'll farm everything that he can find, everything he can get his little claws on.
Little claws?
They're little, but they add up when you hit it. When you get a bunch of
it's
hits.
A mystic jump.
Yeah, and they're immediately going to kill Petushar for that one. Gilger blows him up. Level 1 Mystic Flare. That'll only get worse for him. FN now hexed up. We have an Earth Spike in a second, but again, an even earlier Aeon Disc this time around may just allow him to escape. He's actually... Oh, he was underneath a ward. We had a ward here really early on from Hellbear Smashers, but it's since then... expired, as Bignum, without Icarus Dive or Sunray, was actually in a bit of a pickle and still actually might be found by Ace. Now he's got Sunray in a second, he's got Fire Spirits, he'll be fine.
Yeah, they have bigger targets to hit.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And I'm looking at these BKB timings for Hellbear Smashers, and they're all rather incredible. They're not going to skip them either. Nobody's like, oh man, I have such a good game, I'm not going to get a BKB. Now, if they get triple BKBs in this game, it's going to take 10 minutes more for Space to get to the point where he actually deals enough physical damage to be a threat. Up until that point, all they have is magical.
Earl seems to be playing not so much about the Primal Split as I thought he would be. Is this just...
They don't need it.
I mean, that you're right. You're totally right. No, that's fair. I don't think this is necessarily a BKB straight into Primal Split. This is a BKB blink into Thunderclap, kind of.
Yes.
In fact, it's, the very classic style is, well, there's a free kill on the Scene of the Slayer. That's going to at least allow Space to TP away, relatively scot-free.
Invisibility.
In this game, I mean, it's a luxury situation, right? He can just use it as a deterrent. Unique has to play this pick-off game, because if they ever want to full-on teamfight, if they bring everybody, and Hellbear Smashers brings everybody, then the split's gonna go off. They got nothing they can do against that.
Oh, nothing Bignum can do here either. Gets the Icarus dive, but he actually cancels it early. Ace, thinking about going up further, but not what you can do against Phoenix, just doing Phoenix things.
He could have hopped up there. He is a coward.
Man, Phoenix Sunray used to be even a little bit more dumb back when you could... this is a long time ago. Well, first of all, it used to be even more ridiculous. This thing used to be pure damage. Those were great, glorious days of playing Phoenix support when Sunray absolutely melted people. Even worse than it does these days. But also, you could Icarus dive while Sunray, and you would continue focusing on the hero. So it was just a laser death. A death ray laser, rather. Of pure damage with Icarus dive. Oh, it was so disgusting.
Really wild too.
Yeah. You can still Icarus dive while Sunray, but it goes absolutely everywhere now.
Are they really going to try for Ace here? They should go for the flankers. There they go.
Yeah, for Tofu. General's going to BKB and head right on in. Tofu's still alive as the duel is going to be used here for General, but with the BKB, he's actually winning this duel. It's going to end. Out comes the Supernova. The rest of Hellbear Smashers are now going to be at least routed away from the egg for now. Just outside of range, willing and ready to counter-engage, but they don't have the DK here yet. They don't have the Lion. And quickly closing the gap now. It's going to be Stormstormer. BKB at the ready. There's going to be the lift now for the TB that fought the real one. Aegis reclaimed by Ace is going to make Hellbear Smashers think twice about continuing any further. They will now back up.
That was 3 heroes versus 5, by the way. And Unique get away with only 1 kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now the egg is gone as well. At the very least, Aegis has also timed out. There is a possibility here that Hellbear Smashers will let this game drag on to the second Roshan, and maybe Unique gets enough space to do something. Anything.
We need a little bit more space for Space. I mean, he's almost got this BKB online, but I think a big issue we're having now is that, especially in the early game, I mean, our longest cooldown is Primal Split. But with the way General has built, and I think this is perhaps what he's seen and why he's decided to go Blink BKB, and in fact, he's still not going for Ags. Hold that thought, because they're seeing the Slayer, who's been absolutely brutally murderized by the bear. Gilger, okay. Thought about maybe dropping a Mystic Flare there, but of course, that would really only force out to press the attack. I think a big reason is, I mean, we look at these cooldowns, 30-second cooldown now on Enrage. I guess Elder Dragon form is quite a long cooldown, but the way that this game is currently playing out, Stormstormer just needs to blink in for the stun. Relatively short cooldown in Mystic Flare. You're more just limited by the mana, which is why Gilger has not put the second point in it yet, because it's, I mean, it doubles basically the mana consumption. Like, we fight so frequently, and Unique can really only bring the fight back when they have Supernova, when they have Metamorphosis up, when we maybe have a Dream Coil, which is a lot less of a cooldown, but it's still quite long. 80 seconds still comparable to, you know, a 30-second Enrage timer. Or
there's the flare drop.
And there's the flare onto Petushara, right? Which, guess what? He's got another one in a minute ready to go. It feels really difficult here for Unique to even get these fights. It'll get better into the late game when the death timers are going to offset this, but for now, it is very much an issue here.
Yep, completely agreed. If you drop everything onto Hellbear Smashers and they buy back into it, or maybe even just respawn, they can take your high ground afterwards. You have no towers left as a buffer here, nothing to buy you time.
Stormer.
Your creep waves are in all the time.
Yep. He's on the Bignum. Tofu has a Blink Dagger, but he doesn't even use it. He's just going to throw the Earth Spike from the low ground, give himself a little whip. He's saving Blink Dagger. Might even just find FN. He's just going to walk up. Oh, the ward. He sees him. FN. Oh no, FN, he doesn't know. FN has no idea. Ace is closing the gap. He sees Ace coming. Oh, Tofu. Oh, Tofu, they still have vision. He's gone further into the trees. Ace has seen him here. We have a coil. We have a Dagon, and there's Aeon Disc now procced. FN in one of the trees here as Tofu's going to throw the stun, but just a half second too late. No more Blink Dagger at the ready. They don't have vision here on FN either. But Tofu's still on the hunt. FN has a Blink and a TP ready, so I don't believe they can catch him. For now, the rest of Hellbear Smashers are just going to continue escorting this wave through the bottom lane. In fact, never mind, Kips. They're going to smoke and sweep the map.
It's getting very close to the Roshan respawn timer. All they really are doing here is just bring this wave back, and it's going to take too long to bring it all the way to the bottom tower to be a threat, so they get all the time in the world to make this top side of the map theirs, and after that, Roshan.
Well, the Dragon form ready. Stormer can sense enemies nearby. Unfortunately, they are quickly moving away to breakneck pace. Space is the only one currently top lane, and I think they're just following his courier here. Space, he's sitting here. There's the courier, which is going to deliver only a band of Elven skin. At least they will not be able to deliver death upon to the TB, as he has a BKB and TP away, but that's a 9-second TB, and of course Stormstormer is going to scoff at that with the voice line.
Big win. Space can't show on the map for a minute. He literally cannot.
And guess what's up in less than a minute here, Kips? In fact, in 15 seconds exactly, Roche will be up. Hellbear Smashers, though, it's not the fastest Roche, so they've backed out of the pit, so they might not be in a perfect position to scout this. Although General, I think, is going to go ahead and probably quickly check on it here in just a second. For now, FN cutting the waves. Oh, Gilger just barely missing out on the vision here. A hero with not a lot of nighttime vision. FN, though, also doesn't know that he's here. Seeing with the Slayer is going to see Gilger. Oh, they get the silence off. He didn't jaunt. He didn't jump, but he's got Aeon Disc. Was it a bait all along? TPs are coming back, though, because they're right next to this Radiant Outpost. Gilger has not died this easily yet, and in fact, he's still alive. Finally, the overwhelming odds out from Petushara is going to find the kill. Seeing with the Slayer receiving that Ags shard buffed. Oh my goodness, press the attack, but Petushara barely able to escape. FN still alive as well on a hair of HP. Whew, and it turns into a 1-for-1 trade, so not that bad overall, but Clockwork being down and Roshan being up means that if Hellbear Smashers are able to find it, they're going to be in a really great position. Ignum has TP, and we don't have anything to cancel this one too easily. Ooh, okay. It looks like Unique are not going to be too heavily punished for this one, because Smashers did not check for Roche.
You can see the lines being drawn immediately. This General saying, we got distracted away from Roche, guys.
Yes. Started for Ace, I would assume. I don't even know what Scarab Mage Shard does, I'm not going to lie. Every time you cast an ability, you gain 5 int and 1 armor for 35 seconds. Interesting. Oh, goodness, Petushara. DD Rune here. Okay, the Sunder out from space to keep him alive. That's going to be probably a big old thank you out from at least Petushara. Sunray, but Ace is going to jump onto the other side here to activate the ultimate. He's going to leave Stormstormer actually to scramble it. There's going to be now General getting taunted up here, but I think that's just a taunt to make sure that Space can TP out. And that is going to be 3 dead. Supernova used, and BKB again from Space just to get out of that fight.
Tower is under attack.
Very expensive for them to hang around here. Man, Stormstorm with the Heaven's Halberd now?
Oh. Okay, a lot of Tofu, sorry. Tofu as well showing off his Aeon Disc. FN waited for his Aeon Disc to be up before he made that play and tried to snipe the kill. Instead, only procs the Aeon Disc. Similar cooldowns, though, Aeon Disc and Dream Coil. 80 seconds to 100, is it? A little bit longer, 105, so 15, 25-second overlap there, about half a minute. But not a bad trade for a position 5 to just lose his Aeon Disc momentarily.
And this is the boss 5 that makes most of these aggressive jumps from Ace and from Stormstormer possible. I'll make him play careful for a little bit. Good idea. Oh, Gilgear!
Oh, Gilger. He's on the hunt. Silence scares FN. And we also have Ags. He did throw the Mystic Flare. Again, I apologize. I have a habit of zooming out a little bit too much when I observe Dota. But and that will glitch out the Mystic Flare, but we can pretty easily tell when it's actually hitting someone or not, especially now with level 2. And he has Ag, so there could be potentially up to 2 of them. There's a hook shot from Slayer. Beautiful double stun, though. It's allowed him to turn. There's the Aeon Disc from FN, but Slayer not as lucky, taken down. BKB out from Stormstormer. He has a blink if he wants to give chase, but he's going to be hard-pressed here to find the FN Puck, who's a little bit too evasive with the blink and the illusory orb.
General saved his BKB as well, so he can just make up the front line here.
Okay.
Stormstormer's right on in.
Yeah, Petushara as well in trouble. Couldn't even get off any abilities there, Kibbs. He is down for the count. This is not a team that does push towers very quickly, at least. I love this general build, by the way. He's going to go for the critical strike at 25 here, in case that's not apparent based on the fact he's gone for AC instead of the Ags.
Also what allows Stormstormer to get at Heaven's Halberd. So much value versus the TB. Not just the evasion, but also definitely the disarm. He is the sole source of right-click damage over on
General! General's just going underneath the tier 3 tower. He's going to be joined by Tofu Space. He's going to pop the BKB. Needs to find a meta target. Stormstormer will do, and in fact, he's almost killed off, but the cheese allows him to turn. The Dagon, not enough damage out from the FN Puck. Lifted up here is going to be the Phoenix. Brought back down here into the Earth Spike and killed off before the sun can even shine. There's the GG drop then. As it is going to be the 1-1 draw here. We're going to get the reset at Game 3 here in the lower bracket finals between Hellbear Smashers and Unique.
Really, really loving that decision to put the DK into the mid lane here from Hellbear Smashers. The fact that, once again, he keeps FN from rotating while the other 2 side lanes are getting 1 is very powerful. And then after that, Unique gets forced into these Blink Daggers because they need to initiate on the heroes that are invading their jungle, but it means they just lack damage. They don't get any towers pushed, they can't really take any waves down, and they can't really wriggle themselves out from under this big Hellbear Smashers boot that stomps right down on them in this game. There's no need for Hellbear Smashers to stop running at any point, and I'm very glad that they didn't.
Yeah, I agree. And it was kind of crazy to see. I mean, I think this is the prevailing strategy when you play against TB, is just outfarm him, right? But I was very surprised to see General actually subscribe to that kind of theory as well, and it worked out for him. Especially with the build he had gone for. It worked out for Ace as well. I thought this was going to be the, let's undercut this timing, let's go Diffusal, let's go Ags, and just be a constant nuisance in these fights. But Hellbear Smashers had a different read on this game, and I think that was the correct one. I don't think Unique really could do much. Like you said, FN and Scene with the Slayer were their counterplays, but FN tied up in the mid lane and still ends up losing the tower regardless. Just feels awful, doesn't it? It just doesn't let you do anything there. So I agree. Throwing the DK into the mid lane and then just changing up, well, not changing, but choosing to play your heroes a little bit slower and being more patient on that was the correct play here. Great game through game 2 from Hellbear Smashers. That is going to send us to our second break. We're going to be going to around a 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're going to be live with Game 3 of our lower bracket finals between Hellbear Smashers and Team Unique. Winner moving on to play for the lion's share of the $50,000 up for grabs here for the Dota 2 Champions League Season 2. Standing in their way, though, is Team Spirit, who has sent both of these teams personally down into the lower bracket, so that's going to be still a tough match, but more money on the line, glory, and, of course, lots of Dota 2 still to come, guys. Thank you for tuning in on your Sunday night. Hopefully you're enjoying some Dota 2 with us. We're back after a short break. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 3 in the lower bracket finals between Dota 2 champions in the Dota 2 Champions League Season 2, pardon me. Team Unique win game number 1, Helber Smashers, off a very strong draft to come back in game 2. And here we are, 3 games in a row, Kips, for the FN Puck, 3 games in a row for the Space TB, and 2 games, and actually 3 games in a row for probably Tofu on the Lion, and the second game for Invoker. What is going on here? I mean, it's... no conjure image. It's there's no Naga, but it feels like we're mirror imaging lots of our drafts here today.
They certainly know their favorites. I gotta say, I am not a fan of the Invoker first phase. I think the reason that you can pick it in the first phase is the same reason that that it's not very good right now, which is just Invoker doesn't do a whole lot. He doesn't necessarily need to be countered because there is, I don't want to say no need for it, but the early damage you contribute is very conditional. Like either with the Sunstrikes or with the Earn and Cold Snap, you have to have other heroes empower you to make these things happen. And then your damage output as Quas Exhort is not good enough in the mid game, so you needed Aghanim's. And for the Quas Wex, you have teamfight control, but no actual killing abilities. It all feels very milquetoast.
Milk toast. Milk toast. I'm not. That's not an expression I'm too familiar with. Is it like just lackluster? Is it like a?
Yeah.
Okay. Milk toast. I could see that. Got to throw some kaya on there. Get the coconut spread. Okay.
Also, timid or feeble.
Oh, timid.
According to Google.
I like it. Milk toast. Good to know. We're going pretty deep into this man time now for Unique. They get rid of the obvious one, right? The Drow Ranger, and they'll get rid of another carry matchup. Will we see who was the last carry that decided to ban versus TB last time around? I don't think they did, right? I think they let the PL through, Arc Warden, but I think we need to ban some general heroes now because right now the only restrictions he has have come actually from Helber Smashers with this Mars, surprisingly.
Yeah, that pool is wide open, and we also still have the Axe available, with Helber Smashers being one of the teams that loves running that carry Axe the most, and we've seen the devastating effect versus Terrorblade. And this SD here, for example, that's a hero that could save a Terrorblade from getting dunked on by Mars.
Yep, absolutely. Dunked on by the Axe, right? But
by an Axe, sorry.
Yes, no, you're good. You saw SD, your eyes lingered about maybe 3 centimeters north and saw the Mars on the screen. Yeah.
Mars just has such a magnetic personality.
It's that beard, isn't it? Really that beard. He sings songs as well. Man can whistle. He really knows how to throw that spear as well. Although not always. General though is a damn good Mars player. I don't really see him with too many spears. But we won't see it this time around as it's been banned out. Perhaps if Helber Smashers can win this series, we might see it next. Question for you, Kips: do we ban a general hero here? And if we do, is it the Pangolier? Is it the Enigma? I mean, there are just so many. There are so many.
Yeah, the problem is that you have 2 respect bans left now. I don't think the Medusa was as necessary. In the end, you can still buy a Blink Dagger on a TB. You can still get your repositioning tools to work around her. The Axe dunks on you, as I said before, and then the Pangolier, of course, especially in the hands of General, is just going to take your team for a ride. And since he goes to damage build, yeah, I think this is the correct choice, but I would have rather seen them both gone.
Okay.
Brew is decent first Axe, though.
He is, right? That lift, if you can get it off, especially quite powerful. But Axe does have counterplay. I actually... let me think about this. Because I've seen a Sven absolutely tear through a Brewmaster. I mean, Sven just makes the Brewlines feel so bad. You get Ags on Brew, and then basically you just absorb 2 shots on each Brewline from the cleave, and then you have to cancel the ultimate and then reuse it, and then cancel it again, and then you don't do anything. It's really, really bad. Don't really like that into the puck, though, is the issue. Don't really like it into the puck very much.
Don't like the Sven into the Terrorblade at all. Yeah, you still go for the Axe.
Okay. But I still feel like the Brewmaster is an issue. We need to address him.
Yeah, I think so as well. The Axe is decent, but you're never going to get both the Brew and the Terrorblade in the same call.
10 seconds.
So you're going to have to
remaining.
go bit by bit, which is unfortunate.
5 seconds remaining.
Would like to see some pretty big team fight coming out from Hellbur Smashes right now. I think actually the Winter Wyvern could be very decent here, just as a way to stall for time as well. Just get all of the Brewlings.
Dire
Yeah,
team
wouldn't mind a Hoodwink either. Okay, well, nah, that's not an option. I think this actually makes the Invoker pick as well, just because we haven't said it yet, a lot better. Last game, or game one, pardon me, not last game. There was just no setup for Cataclysm, especially because Centaur, by the time he had his Blink Dagger, and then BKBs came out, like, it wasn't happening, especially with all the Aeondis. Now, at least with Call,
5 seconds
piercing
remaining.
BKB, not being dispelled by Aeon Disc, that feels at least a little bit better here in terms of making Cataclysm feel a little bit more viable, but it still just right now feels like a draft that unique just by Aeon Discs, and that's it. And then they can still just outfight you. That's the concern I have.
Yep, that's my concern with the Exort Invoker in general right now.
We go then. Is there... We need like what, a position 4 or 5 that can ideally proc Aeon Discs from range. Hoodwink did a decent job at that last time around. Didn't give them the control they needed though. So perhaps... Oh, it's kind of a hard thing, isn't it?
It's very hard. Like the Lina run the line as a 5, still ton of Magic Burst. I still favor the Winter Wyvern quite a bit. Phoenix is an option here. He's not great of an egg hitter.
No, doesn't really enjoy that much. The Darkseer is in the pool. That gives you some team fight, and it's not a bad hero versus the TB whatsoever.
I
No.
really like the Darkseer suggestion, actually.
No dispels. It would lose you the flex potential of this axe, but I think really that we're fooling no one with this axe pick. Coddle is actually kind of a hero that can proc Aeon Disc. Sure. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Especially during a siege situation.
Oh yeah. But now Darkseer gets banned for sure.
He has to be, right?
Yeah. A little bit too good of a pick here.
remaining.
I think you
5
ban.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't really see another carry that I would love too much here that isn't this
Radiant
axe.
team back.
Trying to think.
Mm.
No, because I'm not really too in love with anything else. Somewhat surprisingly.
10 seconds remaining.
Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't really look like that bad of a Riki game here. If the hero was any good for Hellbur Smashers, run a carry Riki, because he kind of craps on Brewmaster, especially if he doesn't go for the BKB build. He can close the gap to the TB. Puck is annoying, but you can also kill Puck.
AoE silence is very nice, and
Yeah.
these pucks do not go for Yule Scepter anymore.
No, they don't, right? Hoodwink, not a 4-staff
Dire
carrier.
team back.
And besides, they all want to build Aeon Discs.
Yep.
These supports.
And Riki can definitely proc Aeondis and then back out real quick, or even stick around in the tricks of the trade.
I don't like that you're making this viable. How about Morphling? Morphling can proc Aeon Discs.
Okay, Morphling can't do that. AoE silence is scary, and I don't know. I just don't love the idea of having the Morphling to try and kill a TB with a shotgun build or whatever, or trying to kill a Brewmaster. Because I think he can do it versus the TB in a lot of situations, especially if he can get the jump from Fog. But against a Brewmaster, it feels like we have similar concerns to Game 1, where he gets really close to killing him, and then because we don't have a silence, he just still uses the ultimate and just gets it off anyway. I don't know. This would assume...
How'd you steal the puck form?
Okay, viable. But then don't we...
I'm gonna make this Morphling work over your Riki.
Okay.
Dang it.
Okay, I think that's fair. I mean, there's also, a Faceless Void in the pool, right?
Uh-huh.
But it's the Ember for Ace.
Ooh.
I think it's for Ace, right?
That should be phrase.
Yeah. He's the safe lane Ember player. Okay. So we
Alright.
were both right, because we both kind of, for some... I don't know why I did it. I just started suggesting safe laners that have a better matchup versus Brew.
10 seconds seconds remaining.
But we both kind of just sent Axe into the offlane, and Hellbear Smashers have decided to do the same thing here. But it is general, right? So he's still going to be playing this high impact, most likely, unless this last pick is something crazy from Unique, and let's see what it is, because they're almost out of time. Viper.
You may now select your heroes.
They're flexing the Brewmaster towards the support role. I was thinking about that. You can run it either 4 or 5. Because that Viper will ruin either the Ember Spirit or the Axe.
Support Viper, yeah. For Slayer.
Oh, it's support, okay.
Yeah, so they're doing the no-ping strat where Panda just first picks Viper all the time. Very, very viable. I think he's going to... This is actually a lane Axe loses now, all of a sudden. Because we don't have any dispels in the lane for him. There's absolutely nothing Gilger is going to do to a Viper. Viper, especially with the second point in Corrosive Skin, is going to absolutely ignore this Coddle. And Axe is just going to get ran out of lane by the Viper. Slayer, this game, he's only limited by actually the amount of mana regen items he buys. It's actually such a strong Viper game here in the lane, which is why you pick it.
Which is why I'm a little bit surprised, I guess, that they're not flexing the Brewmaster to the support role, but... On the other hand, of course, the Brewmaster, if you get good scaling out of him this game, you're still going to be ruining the teamfight possibilities of both the Axe as well as the Ember Spirit. I have to buy BKBs this game. This switch here, though, general towards the Ember Spirit...
Oh, you're right.
...is...
I just noticed that.
Kind of mad to me. I mean, for me, this team is about general right now, right? So... On some instinctive level, it makes sense, but...
I believe it has something to do with this fact that they've seen this as a support Viper now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it's got something to do with that, because Ember will do a little bit better in this lane, but the problem is it's a support Viper, so he'll just lane versus the Axe no matter what, because he's not limited by needing to grab CS, right? You just pick him for the matchup here. And your other support is what? A Hoodwink? She doesn't particularly care which lane she goes into either. And she's already going back bottom. So they will be landing this Viper into the Axe. And, oh boy, maybe even with Cinder Brew this time around, Petushara's got a lot of damage. This is... okay.
This is why the switch doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because they just put the Viper wherever, ideally, honestly, wherever Ace is. Like, if he picks up the Ember Spirit here, I think they still look for Ace with this Viper. Just make his game as hard as possible.
Pretty easy to do.
The offline hero is just not going to get that much priority.
Just looking here to see when the last time General played the Ember Spirit was. It was back in 2020, which is not that long ago, right? He played it back in August. No. That was over a year ago. The last time he played Ember Spirit competitively. It's got a negative win rate here on the hero. I believe this is going to be the first time he takes it into the offlane.
Ace immediately broken by the level 1 negative toxin. No spins for you, sir.
Not that he cares much, because he went for the Battle Hunger anyway. Surprise! This is not how Panda plays the position 5 Viper. Or the support Viper, generally. Usually it's not another Toxin level 1.
Pretty much always a poison attack.
Yeah, I hesitate to call it a mistake, because now I'm curious what he's going to do with it in the lane. But I'm not sure why he wouldn't have gone for it here. Tofu always... there's no disrespect or anything by that, of course. He always goes for the late... they're just going to push the wave, I guess? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is the synergy and the secured safe level 2 for Petushara.
Okay. Tofu still does not enjoy this lane versus the Viper whatsoever.
No, he cannot trade. Especially, as you said, once that Corrosive Skin comes out, there's no supports who can trade with him, really.
Okay.
Will take a little bit longer now, though.
It will, and I don't really know if Axe is a hero that doesn't care to CS on... Like, I think he's fine CS on the tower, especially with a quelling.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind.
That's kind of my surprise here as well. Like, sure, you get the synergy with the Cinderbrew and you get a very safe start to the lane for Petu, but the Axe doesn't care. He got himself a Ring of Protection, the creeps do basically nothing to him, and now Slayer is so far forward.
Yeah, Earthspike in a second. He TPs all the way home because he would have died else as Gilger. Ooh, he's going to stay alive. Fairy Fire, keeping him topped up, and then immediately into the healing salve. Trying to get these tranquils online ASAP. Of course, this is Courier somehow is going to be able to make it out. This is a Monk Courier as well. Nice little, I believe this is a Baboon. I don't really know my primates too well. I don't even know if a Baboon is a primate. There might be a bio major in the chat to correct me.
A baboon should be a primate.
It seems legit to me. Seems legit to me.
Then again, I was molecular biology, not
Ah,
actual
okay.
microbiology.
Okay. Not really too focused on the kingdoms and phylums with that one, I want to say.
No, mostly on can it produce hydrogen peroxide and that sort of thing.
I see. And whether or not the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, of course.
I can put that one to rest for you. It is.
Okay, very good. Very good. So that's what I remember from my high school biology class. But, well, no, unfortunately, Tanner is not in this game, because that would have been the perfect segue into a Tanner from high school joke. But here's now level 2. Here's the poison attack I thought we were going to see a bit earlier, as Slayer now is going to be actually a little bit easier, or easily able to get CS in this lane, because Petu is now starting to suffer a little bit here, at least until he gets that healing salve up.
Tofu immediately focusing down the mana pool of that Viper, very limited by that. You can get a bunch of poison attacks out of it, but it's not that much, especially not if this line keeps soaking all your mana away. That's 4 poison attacks going right there.
And I actually think this is, I mean, it's such a meme, but I actually think this is a lane where if I see a second point early on in mana drain, I go, yeah, actually kind of seems legit. First blood down bottom from Stormer, as there's, I should have recognized this. As General's going to die. They love this combo. Syrian Chains into Exort Invoker. I brought it up earlier with the Marana.
You did.
But yeah, I forgot to mention it here again, because we'll see that a couple more times, which is maybe, I think, why they run this Ember into the off lane. Or at least a reason for it, because it's going to be a lot easier to kill that 600 HP Terrorblade with the Syrian Chains into Exort Sunstrike setup than it is going to be this 760 HP Brewmaster with 1 less level.
Absolutely agreed. And with the Coddle in the lane, you can indeed just level all 3 of your spells and fish for these opportunities to get the Sunstrike kills.
Yeah. This is actually another combo that they really like running this Coddle with the Ember and the Invoker, usually with Marana, but also, of course, for just infinite Syrian Chains, infinite Sleight of Fists. I mean, it's so obnoxious here for this TB to play into. He's already got these infused range drops. This time, he's not really wasting any time. He's had to deal with this one already in Game 1. They did overcome it, though. They did overcome it. We should say that.
They did. And it was down to a pretty static mid game. I do think that Hellbur Smashers has better ways to push out the waves this time, because I was thinking that maybe it was a vision problem.
Ooh,
as we
okay.
watch.
That will get them the kill. They get General down bottom simultaneously, but the action was top, where Ace gets the kill into Slayer, assisted by the Sunstrike. Space down bottom then finds General. I didn't catch that one, but I assume he was simply just caught by the bushwhack, as maybe Gilger is going to get caught just the same. Oh, goodness.
Ooh, you're not fast enough.
He's not. Auto attack here is going to be coming through, and Big Num not fast enough either, as he picks up his own stack of the infused raindrops. Petushara top lane, though, is going to die to the right clicks of Tofu, who in exchange should go to Seema the Slayer. Big Num does end up actually catching Gilger down bottom. Surprised he decided to go back.
What?
Very high kill lane. Ace actually, he just picked up Vanguard. He'll be fine, I want to say. Maybe not, actually. Oh my goodness, level 2 poison attack is so disgusting, Kips. I think
It's
Ace
incredible.
is...
He has to TP out. Yeah, the ignition.
Wow. Back into the kitchen for Ace. At least into the fountain for now. Yeah, TPing all the way back. But, I mean, he's got Vanguard, but now he's going to have to run back into the lane. So that's a lot of space for Petu. Good lane, FN, just a cheeky little phase shift to make sure he can hold on to that clarity. Wasn't very interested in having it canceled by a lion, thank you very much. Gonna pick up this haste rune. Can't really make any use of it, though, as he's still coiled on up, broken, and killed here, as Slayer will rotate on through for the kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or at least no room for FN here. And Stormstormer will do the same thing as in Game 1. He's going to statically push out this lane, keeping FN here while simultaneously out-farming him.
Dire's
Yeah, and we still are actually holding on to a good amount of these infused raindrop charges for space. basically, for now, it's going to be the equivalent of the Aeon Disc. And yeah, there's the best efforts of Gilger to get through those, quite literally blasting through those with Illuminates. Top lane, broken, and in trouble is Ace. Doesn't have a TP scroll this time around, Kips. 5 stacks of the poison attack, gonna maintain him. Yeah, he's gonna go down, actually. Slowly, but surely, as he's ignited yet again. And that is also... Oh, apparently it does not... Oh, with Slayer taking the kill, it's not gonna rid him of the Battle Hunger, of course. But there's the urn now, first 2 charges for Petu.
And this lane is now officially unplayable for Ace. I was thinking about this during the little bit of a break we had in the killing just now. I think Ace actually needs to rotate to bottom pretty soon and try to push through here. Because otherwise I don't see a way that his team gets an early tower.
General is going to live. Plenty of damage here, and we still have infused raindrop stack, so killing space is actually a lot more difficult than it might appear. Bushwhack is going to find the Coddle, and Gilger, ooh, he's going to be able to get out. Bignum is going for a bit of the dive play, though, with the Scurry as well. Might be able to get away with it. Sleight of Fist in a second, but Bignum's got too much HP, as they have caught the Petishara Brewmaster top lane here. It looks like probably just... Oh, Sunstrike into Hex. Yep, classic combo. We see it all the time.
At least in these games.
Yeah, really.
Pressure on bot lane continues. Space feeling really very comfortable in this lane right now. Not about to walk out just yet. Sunstrike. Yikes. But second time. Gilger, you are very survivable with all your speed, but the range on these hoodwink abilities is deceptive.
There's the tips
He
onto
knows.
the supports. Yeah. Yeah, Scurry makes you very fast. And he keeps taking these deaths here quite surprisingly to the Hoodwink. Newer hero, and actually does pretty good against the Coddle, does well against the Coddle, doesn't really do a lot of good here. He's not Superman, it's a squirrel. But a Coddle normally able to take advantage of like forced pathing through trees, and of course Hoodwink able to play around that with relative ease. As now
With the
Axe
Scurry, she's faster.
is going to probably break his knees here. No, good Hex here onto FN. He snaps the coil, but he doesn't need his knees anymore because he simply TPs away. This is Stormstormer, though, probably take... Oh, no, not with the Fortify, but a lot more damage onto the Tier 1 tower. And again, a very static lane, as you've called before, but once again, a pretty good timing on this Hand of Midas. Straight into it after the brown boots, but pretty good timing nonetheless.
Bignum and Gilger. I think we're going to see these two hunt each other a lot.
Oh yeah, there they go into Stormstormer now in the mid lane. Good stun's going to stop Petru from getting off the ultimate. Ultimately, that's not going to change anything, as Tofu trying to TP away. Sharpshooter is not enough damage. It was good effort from Bignum, though. Gilger's going to go ahead and blast him once more with the Illuminate. Surprise, Petru decides to rotate it over, and I believe, yes indeed, that he's going to go ahead and copy that general build, at least for now, because he's also going into this Hand of Midas second item after the urn.
Yeah. Normally the Brewmaster just very limited to using his ult as a disruption kind of way. You don't get many kills with it after the mid game, but as a right clicker you scale a lot differently. You could still decide to go into the Aghanims after the minus, of course, but this gives you flexibility to move towards the right click build as well.
General is pushing this tower, not the usual duo that we see pushing. But with the mid tower taken down, it's going to be the Invoker ganking.
FN shouldn't let him, I was about to say. There's no need for this puck to be anywhere else.
Alright, he's going to snap the coil. No Bushwhack comes through, though, out from Bignum, so General's just going to walk around a little bit. Sunstrike now for the puck, who is going to die.
No.
The slight Spirit Bomb there sets up for the kill. Now Fan into the grave he will go after the TP down bottom. Surprised to see no Bushwhack, though, into General.
Yeah, there was no TP scroll on Petishara. He's only just now flown himself in one. That I don't think they needed to lose the mid or the bottom tower there at all.
Did we take the tower mid lane, or was it denied? I believe it was fortified sentry. Not sure actually. Oh, Stormstormer did take the mid tier 1 tower. Okay. So that's 2 towers down. Not denied this time from Helter Smashers, and a more promising early game, right? Because as compared to last time when they had the Ace PL, it's the Ace Axe who's got a much better matchup. He can just simply run at TB, and he's not scared of this butterfly should TB go and build one, and of course he's not going to.
Yeah, no, the butterfly does nothing for you versus the pure damage spins.
Radiant's
Like
bottom
maybe later
tower is
on
under
the
attack.
attack speed, but it's not enough value here.
Not at all.
You're hunting ace though.
Yeah, but he's finished farming the camp a bit too fast here for the support duo. Even level 8 on this Viper. My goodness, Slayer has found farm. And lots of it, hasn't he? He's even out farming a Gilgar Coddle,
Radiant structures are
which is
fortified.
fairly impressive. Even with level 2 Coddle Blast here, you get through these waves very, very easily.
Which is why I find it to be a shame all the more that they let that bottom tower go. I think they could have squeezed this game a lot harder.
Okay, they're going to get Slayer in the mid lane. I was distracted here as they almost find the Coddle in the trees with the Scurry. Not going to catch him, though.
Tofu was waiting in the trees very patiently until anybody showed up.
Stormer down bottom, pushing quite haphazardly, I must say, especially with Hoodwink in the game, as FN will simply drop the coil onto him now. He's going to Alacrity his Forge Spirit, but unfortunately they will all be finished off one by one, or actually simultaneously there by the Waning Rift. That was very, very aggressive pushing from Stormer.
And FN is more than happy to drop the very short cooldown of the coil on that.
Who's this? Tofu in Vizrune? Oh, he's blocks Big Num momentarily. In fact, they're going to go for a kill here because General at the ready. Waning Rift doesn't find
Silence
anyone
misses.
here. There's no Finger of Death, however. They're not going to need it, though, for the kill down. He will go. Tofu's still alive as well, thanks to the healing salve. Seeing the Slayer gets vision, but can't get the auto attack off in time. General even giving the tip to Tofu there. Well played.
Yeah, I think Slayer thought he was dead, so he refused to poison attack on the last shot, and that cost him the kill.
Yep. That little tiny healing salve keeping him alive. Is there a trusty shovel that gave him that salve? No, just his own healing salve saves his life. Nice.
The devil is in the details.
It really is. It really is. And Ace is going to be quickly turning into a bit of a devil himself here, isn't he? With this build. He's now got the Yasha online. Of course, he's a carry player, so he's got now the courier heading on the way to the secret shop with the Manta style recipe, and just needs to farm a little bit more to have his full Manta style online. No Blink Dagger yet, though, but it's still only 14 minutes in.
Yeah, the problem with ruining the lane of an axe is that it's still an axe. As soon as he disappears into the jungle, he's going to be farming up a storm. He's catching up rather quickly.
Yeah. And although it's a different brother, speaking of the Storm, the Ember, is also doing a bit of farming himself, isn't he? He's going actually Yule Scepter, so very utility-based Ember Spirit. Reminds me of the Ember mids we used to see that would go Blade Mail or Halberd, Yules, you know. What was it? Vessel. Oh, goodness. Remember Vessel every single game on mid lane Ember Spirit?
Yeah, I was a big fan. You, not so much? I
No,
take it?
no, not really. I don't know why I didn't really like it. I mean, to watch it was fine, but if I'm not mistaken, that was the Ember patch where he had like a +4 second Searing Chains duration talent, and you would just sit on high ground and get Searing Chains all game and then die.
It's true. I mean, who needs damage if you have that? Or like right-click items.
Oh, well, the Searing Chains on the scene with the Slayer. Or just Slayer. They're going to try and get through him. Sunstrike, very high level. Not enough for the kill. That'll trigger the TP, though, from Petushara, who's got the ultimate. Can't use it, though, because he's swept up by the Tornado. They get the Lion elsewhere on the map as FN looking to close the gap. He's stuck on the high ground, but he still has the cast range there for the coil. Boulder hurled towards Stormstormer. Will find him, as he's at least going to find the creep wave to use the Hand of Midas. But he's going to fall nonetheless. It's an Invoker Graveyard down bottom, isn't it? Really struggling.
Stormstormer not having a lot of luck in this game. At the very least, he's got his Midas BOT secured, so it's not like a couple of extra deaths are going to hurt him too much. But it's frustrating nonetheless, especially when Space is pushing your mid tower and you already AoE magic damage.
Yep, and now Gilgar is going to be able to escape. Or sorry, Gilgar's going to be killed off by Space here. Axe with the call, finds one. It's going to be on a big number, but FN plenty of magic damage. Even Space tossing in a couple of auto attacks from the river. We need a bit more, and Bushwhack is actually going to find this kill here onto Ace. They kill each other half actually at the same time. Looks like Battle Hunger finds the squirrel. And that is still ends up being, what, 4 kills in favor of Team Unique and this Tier 1 tower in the mid lane as they force the issue and get the better trade here.
Extremely expensive. The axe is not a TB counter if he is not actually fighting the TB. He will just simply mow through all of your defenses. Regen doesn't do much for you when you're getting hit in these big chunks. I think it's just for all three of these cores of Hellbear Smashers right now, it's too risky to make plays up, but they have to, because otherwise nobody is doing anything. The TB gets too much space. And pretty sure as well, he's still going Aghanim Scepter, so he's going to get these team fights on lockdown.
Sunstrike for mid lane. They don't quite catch the puck though. FN having maxed the phase shift already. At level 14, of course. Well, not of course, right? Because normally you'd be, I think, 1 skill point shy of it. No, he's 14, so
No.
No, you would, right? Because he skipped the point in the second. He skipped the second point in Dream Coil. By the looks of it, he's not holding on to.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
I was about to say that doesn't quite lie. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. I wonder why he's decided to do that.
Well, probably exactly for the reason that he just demonstrated.
True. Yeah. True. Not too big of a deal anyway. Coil mostly for the control here, not so much for the damage.
He's got two extremely high damage supports with him.
Yeah. And a very high damage core, right, with this TV if he decides to show up at fights, which he has been whenever meta and his farming patterns have lined up.
And with that death of Ace, he is now significantly behind onto space. The Skadi definitely does present a bit of a problem to an Axe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See, I'm only bringing this up because I see a lot of people mentioning it in the chat, saying that this Viper support's going to start falling off, and I'm not too sure about that, to be honest. He's going to be able to tank a couple of spells here. He's going to go straight into Guardian Greaves, so this is like the very classic but outdated thought of Viper being very tanky with Corrosive Skin and a mech into Greaves, Force Staff, maybe even a Rod of Atos, right? Like, that's how people used to start playing Viper this patch, and then everyone was like, oh wow, Dragonlance is OP, and then just played him as a tertiary core instead. But on support Viper, I think this is the play. This is the play for Slayer.
Yep, and he's not going to be irrelevant until the Axe gets a BKB. Because the Nether Toxin will always be disabling the spins.
Yep.
That's
Absolutely.
actually huge.
Even just with the first point in it, he doesn't really care for the damage much, does he? He's just really here for the break. 8 seconds at every level anyhow. There's going to be that Ag Scepter finished up for Petushara. So lots of tornadoes or cyclones in game 1 from him, and I expect to see plenty more this time around versus the Axe especially. And yeah, actually, especially versus the Axe, right? Not to mention just Cyclone, but also the Dispel Magic is going to tear through his Mantle Illusions. Very similar problems for Ace, despite playing two very different heroes. Yeah.
And now Helmer smashes up.
Break, smoke break by Ace, though. Made that one look really easy. Just casually breaking the smoke of 4 enemy heroes and then remnanting back. Oh, almost got the Searing Chains that I want. This should be Slayer dead, though. I mean, they did just see FN TP away. The Sunstrike is completely off the mark from Stormer. And the mech, not going to be enough burst healing. They cut down the tree as well. That was actually Gilger cutting down the tree. The very, very rare Quelling Blade for the Coddle. It has a lot of use this game, as there's going to be the first Brewmaster ulti. First, of course, because he does have Ags if they choose to continue fighting. Dispels the Tornado. Boulder is going to hurl. And, well, it's going to be General then taken down by Petushara. 2 for 1, quite the expensive trade.
That's straight into Rush.
It should be.
Incredibly expensive. Yes, and you can see here a problem that's already going to happen. They can't really jump Slayer. He takes so much time, especially with the burst heal on his side as well, to bring down, that by the time they're done, the entire team has reacted. But you kind of do want to take him down before your axe jumps, otherwise you get into the problem that you're not going to be bringing down the TB.
And even if, even if he does... I mean, the thing is, it's so annoying, because there are not many support heroes, especially, I can think of, where if they cast one single spell, the fight already is awkward. Like, you all of a sudden, I think you don't really care. I mean, you do, but like, if he at least spits Nether Toxin on the ground, you already are like, what's the point, right?
Yeah.
And there's not many other supports, I feel like, that actually have that kind of effect in the game. Viper is quite unique, and it's very giraffe specific, because if you don't have like a Spectre or a Carry Axe or, I don't know, like a PA, you don't really care about that, but you do this game very much.
Yeah, if it was just the Hoodwink with the break, Hoodwink is very killable. We've seen her die to single Sunstrikes.
Whoa, this is a very fast Roche. I'm surprised they alacrity the Invoker instead of the Axe, but it's not going to matter, because guess what? Helber Smasher is just going to get this Roche on for free. Down it goes, and I think that's going to be a bit of a shock to Unique, who didn't have any vision set up for it and didn't scout it.
I think they were just a little bit too busy casually farming. Force staff nearly finished on the Viper.
Stormstormer this game, I want to say compared to game 1 when he went for a strikingly similar build. Oh no, he's doing it again, isn't he? He is doing it again, Kips. I thought he was going to finish the BKB first, but he's not.
It's the choice he is not.
Okay, well,
that one unsold tangle always really annoys me, by the way.
he's saving it for later in case he needs a snack.
Hey, you could make the argument that he's gonna take down a hoodwink tree with that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh goodness, sorry, everything on my desk is falling over. One moment.
These aren't any birds flying into your windows.
Not yet. All the birds are asleep. It's 2 a.m.
2 more hours and they will be awake again. Don't worry.
Regeneration!
And Ace has his blink right now. This is normally really the acceleration point of an Axe carry draft. With the shard, with the manta, with the blink and an Aegis. But the problem here is just that if he gets broken, he's just standing in the middle of 5 enemies.
Yeah, did we see, by the way, what we used Cataclysm for there? It was a Cataclysm, if I'm not mistaken, right? I heard it. Sorry,
I didn't see it. It might have been just a singular...
Maybe it was just a Sunstrike.
Sunstrike?
Okay.
I think it was a Sunstrike.
See here. Okay,
No.
there's going to be a smoke broken by Tofu and Ace, who both blink back. Space, though, continuing to give chase. Oh, the double blink, though. Both Tofu and Storm are going to dodge that coil. FN this time not going to be as lucky. Of course, he's boldly moving in as well, because the same exact build for FN quite literally Kips all 3 games in a row. And an Aeon Disc here a little bit faster this time around, as Big Num is going to eat a very spicy meatball. And well, squirrels, they're meant for, you know, acorns and nuts, not so much for meatballs, so he's going to be taken down immediately.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah, that's
attack.
enough for Space to back off. You're not going to take a full-on team fight there without Dream Call and without your Hoodwink.
Okay, but there's a Viper Strike, though. It's going to find Gilger. But Gilger is actually very fast, and he's going to be able to live through it thanks to the Glimmer Cape providing the damage resist. Tofu not as lucky, though. Caught by the Primal Split of Petushara as the lift will find Invoker. FN closing the gap. Doesn't have the coil, though. We don't have the BKB with the blink out by Stormstormer. Excuse me. He's going to make it out. General from behind now. Searing Chains onto 2 will prevent the Primal Split from coming out. And it's a big call from Ace as he finds Space. Doesn't get the dunk out to Petushara, though. And Space actually gets off the Sunder. So Ace now stuck between a rock which has been hurled at his face and, well, a poisonous place. Doesn't get any spins off. They're the only person spinning is Stormstorm. He's going to come back down, drop the Cataclysm, dodged by everyone. There's no longer at least a break for Ace, but he's still going to find himself with a boulder to the face, and down he will go. Stormstormer able to just barely escape here. But again, a difficult fight to swallow for Hellbear Smashers, despite it looking so darn good there with that call.
That's Sunder. They were waiting with the Ace engagement until Slayer had already spent the Nether Toxin. That's still a 14-second cooldown. If he spends it and you jump immediately after, he's not going to have it for the rest of hopefully your TB kill. But unfortunately, Space just gets the Sunder off, and after that, Ace is toast.
Yeah, that he is. General at least able to escape with his life. General, by the way, basically just... Well, Yules is not too much of a mid laner item these days anymore, but basically kind of just playing like a mid laner with his build. Ags, which is almost completed here in just 5 more seconds, into probably Refresher for him. Stormstormer, though, eager to get this tower down. They did lose Aegis in that last fight. It's getting a bit more difficult here for the Hellbear Smashers. General is going to be scouted, going into the trees, gets at least the Remnant back before the coil could find him.
The only advantage that you have here as Hellbear Smashers leftover unique is that your cooldowns are much, much shorter. So right now, with the meta down, this is your window.
Tofu, this would be a huge catch. The Hex, of course, almost guarantees it. They're not going to be as lucky when it comes to the Earth Spike, thanks to the 4 staffs coming through, and the Mech Burst Heal. Giving FN the confidence to go on forward on that jaunt.
That man and orbing through is going to give me a heart attack someday.
No Aeon Disc either. He's going to come back in 5 seconds. I thought he had it, to be honest, when he was jumping on in. He did not.
No, he just does that.
Confidence. I mean, he had the whole team to back him up here. Only 1 Primal Split was at the ready, but 4 staff, I suppose, was there for Viper. It's down General with the Arcane Rune. He's got Ags, by the way. He bought it mid-fight, left a Remnant, TP'd home, and now has an Arcane Rune to boot. And a Coddle, which of course is going to help not so much with the Remnant cooldowns, but with the rest of your cooldowns. As he's going to just, find the puck in the river. That's a TP canceled. Coil does find General, though, silenced up. There's Aeon Disc popped. Tofu in position with a Hex. Sunstrike into the Finger of Death. Down he will go. Ace with the jump on in here. Finds two of the illusions as they lift only the Axe illusion. And actually, that's for the better, because Space is going to show up and just shred Ace. Down he will go. No chance to spin because of the Sharpshooter, and there is a pause. I'm going to pause, or sorry, immediately apologize. Tashar just hits him with the affirmative. I can only assume it's some severe server lag.
Yeah, or... I don't know, is monitor falling over?
Could have been. Mine almost did a second ago. But it's just going to be the Axe for the puck. Kind of an even trade here, especially if Hellbear Smashers, in my opinion, don't lose any further heroes. We have to use... Well, we didn't have to... Yeah, we had to use meta there to get the kill onto the Axe. It's going to be up by the time Roshan respawns, though, so it's not that big of a deal. I thought Rosh was up a lot sooner. Not the case.
Such a wild jump from Ace. Very uncharacteristic. Like, maybe a frustration play? Like, he knows he doesn't have many goes this game, so that he only really gets his Brewlings down there. And Fen is already dead.
Yep. Yeah, that was a bit of an aggressive play. I think he's the only one that kills Brewlings, though, is the issue. Oh, his General is going to get a Viper Strike, but he's got Yule Scepter to ignore a lot of the damage. He'll be fine. Free kill there onto the Viper, who is trying to push waves. His game becomes a bit more difficult now. No, yeah, I mean, I guess it's because he's the only one that can kill Brewlings. And I thought it was actually a mistake to lift the Axe Manta style, but again, it worked out for them in the end. Ace with their sorry, make that space, was quite happy. Very confusing for SP, you know. We've got the SP for Ace as well. It's just they're just silent, and it stands for special because a lot of his carries are rather special games. Okay,
special as in unique?
This is quite the jump from FN, especially because he doesn't have Aeon for another couple of seconds. Tornado's not going to find him, and unbelievably, he's actually going to live. Silence, and actually now hit by the Cold Step. Aeon Disc ready to go as soon as he dies off. Gem on deck, but recovered by Big Num, as with Petushara popping the Primal Split, and no longer want to fight around the area.
Unique once again saying, alright, they're going to press the issue because we don't have meta right now, and we're still going to bring the fight. We're not going to give this tower up for free. This time, not working out as well as it did the last time. Stormer spends a cozy 6 seconds up in the air.
Yeah, just a very annoying ability, that one. There he goes. That'll be the tower finally taken. Well, Fortify will make them come back for it, but with the puck dead, and especially without the coil at the ready, I do not think they're going to be too worried about it. Down it will go. Roshan respawning shortly. No, very long rush. 2 minutes. Well, just long rush. Very long would be the 2 minute 50-second respawn, but still quite long here. We'll have to wait a while until that second rush is ready to be fought over.
I would actually like to see Space moving on into an Aghanim Scepter again, like he did before, but maybe he's just waiting to get it from a Roshan once again. But right now his team is definitely suffering in these windows where he is not available to join the fights.
And you gotta love professional Dota 2 players. Mans drops his full Ayaskadi to use his 6 stick charges. Just ultra efficiency.
Why use your backpack?
Why use the backpack? That puts your Ayaskadi on cooldown, of course, Gibbs. I mean, obviously you know that, but why use it?
Yeah.
Why use it? It's too safe. Gotta make the baller play. Little meatball. Gonna secure all the CS. General not allowed to take any of them.
I mean, it's not like dropping your items for efficiency has ever led any pro players to lose big matches, right?
No, definitely not. What was it? Yules, wasn't it, in that game? I believe.
Yeah.
On a Storm? On a Lesh?
Possibly.
On a Lesh.
I thought it was a Storm.
Could have been. Could have been. Either way. Forever memeable. I guess he wasn't underneath this tier 2 tower, but it just raises my blood pressure a little bit. Do you remember, I want to say it was during the Kiev Major, when, was it SG or Pain really had, that was like the first really big major where SA was like commanding a lot of respect. And I think you had like Tavo or someone on main stage just dropping items in laning stage, dropping an item as Juggernaut and almost denying it to the bemusement of Purge.
Tavo is a macho man.
Yes, that's the gem fed back. Gilgur is going going to be a bit upset to have taken that death there as he was looking to scout for Roshan. So that's quite significant because I believe, yeah, FN still has his, and they're going to probably send this other gem back immediately, not wanting to waste it.
Yeah, and I think this Coddle, you probably haven't played the matchup into this Hoodwink very often, but one of the reasons why Coddle is so useful is because you're usually hard to find. You use that Coiling Blade to hide in the trees, you nuke the waves. Ooh, that was close.
That was very close. And Tofu, oh my goodness, what a... Still dodges the sharpshooter, doesn't even care. He's not going to really stop the push much, is he? But at least, you know, puts the fear of the lion in them a bit. Cataclysm is going to be here. I want to say that was for Seema the Slayer, but he's got Force Staff, so he just simply moves himself in the Searing Chains. Doesn't find a kill. And once again, well, I mean, hey, we get the tier 3 tower down bottom thanks to the Cataclysm on the wagon, so not a bad trade for what is a tier 2 top lane. But once again, Cataclysm in the mid game, not really coming together. Brewmaster might be in a bit of spot of trouble, though. Is rooted up. He's going to have struggle here to actually... No, not with the Andis. He's not going to struggle to get off the ultimate. Oh, the Hex from Tofu, though, stopping him in his tracks. We still have the Axe Call, and this should be a kill. Ace is not getting in there, though. I think he was afraid of maybe the puck or something. And now, ready to go back in. Here's Ace with the call. Does find Slayer. There's going to be General. As they proc the Andisk of Slayer, Coil onto 3s, holding him down in the river, but Ace is going to use the BKB and find the dunk immediately onto Roshan. He will go as they're looking for more. General scouts through, but he's going to eat the silence, and now a couple of auto attacks out from space as he uses the Metamorphosis. Yule's sceptered up, though, as General. It's his own Yule's, unable to escape. A great silence, though, onto Axe, but he's got the Met style to dispel it, but he's found space and didn't really want to. He was trying to save his comrade General there from going down, was unable to do so. Buyback from Petusharo here has Hellbear Smashers maybe redoubting their efforts to fight for this one. The General's going to buy back. Second Roche is up.
There's no coil available.
That's one of 2 ultimates here for the Primal Split, by the way. Tofu very lucky to escape as the Dispel Magic doesn't come through in time for the Hurl Boulder to connect. Storm Panda being held down. Ace with the big call in onto 3. There's going to be the Cataclysm on top. Is that enough for space? Yes, it is. The Hex will secure it as the Aegis is on the deck. Finally picked up by General. Perfect as he just bought back anyway. Second Primal Split's going to come through. Big them in a lot of trouble. General's found him. Tofu's hit him with the Earth Spike, and he should be going down relatively quickly as he's turned from a squirrel into a frog and killed off. Make that Ace kept alive, but that was going to be the Cataclysm combo that we were looking for basically this entire game, Kips.
I guess you really only do have to hit one. I can't believe Unique just did that, honestly. Even if Petushara gets caught in the top side of the map there, he has a buyback. You can get him back. You don't need to feed hero after hero into him. From the early meta pop to the fact that there's no real good vision to get out a good Dream Call in this fight, it's just all extremely awkward. And they had the meta. This was their strong point. There did not need to be an Aegis onto General right now.
I'm actually kind of shocked that they're gonna get Slayer down here. Although FN is TPing in, he might consider this. Ace is gonna get the freest call of his life, but not many spins because the Nether Toxin is out. See, the Slayer though is gonna be able to assist here a little bit with that Alacrity. I believe he's Alacrity. No, it's onto the real axe at least. The Slayer is dunked down, but General and Gilger both ready to try and make this jump here onto FN, and he's gonna go down 90 seconds here, minute and a half without the buyback.
Unnecessary.
Oh, General.
2 times in a row. Save your buddies in a row. He has nothing to fear. He has a DD.
He does. And Aegis. A little cheeky Sunstrike there for Petushara. He's going to proc that Aeon Disc. I'm going to get to work right on these buildings. Metamorphosis up in 10 seconds. Switch over to buyback status very quickly here. We can monitor that. The Viper currently with buyback along with Bignum and Space, who's holding on to it, not buying out for the Daedalus quite yet. I believe that is his courier heading to the secret shop. Nope, no, it is not. That's going to be the Squirrels. For now, these buildings going to go down relatively quickly. There's no AC yet for Ace, but even with Alacrity, he's a pretty strong pusher.
Yeah, he spins enough. And since Ace has a BKB now, Space actually has to play so careful. Yeah, that does suck.
He felt pressured to use it there. He was afraid of the jump from General. That's why he didn't just tank it and sunder a big number or something like that. They're terrified of the jump from General or Ace, but both of them are almost instantaneous. FN just doesn't have buyback, and Hellbear Smashers, now they know they're going to try and get this Primal Split out to see if they can, buffer the ultimates here. And unfortunately, they've forgotten to get the creep wave. Bot lane has somehow pushed in. and mid lane was never pushed in. Cataclysm onto 2. It's not going to catch anyone, though. Ace, at least with the call, is going to find at least one, and it's a big one onto Pets, who does not have the buyback because he bought back earlier to get into the Roche fight. The Dream Coil does hold down the rest of the backliners, but you've already lost the Brewmaster, and now with Aegis still on General, Hellbear Smashers are released into the base.
I thought we were going to see Metapop there.
He jaunted in space now without BKB for 20 seconds. Aeon Disc at the ready here for the puck. So they're going to go for everyone else. A beautiful 2-man Earth Spike here is going to at least get the Aeon Disc out from Big Num. And there's going to be General. No, still not losing his first life. FN, not enough damage here. Needs just one more auto attack. General making it difficult as his own Aeon Disc is going to come online, preventing him from going down. And FN is going to be caught by the call, the cold step, and they don't even need the dunk here, Kips. Dead for another minute and a half. Stormer on the way in with his best Toronto Tokyo impression. Unfortunately, cannot connect on the old ice wall. But again, they're just still freed into the base.
And it's now all up to Space. He spent the entire time waiting for his BKB to come off cooldown, praying that his puck wouldn't die in the meantime, but he did, and now it's just him versus the Horde.
At least they can't get the Megas yet. So this tier 2 in the top lane, as well as this wave being pushed all the way to where the Dire tier 1 used to stand. But for now, with the recall bringing back the Axe, he now has the AC, and this is going to increase their pushing power as Ace, once again, misses the call. Broken, but not otherwise too bothered by the fact, as once again, we've had to use the TB Metamorphosis to not get much accomplished. Bignum nearly finish off in the fountain. As down goes the Viper. He's got buyback. Puck's back in 30 seconds, but the Throne's exposed. General and Ace making very quick work of it. There's no TB for the... Or sorry, there's no BKB for this TB. He's got the meta active, but they're just keeping him out of the fight, Kips. Yule sceptered up, and the Throne will fall around him. Unique are going to fall in Game 3. Hellbear Smashers get the reverse sweep in the series, and they'll get the rematch versus Team Spirit in the Grand Finals.
The BKB from Ace was always going to present quite a big hurdle to take for the side of Team Unique here, but I do think that they just let a perfectly winnable game slip out of their hands. I mean, they hadn't won by any stretch of the imagination, let me make that very clear right here, but they certainly had the tools, and as you can see by the way that FN was playing his way through the entire team, even in the very last fight, they could have certainly made something happen, but their deaths were just so unfortunately staggered, and that use of the BKB from Space was just crucial at the end there. He could not step in, or he did not feel like he could step in. He did not dare to risk his life until it was way too late already.
Yeah, and I was surprised. I said we need a long-range way to get rid of these Aeon Discs, right? And actually, I think the Ember was a pretty elegant solution to that, wasn't he? Especially with how quickly General was able to dodge in and out of these fights, picking up Aegis as well towards the end. Ooh. Great game. Great game from the Hellbear Smashers, honestly. I had doubts. I seriously had doubts as well because I thought this Viper pick was very mean, and I still think it was very mean. But as you say, the game, it slipped away from them. Very unfortunate here. But that is going to be Unique still with an impressive finish. I have to commend them. This was a much better Unique than I've seen, and a Unique that continues to grow tournament to tournament here as they'll finish third place here overall in the D2CL season number 2. So congrats and well played to them, because they did give Hellbear Smashers a real run for their money. And
they sure did.
Hellbear Smashers now are going to move on to an even bigger and stronger opponent, an opponent that's beaten them 2-1 in round 2 of the upper brackets. They now have the rematch. It's a best of 5 this time, guys. That's right, Team Spirit, the only TI qualified team here in the D2CL Season 2. Looking to defend their title versus Hellbear Smashers. That game, guys, is going to be starting very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll probably have about a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 1 between Hellbear Smashers and Team Spirit. We'll catch you then. Why, hello everyone, and welcome back. For the first time, for the last time, really, I was about to say welcome back for the first time in this best of 5 grand finals, but welcome back to our last series for the D2CL. An absolutely perfect introduction here for what has otherwise been a pretty fun tournament as well. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it, if whether or not you've been tuning in since D2CL Season 1, or you're just tuning in now to catch some Hellbear Smashes versus Team Spirit action. Thank you guys so much for joining us on your Sunday evening. We've got a pretty late starting best of 5 Dota series about to begin underway here. Without further ado, let's get into this draft. Kips joining myself here, Seek and Strike, for the call here for the grand finals. Kips, how's it going? Did you get a little bit of a snack in between our break?
Got a bit of a break, got myself a ginger beer, and got myself some cookies, a bit of a smoothie, so I am completely refueled and ready to go, and I hope Hellbear Smashers is as well. Because they, of course, have already played a full best of 3 before this, and now have potentially 5 more games to go.
Radiant team banned.
They could. They did get an extended break. They asked for 30 minutes to eat food, and the admins did graciously accept that. Team Spirit as well, patiently waiting. And, well, they're going to be ready to go here. And, well, it's been 4 puck games in a row. Mid lane for Stormstormer, so he's already quite warmed up to the idea. This time around, though, Spirit very keen to ban out the Axe, very keen to ban out the Invoker, so we'll go for the next best thing here for the Stormstormer this game, which is going to be TA. And very quickly, just a very mundane slice of life fact here from Team Spirit. If you guys don't follow them on Twitter or any of the socials, they're also, of course, on VK for the Eastern Europeans that might be tuned into the English stream. Definitely check them out. Young team going to TI. Very, very entertaining to watch. Definitely up-and-coming team. Super talented. And even got, Toronto Tokyo with a brand new look. He dyed his hair. He got a fresh new cut.
I saw that.
Going into this game. So we'll see if that's going to give them the energy that they need to get through our series here today.
He is an absolute mad lad. So let's talk about this draft here, though, because I spy with my little eye a lot of general heroes getting the boot. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Batrider ban here as well, just to make extra sure that anything the general could play that could mess up the game of this Terrorblade is going to be removed.
Still have a couple of carries, though, available. In fact, not one carry's been banned here so far, Kips. Just offlaners, mid laners, and supports. I guess carry axe. Not necessarily true, right? But no Drow Ranger, no PL, no Medusa, right? Those are usually the 3 that you'll see get banned out after a TB first phase, and we're not going to see any of them from Spirits, as they will actually just continue banning offlaners for general. So the Brew, the Pango, and now the Bats all taken out.
Yep, I think that's pretty simple to explain by the fact that Templar Assassin right now is way more of a carry, not just in terms of her itemization and the way that teams utilize her, but also just the way that they view her in general. You see a lot of drafts with like this almost double offlaner style together with the Templar Assassin. Of course, we're not actually going to get double offlaners here, most likely for Hellbear Smashers, because there's barely any offlaners left already. But yeah, the Templar Assassin is going to be most of the matchup versus the Terrorblade, and it's not actually that favored. Your biggest hope for the TA is to hit your power spike earlier and harder, and then immediately squeeze in the map once you get to, let's say, Dragonlance, Deso, BKB, Blink, or something like that. And then you fish for the game finish before the Terrorblade can cross that hump. Because in the direct fights, your minus armor doesn't do a whole lot.
No, it does not, especially when you've got all that plus armor, well, 7 starting armor for the TB. Usually you can get around this. I thought I was going to sound like a genius. I was about to say, by picking something like the Elder Titan, who is going to give you that armor aura, or the minus armor aura, I guess, more specifically on Natural Order, which usually tears through heroes like the TB. But a hero that also makes life difficult for the Terrorblade, as if his matchup versus TA already kind of struggles because of refraction, is Mars, because he's going to be blocking a lot of your projectiles, redirecting them with that Bulwark active as well. And that will be here the hero for General. So 3 offlaner bans is going to force General to play something a little bit more standard here. It'll be the Mars for him.
we immediately get the Hoodwink as an answer, so his abilities to soak up so much damage from the front are going to be broken pretty often in this game. Still a good pick though, decent magic burst in the lane, also good synergy with a potential Elder Titan pick if Hellburst Smashers feel the need to go for that, because right now they're pretty
5 seconds
lackluster
remaining.
on the AoE magic damage, and I think they could use a whole lot more.
Very true. Yeah, very true. I wouldn't mind the ET pick. Hunts a Hoodwink decently because you can scout for vision or scout her out in the trees with the Spirit. Not great versus Puck, but we have a Lion and maybe even a Mars to help close the gap and help mitigate that fact. It is a Toronto-Tokyo Puck, right? So that's, I mean, maybe we do want one more hero to help out, but it's, I think Tofu on the Lion has had some pretty incredible games. He's warmed up playing versus a Puck as well, literally 3 games in a row before this. So yeah, I kind of like the ET. The concern is that we can still get like an Ench to counterpick you. It would be, but I think you're fine with that because that's a really awkward support duo. Hoodwink Ench, I'm not really in love with the sound of that. Yes, it's the forces of nature rather coming out to try and kill you. But it's very weak. That's not something I expected either.
Ooh. That is something that they've held in their pockets. I wonder if they're going to be playing this support or over on a side lane. Do they switch the Templar Assassin over?
So we have seen Tofu take up that spear and shield once, and he absolutely killed it. I remember casting that game with Bowie. He actually, with the Blink Dagger alone, was able to find and catch and kill Void Spirit by himself, a mid lane Void Spirit. And granted, Void Spirit, not the best hero these days, but that's also not something that should be happening. And
No.
all of Hellburst Smashers were so darn impressed that General and the rest of them even immediately dropped tips onto Tofu. So it's something they can do. I believe this is going to be a Gilger hero, however. I think this is going to be the position for Pugna. This is something that they've done before. But again, they could flex it to the 3 if they want to run this Mars as a 5. That's also possible.
So Pugna is
10 seconds
both as
remaining.
like a supporter for a high damage carry, keeping them in the fight with the heal, as well as the AoE magic damage is really good for clearing out the TV illusions. He's going to provide a lot of tempo on the map with pushing down towers, and last but not least, of course, to decrepify it. TB does not like building BKB all that much. He's mostly forced into it these days, but it's definitely going to be a must here. Otherwise, he's going to spend most of these fights decrept and not hitting anybody.
Yeah,
10
super
seconds
annoying.
remaining.
I'm wondering, like, if this... Well, no. I think this should be
5
just a 4
seconds
Pugna,
remaining.
to be honest. Because I was thinking about it. Oh, if we get Ags, you can instantly nuke all of the illusions. Shard, potentially, which gives you, every 1.5 seconds you channel Life Drain, gives you a secondary target that only targets heroes, not illusions, I believe. That also, it sounds really good. But we've got Lion, who is going to be... What? There's only a couple of heroes that have suck, quote-unquote, type abilities. I want to say it's Lion, Pugna, and Bane, right? Bane still on Fiend's Grip does suck a little bit of your mana.
Death Prophet.
Death Prophet, of course. Spirit Siphon, how could I forget? I think that's it. But
I think that's it as well.
but we deal with these illusions, I think, fine enough with the Lion was the point I was going to make.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, it would have been a bit double.
yeah, a little bit too much even. But anyway, final ban's coming through. We still need a carry for sure. So Spirit are going to ban a couple of better ones here. Faceless Void along with that Drow Ranger. As the tiny support comes through. Yeah, I think that's going to be a tiny 4. Or Mira.
Is it, though?
I think so. I don't think there's any way Toronto Tokyo doesn't play the puck here. He is a tiny player too, but I think he's going to take the puck. Even if it's not the best lane versus TA, it's not the worst lane. TA also struggles to kill you. You guys just farm, and you're pretty happy with it. But
Yeah. I'm thinking about that direct matchup though, because you do take off all of the refraction, which is something the TB struggles with. You murder both Pugna and Lion if you're in a core role. Where there's the utility of a support tiny, I feel like you'd probably pick something else here. If all you're concerned with is mostly the initiation and the refraction, I'm sure there's heroes you can get that would
what?
get that same route. Okay.
I literally haven't seen this hero in a couple of years, I think, competitively.
It is Mira though.
It is
So
a mirror.
Toronto Tokyo
Yeah, on
will
the
take
puck.
the puck.
I
Never
think-
mind me.
I think you brought up a fair point there, but I think with a with a Darkseer, I think the lane is pretty good actually between the Tiny and Darkseer. Otherwise, the Puck has to support, and I think that there's just no good lane duo here. But outside of that, like Tiny, even as a support or a core, he still just one-shots Pugna and Lion with a blink anyway, right? Yes, the point versus TA is valid, but with Ion Shell, maybe we can still blow through that. Well, we'll see. But what is this lone druid hero? I mean, what does he even do these days? What's his shard?
I mean, an ace specialty, that's for sure. And we were talking during the previous series about how beating TB is really all about making sure that you get to restrict his farming space as much as possible. And for that, you need nuke damage to keep him out of the early fights and tower taking ability to restrict that area. So, yeah, this is exactly the kind of carry that you can run next to a Templar Assassin, because you're not going to be taking up her jungle, you're going to be farming on the lanes instead, you're going to be pushing the towers very fast so Gilgar is there with you. And you're going to scale decently in this game as well and not be too bothered by things like a Darkseer. The wall does not matter to you.
No, it does not. The wall does not matter to you. You're also actually quite a hard kill, because as long as you press the button and start the animation, which I think you can do through the avalanche procs, but obviously not if you're in the toss, you get that bonus 1000 HP from your true form. Like it starts. It doesn't really matter if you get stunned immediately after. So killing and bursting this lone druid is quite a difficult task with the way that they've reworked that true form. What a draft. What a draft. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm a believer in the lone druid. It's been a while, I feel like, since we've seen that hero be impactful. I like the reasons you bring up, and I think they're completely valid. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, there has to be a reason that this hero has been ignored for what, all of TI qualifiers and maybe both DPC seasons.
Yeah, I mean, this is a carry matchup patch, and in the end, the lone druid does not actually fight the Terrorblade. Pushing through to the final victory is going to be hard for Hellbear Smashers no matter what, but everything else that they've got going before that, I am quite taken with the ways they've taken this draft. And I just have to say it, I'm like an Ace fan from indeed the Lone Druid days. I am a Matumba Man supporter from, well, all the way back in the Finish Stack days. So give me a Lone Druid. Show me that it's viable. I want to root for this.
We'll see how it's going to work out here. It's even a message here from someone. Lich as well. With the Sinister Gaze, still actually steals a bit of mana. He no longer has his sacrifice. Lich not going to have that much mana, but he's got a little bit of mana.
Such a shame. That's such a great line.
It was, actually. Very, very funny line. I'm just double checking, by the way, because I know the lobby does display a best of 3 format, and I believe it's a best of 5. So I'm looking to confirm that now, real quick, which is why I have a bit of radio silence on my end. But not to worry, because no one's really contesting that for runes. Regardless, the GLHFs come through. And this is really quite a small Tiny. Was he always this small, Kips, or is it just me? He's like...
No. This set in particular makes him really very slender.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It really takes a lot of the bulk out of his waist.
More of a pebble than a boulder here, even at level 1. Toss level 1, a good stun out from Tofu. That should get him out of harm's way, especially because with boots, he's going to be able to outrun this Tiny with only the Windlace.
And he's going to have to continue on doing that, because otherwise he's going to get tossed back into an Ion Shell and probably perish.
All right, we'll take a look at this lane. This is not a lane, though, that Collapse is going to be too happy with. I mean, Ion Shell versus a hero that has 1100 HP is not going to do a whole lot, even if you have 2 of them underneath this tower. The bear can easily tank those, and you just get so many bears as well in lane. Like, Ion Shell is just way too much damage. It's a good amount of damage, but unfortunately over way too much time for it to really feel the impact here in this lane.
Exactly. Ace is not going to struggle whatsoever last hitting versus the tower. And in general, you don't have enough damage in this lane to really bother the bear. Either one of them.
Nope. Either one of them, absolutely. So they're both going to prove to be a bit too tough.
That said, though, as a Darkseer, you're going to farm pretty well in this lane as well. They're not really going to stop you until the roots really start coming out, and that's going to take a couple of levels.
Gilger is slowed a bit by his own reflection, taking a lot of damage. The Bushwhack, though, misses out from Miposhka, and Yatoro will eat that tree out of shame.
Bad tree.
Mid lane.
So
Oh, go ahead.
TB in the lane versus a support Pugna. If you can wait out these first couple of Nether Blasts, you're actually going to do quite decently. But if he manages to get some form of mana regen up, Gilgear can really mess with the TB's laning stage.
Yeah, he can. Especially because, yeah, I mean, the attack range, even in meta, is not too generous, and this is kind of the equivalent of DKs just stunning you and then denying creeps right in your face, except it's even more infuriating because you can still move around. You're just disarmed. Pretty brutal combo. Bit of anti-synergy, right? Bit of anti-synergy with this Pugna pick, just briefly to mention it, versus the Lone Druid versus the TA as well. The General's very quick to save his ally there from a very quick and Kiwi squirrel death. Miposhka, yeah, thinking about turning around, but just wasting a bit of time out from General. Because we have a lot of physical damage, right? And
yes.
I think Decrep is going to be used for sure a lot of the times for save, but I mean, against a Tiny, against even a Darkseer, and a Puck, that might not always be the best thing that
he has to choose his targets very carefully.
Yeah. It's always usually tends to be very true for these heroes like a Winter's Curse or like a what else is there? Like an OD Astral, but definitely rings very true this game. Tofu with full duration, level 1 and mana drain here is doing a lot of work to collapse, though. Who has a bottle at least, and is going to chug on that to at least get a little bit more mana up for this level 2 Ion Shell.
Without the Ion Shell, without the ability to push the bear constantly under the tower, he's going to be taking way too much damage.
Yep. And I can confirm, just a quick little, there was just a quick mistake by the admin when they made the lobby. It's a best of 5 format. So title is correct. We were correct in the intro. Best of 5 format here in the grand finals. A little bit of a late start here, so you'll be up a little bit perhaps into the wee hours of Monday morning with us here on the Tep TV Dota channel. And if you are, thanks for tuning in. I think it's going to be quite the exciting series here between the two teams.
Oh yeah, I think good Dota is the best reason to stay up late.
Yep. Or a good movie. Good movie staying on late,
the best Dota is like a good movie, isn't it?
It's very true. No, it's very true. It has, a couple of things early on that make you go, oh, I can't believe Toronto Tokyo lost his lane to a TA. Can't believe this.
That never happens.
And then into the mid game, all of a sudden, okay, this is interesting. He's making a little bit of a redemption arc, but this is there's no way that the writers let this happen. And then by the end of it, you're pulling out your hair when he's making all these insane plays, and you're just left mouth agape, trying to fill the void of the lack of Dota with popcorn. At least that's how my movies usually end up.
Do you also eat all your popcorn immediately at the start? Because
Yes.
I do.
Yes, I'm very bad at that. I'm very bad at pacing it. Collapse in trouble, snared
Gilgear?
up. He might be in trouble. Gilgear as well, top lane, is going to go first to Miposhka, and Collapse is going to be a little bit too tricky to catch. Okay, never mind. Collapse is going to die to the line right clicks.
I guess he wanted to die anyway, but just hoped that he could interfere with the pull still before it. Huh. Because he's not going to come back into a very favorable lane right now at all. He's going to be pushed so far forward again, whereas this is kind of the point where Mira might want to make a rotation over towards the mid lane. There's a level 6 over on the Puck. This is where you could kill Stormstormer if you have somebody to disable.
Gilgear walks right into Yatoro here, who's going to happily pop the Metamorphosis and put him down to half HP. This wagon is getting free damage on the tier 1 tower, yeah, so they feel pressured enough to fortify. Is this going to ruin anything mid lane? No, actually. This is going to allow Stormstormer to get in a little bit of chip damage in himself. The wagon mid lane has been killed off. Wagon top lane is going to be killed next. And it looks like now a tiny toss. Wow. That the Stampy creep there, not too happy to be involved there, is going to get us a nice stun, and the Ion Shells will do the trick there to kill off Tofu down bottom.
And between this Ion Shell and this Avalanche, Stormstormer actually has to be pretty careful in how far he pushes his luck on this middle tower, because if he gets caught off guard on a rotation, he is paper.
No, you're right. No, you're right. And the combo we would see, by the way, because I think a lot of people go, why would Darkseer ever gank the mid lane? Well, he's not really going to do so directly. All he's going to do is put down this Ion Shell on Tiny. He's going to start TPing, and just before the TP is completed, he hits him with a Surge. And it's as if he was there anyway, because that's basically all the impact he has on the lane. Rocha is going to die top lane. Good spear out from General, as they are contesting this creep wave skip. Or he was contesting the creep wave skip and gets punished for it. So you're totally right. Stormstormer does have to be careful. Luckily, I think he's very keenly aware of this, and for the most part has just been kind of stacking in his triangle, where we see a double stack in the hard camp. Ancient single stacked once, and I don't think they're going to be able to stack those any further because of the Sentry now blocking the camp. That's a Midas already, though, for Ace. On the bear, not on him.
This lane is completely uncontested. And he's going to have a pretty good Radiance timing as well, if Team Spirit don't get the chance to punch through this bottom tower.
Mid lane. They're going to punch through Miposhka, as the Dream Coil's not going to do much. Coil does snap at the very end of it. Maybe that's going to allow them for the skill onto Tofu, but no, he's going to live through it thanks to the Tango regen. Mira slowed to a crawl by the traps. And, well, that Tiny, very sad to have quite literally 0 armor and 0 agi gain as the Meld Strike chops him to pebbles.
Sand on a beach.
Yep. And on the beach. Illusion Rune is going to get Toronto Tokyo out of there a little bit easier without having to use the Illusory Orb. And he's actually gone for a first item Veil of Discord here on the puck. Interesting. I don't know if I've seen this patch. It's been a while since I've seen Veil puck.
That's a bit of an oldie. They're usually also always going for the individual damage with the Witchblade, but the Veil will empower a great many of his teammates here as they go for Stormstormer again. Not very convincingly, though. No. A bit of a half-hearted attempt there, I would say, right? As I think they knew, well, Refraction's up, he'll be fine. But there's Veil up. This is fascinating from Toronto Tokyo. I think he's maybe been experimenting with this in his pubs, perhaps. We used to see this all the time when this 15 talent was like 18% spell amplification, and back when Veil still was 25%, and it removed instead of amping damage. So like these two things stacked together beautifully, and Puck was just dealing way too much magic damage, quite frankly. It was insane.
But then they adjusted that and they fixed it, and then they nerfed Veil a little bit, maybe even too much, because we rarely ever see the item.
I miss the armor.
Yeah, so do I. It was nice. They never wanted to have any int heroes buy too great of an armor item, did they? Same thing with like remember Blade Mail, first item on offlane, offlane Furians, for example.
Exactly. That was such value. Very unfortunate. I guess the rock, paper, scissors needs to remain in place, right?
It does. Yeah, it does. Otherwise, I think you start losing the allure of having certain amounts of strength into Nagi heroes.
I mean, during that patch for a glorious while, we were just getting completely overtaken by the int heroes.
It's true.
Every int hero is a carry now.
That I believe it was also the Kunkka mid lane Radiance patch every single game. It was the mid lane Ember Spirit patch of also going Blade Mail. Even he kind of snuck in there. He was like, hey guys, I'm an int hero too. No, you're not, you silly. Get back in the dumpster. All right, Ace is kind of getting all wrapped around here. They're going to start cutting his waves, but again, with the bear, you can very easily tank tower basically ad infinitum. As he's going to now go ahead and pass the chipped vest on over to the bear. So I think this is just Panda Bear. It doesn't really have a name. Just Panda Bear is going to be clocking in at 14 HP regen a second, Kips. So he's going to...
bad.
No, he's not struggling for really any armor or HP regen here.
Mira finds Tofu. Does Tofu find Mira?
Tofu here. He's here to defend the honor of his local neutral Hellbear Smasher.
Then either you're a Hellbear Smasher or you're not.
Yep. It's a Hellbear Smash or be Hellbear Smasher kind of world, you know. And well, for now, it looks like there's some smashing in the mid lane. There is unfortunately the toss not good enough here, but they are going to kill Tofu because he kind of snaps his own coil. Haster in there active for the time. It means he's easily able to escape the clutches of Stormstormer, and it's just another kill onto the line for free with plenty of rotations from both supports.
The Dragonlance build-up really, that extra strength just really helps out the Templar Assassin. Quite tanky already. Between that and the power treads.
Yeah, actually, really good point. Straight into the Deso. Mira going to actually rotate back mid lane with the haste rune, and not really sure why Gilger decides to decrep himself there. I think he decrepped Gilger, didn't he? Toronto Tokyo, pardon me for that. Toronto Tokyo with the Veil of Discord will pop him basically like a balloon, as he does get hit with this trap slow, but Tofu went up to the high ground and does get juked. Oh my goodness, the meld minus armor was... Oh, okay, that's a little bit ridiculous. Trap there is not going to do any damage, of course, just going to be used for the slow. And Stormstormer is going to have to settle then for some damage to the tier 1 tower. They get the kill top lane, however, onto the squirrel, utilizing this first Arena of Blood and a quick little spear, making that one easy for General.
Mm-hmm. And with the Veil build up on Toronto Tokyo, it makes a lot of sense to be rotating all your magic damage dealers into him, but unfortunately they just don't seem to get them past the threshold. Stormstormer now, again?
Yeah, he's got fresh refraction here. Sharpshooter is going to be used for one of the supports. Gilger not enjoying life too much there, but Tofu is going to turn once again, snaps the coil voluntarily, but that'll get him out of range here of the Mira Avatos. It's going to kill Gilger off, though, as Mira, once again, I think he has grown once. No, he hasn't, so he still has 0 -7 armor now, which by my counts is -7, and that equals a lot more damage from this TA.
Oh yeah, every little bit under neutral hits extremely hard.
Yeah, that's the really biggest difference. After that, it's not really too big of a buff. Ace is just, yeah, bully and collapse down bottom. Luckily, Ensnare does have a cooldown. Not very long, and you can kind of perma-ensnare people.
Mm-hmm.
But it does have a cooldown.
Going straight into the Aghanim Scepter here, though, that's going to provide a lot of sustained damage and a lot of resistance to the burst damage.
Oh, they have a toss the bear. Oh, Panda's still alive, though. Unbelievable. He lives on 100 HP. That's very tilting. And now, in fact, they're thinking about turning on to Mira. They're thinking about it. Quite tanky to the magic damage, including the life drain, but Gilger will just go ahead and top himself off there. And do a little bit more damage to this tier 1 tower simultaneously. So mid's gone. Mid tower's been taken down by Stormstormer and Gilger. So right now, Team Spirit ought to try and get some sort of defense mounted either top or bottom. Right now, General happily farming away in the top lane. It's Toronto Tokyo still applying pressure mid lane as he goes to the Blink Dagger next after the Veil of Discord. And it looks like so far Collapse is trying to keep them off of this bottom tower for as long as he can. But I think there's only so much you can do here against Demolish and, of course, what is a level 3 Nether Blast already.
Yep, and this is a very bad sign. All 3 of Team Spirit's cores are in the jungle right now, where there is not enough farm for all of them. And all of these towers are on the side lanes are dying without Hellbear Smasher's cores ever rotating out of their lanes. None of them have really left their lanes yet. Like, General took a peep into mid. They didn't really do anything there. Finally, we're bringing Stormstormer to top.
Yep, smoke
this
play
is where
as well.
Team Spirit has to turn.
Okay, so they scout Stormstormer, but now they know the supports are here. They didn't know before, but with all the trees being cut down because of Mars, they weren't actually able to find the jump there too easily, as Ace is going to be able to get the tower down bottom, demolish into the bear. Quite easy. Toronto Tokyo
is down.
Going to come on through. Coil finds one. There's True Form, plus 1,000 HP, thank you very much, but without too much armor, actually with a good amount of armor, Ace is easily living through this one. In fact, they might even turn here. There's going to be the Arena of Blood now, which is going to find and cage Collapse. Down he will go. The bear taking plenty of damage now, but he's still alive. Panda is going to be out of there. Finds nothing to Midas, but they have at least found a puck. Meld Strike as well. Finger of Death from Tofu, number 2, reserved only here for Toronto Tokyo. It's going to be his second Finger of Death stack, both onto him. Mira, again, now into -9 armor. My goodness, just about 2-shot that trap. Not going to do any damage again, but the slow is here. Classic good guy Yatoro, though, here to try and save his mate. But without even the Desolator here, Mira, he is going to... No, he's not. Stormstormer has Blink Dagger. Pardon me. Avatos is going to get through Refraction charges, but he still has the damage and the bonk from General to find the kill.
And this is disastrous now for Team Spirit. They don't really have any plays to make. They don't have HP to stay in these fights, and they definitely don't have the damage to take down any of the cores of Hellbear Smashers. So their hope to get out of this now is this Aghanims on the Darks here, and thwart the initial burst damage of Hellbear Smashers to hopefully stay in these fights and be able to go blow for blow. But before that, they're just getting run over.
They really are. It's. I mean, all the towers are gone already. General during that fight. Sorry, make that Gilger during that fight does get the top lane tower. He dies for it, but honestly, he's pretty happy with that. I would say might die again. But for now, actually, General is the one who's going to be threatening Yotaro, especially with the Yule Scepter on the line. There's Arena in a second. Okay, terrible spear from General. Is going to completely whiff, as the supports will take care of Gilger in the river. Stormstormer is here. Out of mana, though. Doesn't have enough for the refraction, nor enough regen. Another spear from General. This one legitimately a zoning spear, but Stormstormer vacuumed back into his death here, is punched to death by the Karate Master with the sharp head Darkseer.
Rather unnecessary. I guess it's because he just got his blink dagger and he feels like, I can make some things happen with this, but yeah, being out of mana there is very unfortunate.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yep, no mana and unable to really fight more. Smaposhka looking to set up here for the bushwhack. Doesn't see General. General doesn't see him. No, Mapochka's going to say hello. Trapped, though, as Toronto Tokyo was watching over the mid lane. DD active. Mapochka gets the bushwhack off, but it's going to miss anyway. And with that Veil debuff, Toronto Tokyo, Veil, pardon me, debuff, Tofu is, well, minced meat here, basically, Toronto Tokyo. General's chasing, has a Yule Scepter and another Arena. He'd be hard-pressed to find this puck, though, especially with a Blink Dagger online. We'll actually scan him just to see if he's actually chasing him. He is, but no Blink Dagger, so I really don't think General gets this kill.
I don't think so either, but that is what the Yules is for, isn't it?
True.
Make sure that you get that brief window of exact timing.
Okay, but he missed the timing. I don't know. I mean, sure, good effort, right? I suppose.
Yeah. You miss every spear you don't throw.
Very true. Very true. And here's Mira ready to go top lane. Might need to punch the tower once or twice. Now finally has at least the 10 armor from Grow. Sorry, 12 armor. It's a bit more. So he's not going to just immediately explode to one single meld. This tower top lane is denied by the Pugna. First tower, though, for Team Spirit, as it looks like now they're gathering and trying to gather their strength for a bottom push. Mapochka is going to be scouted, or I guess maybe it's General who's scouted. He's going to be shot right in the back. Yule Sceptering off the break immediately, but taking the damage nonetheless. Coming back down now into the Dream Coil as Collapse is going to run on over after TP and on. Ooh, tries to break the coil, and General says, no, you have to do this, and breaks it himself. And they will be able to get the kill then with another right-click punch from Collapse.
This is Collapse's game to play in direct now. He's got the Aghanim Scepter online, so he has 2 charges of Ion Shell, and both of them provide plus 300 health to his allies as well. It's pretty insane. And wherever he is, the capability of Team Spirit to make plays goes.
90 DPS. They last forever. You put them on creep waves, and they push until basically they hit a tower. It's a great ability, great ability. Okay, we've done Roche. Stormstormer and Ace just kind of doing this one themselves. I don't even know if we had the bear. Where is the bear? Is it in the fountain? Where the heck is the bear? Oh, it's down bottom. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Oh, he's just Radiance burning Mapochka. Okay, General is here as well, but they've kind of baited General. Wall of Replica is up as there's Savage Roar, which will push them back. But actually, they're going to use General's Illusion, which is going to be Spear to Death, though. They actually cancel the Ace Bear TP. So he's still stuck here, but with Radiance alone, that bear was actually a little scary.
Ace, incredible.
Ace is just farming top. I mean, he's got nothing. He's like a free kill. He literally has nothing. He doesn't even have boots. Just Vambrace and 2 tangos to his name.
Yeah, the only thing he really needs to do is not be seen. His team is demanding so much attention on bottom.
Yeah, and they might even look to put a little bit of pressure on the Yotaro as Stormstormer is going to walk into the triangle. Deso and Aegis now. Oh my goodness, that Meld Strike. There's plenty of damage, and in fact, that's killed Yotoro's courier, which had the full... had the recipe for the Manta style on it. He was like, what the heck was that Psyblade spill range? Are you kidding me?
Dragonlance is an item in the game of Dota 2.
Dragonlance, yeah, and it works on Psyblade spills, which also stacks with the 100 Psyblade range at level 10. This is a level 10 talent, by the way.
Yeah, just noting it. And we are at minus 14 armor now, of course, which means that poor Mira will nonetheless go into the minus armor if he gets hit by this.
Yeah, he's going down. He's going down real quickly here. They're going to smoke up, so maybe actually...
He has a Blink Dagger.
This is pretty big. If they can find someone... Who do we want to kill here, though? Ace would be nice. Not the bear, obviously. Ace would be nice. Or the support. Tofu's going to go ahead and blow up an illusion here. Stormer. Okay, Toronto Tokyo seizes the both of them. DD Rune active, though. They've gotten through the refraction charges instantly here, thanks to the Ion Show. They're going to pull him back into his death as the sharpshooter ends up whiffing. Sailing on through. Doesn't hit a single person. Ace, though, with the bear. Ready to fight. Looking for the ensnare now on the entangle part of me onto Toronto Tokyo, who's going to kill a courier for free. Dodges the Mel Strike and blinks back up onto the high ground. As Aegis gone and Tofu dead as they hold down the Spirit Bear of Ace.
Toronto Tokyo got himself caught in the river.
He did. And then no miss uphill this time either for Stormer as the bear continuing to chase him down. Stormer with the blink, sets up the trap, but once again deftly dodged by Toronto Tokyo's puck. And he is not really too eager to get caught here. And now it's going to be a bit harder to do. Probably didn't want to have... No, you know what? He definitely wants to assemble Aeondas this game. Because again, you cannot... assemble Aeondas can unlock its components if you're hexed up. And that's, well, we have one, basically.
Exactly, that is the instant disable.
Yep.
That's going to come for him. Especially with the blink dagger at the ready.
It's important to know, because you can do it if you're stunned or in Chronosphere or in a black hole, or RP'd, or etc., but you cannot do it if you're doomed or otherwise hit by any source of mute. And Hex is a mute. Very strong against these Aeondas shenanigans, as there's the blink from Mira, goes immediately onto Tofu, and he is, my goodness, absolutely blown up. That's Toronto Tokyo now showing off the full Aeon disc, however.
And this is where the phase in the game starts, where Team Spirit is most likely going to live on that bottom lane and see if they can come back to base, press the doorbell on that bottom racks as often as possible. They don't really have many other plays to make. I don't think they can team fight Hellbear Smashers still.
Radiant structures are
They get a Fortify out, basically, for the tier 2. I mean, it is for the Catapult Wave, so that's why they do it. And you can afford... You get one glyph per Catapult Wave as well. The cooldown perfectly lines up. That's probably intended by Ice Frog as well. Aces will just TP back the bear. I mean, he's playing this like Naga Siren. Like it's a Naga Siren illusion. He's just rotating it around the map, farming elsewhere, cutting the waves. He almost has AC now.
Yeah, it feels great to play that way with, you know, the TA who'd really rather just be taking jungle stacks in safe places.
Yeah.
You're really not getting in the way with this kind of duo.
Oh, very true. Very, very true.
It's going to be working on AC.
Bonus attack speed, makes your siege even stronger with Demolish. Is pretty ridiculous as well here. Do you remember the good old... I mean, this is really quite a throw. This is even before my time, if I'm being quite honest, but I've heard of it. And do you remember Brewmaster? Because the Earth Panda does also have this passive with Quaswex Invoker. Okay, Mira is going to try and blow up Ace. Alacrity, yes, thank you. But Ace, of course, plus 1,500 HP. Yeah, plus 1,000 HP casually with the press of a button. Finds the Entangle now onto Mira. Bushwhack on 2, and Ace now has reinforcements coming in, but not fast enough. Ace is going to go down. The rest of the team smoked up or are going to rethink their move. And actually, they're just going to plainly back up. As Ace ends up getting pulled into a bit of a long fight. They do jump an illusion here. Hellbear Smashers may be thinking about going back in now. As they're going to let them know that they're smoked up, though. Gilgar popping one of the illusions from Fog. It makes that one a little bit sus. Okay, Coil finds one, but they get the stun on Toronto Tokyo. Again, he has Aeon Disc still, and Tofu, disarmed and leashed up, is unable to really do much. Gets the blink off,
he can blink.
Gets the blink off. It's going to be the Arena, which zones them away. Good silence out from the TA traps. Now that's going to be the Aghanim Shard purchased here by Templar Assassin, which is going to prevent any further chase after they lose Ace. And, well, they didn't actually get to push this Tier 2 tower yet. The Lone Druid's going to be alive by the time they make an effort for this, and you can see that they're not actually too confident in going for the move anymore because Metamorphosis has ran out. So, yeah, they kind of just... keep they keep Team Spirit engaged there. Hellbear Smashers keep them engaged just long enough to waste their time and to prevent them from really getting much out of that ace kill. They didn't farm, they didn't push the tower too much. Not bad.
Neither did Hellbear Smashers, and they came back to the bottom lane. We have seen that recipe before.
See how it works out for them then. Okay, E-Blade next for him. The item. That's some way to ignore all this minus armor. With this Blink Dagger, he is a threat. And, well, there goes Tofu. Goodbye. Will be nuked down. That'll happen a lot to him this game, unfortunately, is such is life for a lion.
Yep, no chance of escape there. And yeah, Ghost Scepter for Mira as well is going to buy him a lot of time versus this physical damage coming out from the side of Hellbear Smashers.
General's going to know that there's an Observer Ward there because for some reason Yatoro decided to cast Reflection from Fog without any vision on him. But maybe that will give them the confidence to then push this tier 2 tower. We have a Fortify, like I said, every wagon wave, and there it is. That will, should dispatch of the wagon. Yeah, it's going to 3-shot the wagon. Plenty of conjure images here, and even the Manta style, to make quick work of this, well, not very quick work actually, but to make work of this tier 2 tower.
Decently. And most of what they're in for here is just delaying the game. They're getting more and more items up. Yatoro is making his way towards that Skadi. In fact, he's finishing it up right now, I believe. I don't think the side of Hellbear Smashers minded too much because they have now finished that AC, and this is where they're going to start going for the buildings again.
Fairly passive game here, averaging just under 1 kill a minute. Collapse's second item, as I'll check in briefly with the offlaners as you've updated us on the cores. Well, the other cores anyway. It's got this Lotus Orb operational, Blink Dagger about to be finished off. Seems like he's perhaps saving and holding on to buyback for now. Comparing this to General, who has the BKB on the way. No Blink Dagger, so just Yules and walking in with Power Tread, so no Phase Boots even, to try and set up these arenas. We'll see how impactful he can be here without the Blink Dagger online.
I think the game that they expect is going to be mostly walking at the buildings of Team Spirit now.
I think that's a fair assessment as well with Lone Druid, right? He tends to do that.
Yep. Why overplay your hand? Why go jumping in? You've got them pinned in their own base.
Yeah, let Stormstormer do the jumping in.
Yeah. At least that is the goal. The bottom lane is now free, and the outpost has been taken thanks to Team Spirit's just insistence on getting that bottom lane.
Okay, but Spirit have to contest Roche. They must know that Roche is so fast here, basically almost free for Hellbear Smash. They're not going to do it. They're not going to get here in time, Kips. Unfortunately,
nope.
It's just not happening. There it goes. I mean, I barely got to speak about all the minus armor and make a joke about how fast Roshan dies before he's already dead. Spear then for General. Upgraded Spear for General is what I meant to say. With the Aghanim Shard, he can now pin 2 units, and it leaves a wake of flames, actually, which helps him push waves very easily. Aegis, of course, for the TA. And Cheese is, what, given to whom, then?
Is it on the bear?
It's on General. He's holding on to it.
The General gets all the good stuff.
He does. Stormstormer there is getting his mana refilled. Alright, Gilgert.
Toronto Tokyo is going around with the gem.
Okay.
Removing.
It's a very cheeky Avatos there just to get through refraction charges. It's AC up. He's just gonna goodbye to your buildings. Minus armor plus demolish. Very strong. What, 40% bonus building damage. Yes, very nice. Basically means he does full damage to buildings. As building armor is calculated a little bit different, or hero damage to buildings is calculated a little bit differently. Demolish kind of makes up for that. This is pretty disgusting. Gonna go into MKB next. Which is an MKB purchase. I mean, I guess what else do we go for? On Spirit Bear, except for Ags maybe, but it seems like Ace is eager to join the fights himself.
Yeah, I think more damage is good in general here, and the MKB is... Oh! He actually switched out from the Butterfly purchase, grabbed himself a Crystallis, best damage for money you can get.
That item used to be completely bonkers. Remember when it was plus 42 damage and a crit for like 1700 gold, and then Wyverns would buy it along with an Orchid first item on support? I started went, stop that. Stop it.
Good times, good times.
Yeah, the item is still pretty bonkers. Only plus 32 damage with a 30% chance to crit on each attack. Yeah, it's very good.
It's very much the item of a TB who expects to be making his final stand pretty much any time now.
Just needing any damage he can get. Great stats already. 213 base damage without the meta active. The crit's very, very strong on TB because, of course, meta damage, it gets added to base damage, which you crit off of. Don't crit off the bonus damage. So, yeah, it's very, very nice. Very nice.
They're gearing up for the mid tower now. Toronto Tokyo keeps on cutting waves, keeps on
Mira.
even playing in vision.
Okay,
Oh no.
good bushwhack though. Oh, poor squirrel. Just being eaten alive by the bear. Scary, yeah, a bear is going to run you down, unfortunately. Bears are not scared of squirrels, and bears are not scared of rocks either. Neither is General here, because he will stick his spear, right into Mira, and he will go down instantly. Tokyo already cutting waves, TB already cutting waves, but I think very quickly they will find themselves being outpushed by the Spirit Bear of Ace.
Radiant's top tower.
As many heroes you can outsplit push with the TB, but not a lone druid.
Nope, certainly not. Maybe not even a Pugna.
But if they can delay this push a little bit,
Okay, Fortify is bottom. Yotaro does
Bear
at least get
gets
a little
pushed
bit there, but minus armor with AC. Okay, they almost nuked the bear. Still alive on just a bit of HP, however, and with the Glimmer active, that increases his magic resist to a lot, because he already has 33% spell resist, thanks to Demolish. Very, very balanced bear.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So tell me, Kibbs, why don't we see more lone druid games if this is something that the hero can do, even in this kind of meta? What's enabling him in this kind of draft? And that could, of course, be the carry that you said, like TA, who farms it just frankly in a different space, or maybe something on the spirit draft that I'm not seeing. Why don't we see more of this? Because this looks very good.
yeah, so normally the kind of offlaners that you have in this patch will push through and present a significant kill threat, even to a hero with Savage Roar. But a Darkseer does not. And if a lone druid gets to stay in his lane for a long time, if you get to have that Midas for free, then your acceleration is actually pretty good. Otherwise, you're a very slow hero.
Well, he's managed to even out-farm the TA, and very easily, even Yotaro. So yeah, okay, that makes sense. So someone like a Viper or an Axe would be able to push through the Savage Roar, is what you're saying? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, anything with a siege ability, like a DK, or an ability where you can dive him, and let's say you have a coil or an arena where you can just hold him in place. In this case, though, unfortunately, with the coil, they didn't really have enough damage.
Fear Bear is going to be tossed way out of position. Savage Roar buying him a bit of time. Mira just trying to body block him. Quickly realizes, oh no, I'm being baited, as the arena walls are erected around him. General pops BKB here. We also have a smoke play behind, giving him a bit of support, as Yotaro is going to be at least saved from the bear for now. Toronto Tokyo as well being chased down, but he's got the Blink Dagger away. Tofu, though, finds him with the Hex into the Earth Spike. Aeondis, though, is going to be procced off of that Finger of Death. Another Illusory Orb means he should be able to outrun these heroes. Collapse is going to TP home. No one TP into the Tier 3 towers or home from Hellbear Smashers. Means they will not be able to... Oh! Yule Scepter. How did he have vision there? How did he have the vision there? What?
I'm very confused as well.
Wait, are you just telling me Radiant has that much vision outside of their base currently?
Well, clearly Toronto Tokyo didn't think so either.
That's shocking.
Time to run them down.
Maybe he still gets out, of course. And this is one of the games where you can really see how much he's focused on pushing waves. Several times now, Toronto Tokyo has risked his life to get one more wave.
Radiant really has all this vision, huh? Poor Dire, man. They can't see anything.
Can't see shit.
That indeed is. All right,
Full
well,
of trees.
that's pretty annoying there. It doesn't end up in much about anything, but yeah, all these trees, I guess. All right, well, it's mid lane of barracks destroyed. I'll avoid the pun there as best as I can. Yes, I'm sure. Getting a little bit confident now with the pace at the rate that this game is developing at. 13k net worth lead here for the Hellbear Smashers. Aeon Disc now for Tofu, so now he doesn't have to die all game. Hellbear Smashers having basically lost at the first game of their lower bracket match because of a lot of Aeon Discs, now find themselves on the opposite end of it. And they go, oh yeah, it actually is pretty nice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. That was a pretty good item. Well, One more smoke here for Team Spirit, looking for any kind of pickoffs they can find, but right now their wave situation is not great. Halberd Smashers can read this very easily.
I see Toronto Tokyo as well. Is chilling underneath a ward. Got at least Gilger behind him. Tofu and the rest of the Halberd Smashers currently sitting underneath their own ward. As the Bear of Ace will just stroll on through, where without an Aegis, however. Or without an Aegis. As Roshan might be up here as soon as in 20 seconds, or just thereabouts. So both teams looking to play it patient, having probably lost their fair share of matches by taking fights unnecessarily right before Roche has respawned, at least. Definitely with a TA, having basically permavision in the Roche pit. You want to make sure that you're fighting at the right times, especially versus a hero with long cooldowns like the TB. Very crucial.
There is a possibility that Toronto Tokyo is going to go into the pit and do what he's been doing all game.
Which is kill Roshan?
Taking out the traps
yes.
with his gem.
True.
But they're keeping a good eye out, and there's nothing really that Team Spirit can do to sneak up on them.
Well, Roche is not going to be able to sneak up on Halberd Smashers either if he can't get in the pit. Or Toronto Tokyo, rather, can't get in the pit for the D wards, or the D traps, the D mines, I guess. It's a long one, though. 90 seconds until Roshan is going to be up. In the meantime, Toronto Tokyo is TPing back. Of course, the teams don't know this. They don't have that same amount of information that we do. They just know that we're currently in the middle of a window. A very hazy window, though. Needs to be cleaned.
The fog of war hanging heavily over both teams, though definitely more heavily over Team Spirit right now.
Okay, Toronto Tokyo is on the run. Can't blink because of the Radiance burn. Bear, by the way, almost has a full Mjolnir now. The recipe's quite expensive for this, though, so it just needs a little bit more. Square is already on the way here to the secret shop to have that one finished up. He goes, just needed a little bit more. Not a bad item versus the TV, especially thanks to all the illusions. Clear him rather easily. There's a little acorn there for the Templar Assassin. Both teams just patiently waiting around Roche. Halberd Smasher sitting under their ward. Team Spirit sitting under their ward. The Bear of Ace bullying them a little bit. And there's going to be...
And I wish I could say that Team Spirit is benefiting off of this with some kind of big item coming up, but it's just going to be BKB for the TB in a bit longer than they're going to get, because this Roshan will spawn in about 10 seconds.
Both teams knowing that we're closing in rather to the extreme edge of that Roshan duration, as Ace can, he can just cut the waves here effectively. We don't even need to use the Fortify. Tier 3 tower almost taken down, but Ace is now going to recall the bear in with a teleportation scroll. And Roshan, number 3, with an Aghanom's Blessing, is going to be started up. Team Spirit not really in a position to be able to do much about this, as Gilger is just having the time of his life there with a max channel life drain right there onto Roshan. There he goes again. Can't stop him. He's helping. And not like it's all the minus armor and all the physical damage coming through. Oh, you give this to Ace. Okay, now Ace can just sit in the base and do as he pleases. Level 25 here already. There's an Aeon Disc proc from Toronto Tokyo. You'll sept it up. No way. General actually caught him here. Is he going to have enough damage for the kill? He's going to come back into a world of pain, however, as there's going to be the Hex instantly there. Savage Roar on top, and that's a big kill onto Toronto Tokyo. Does not have buyback here, Kibbs, for 90 seconds.
He didn't even buy out for anything. He was just buying Axe components so he could fly his courier over to the secret shop already.
Well, it's there, and
that's
it's in
a bit of yikes.
It's good company as well. It's in good company here with the courier of Darkseer. Mira just pushing bottom lanes, trying to buy as much time as he can for the team, but this is most likely tier 3. Sorry, the tier 3 is already gone top lane. Most likely the barracks gone and deleted.
And this is the genius of this lone druid pick as well. They have not lost that bottom rack still, even though there's been so much pressure on it from Team Spirit, and they've just been able to put the bear there, distract some waves. The map play has been so easy for them when other teams have been completely outdone.
Okay, they're going to toss the bear out. Good damage here. They're going to hold him down with the bushwhack, but you can't hit it with the sharpshooter collapse. Trying to get through the bear, vacuum back. There's the kill at the cost, however, of Mira. And guess what? Ace just presses a button and he has another bear. BKB duration's out. Yatoro still holding on at least to the Metamorphosis and this BKB. Full Daedalus on top of even more damage because of the Penta-Edge Sword. There's going to be another Avalanche play. Couldn't quite get the toss off, though. They at least reflect the stun, but Mira is going to be killed off there by the Spear of General. Broken, but still with a lot of confidence is going to be Stormstormer, who simply just blinks back. And there is going to be the top lane of Barracks deleted. Tiny dead for a minute without buyback.
And that all before Toronto Tokyo came back. He's finishing up his Ags. Nothing's stopping him. He's not coming back to base until he has it. There we go.
Okay. Ags finished. Oh, he's just... What's he going to put away, though, for this? Okay, the Veil.
The Veil?
Okay. Points up to the high ground here. And he's going to have a bit of time. Unfortunately, there's still 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis for Stormstormer. He's going to have his 25 talents, and I think... Is this a game for the 8 refraction instances? I don't know how much damage ticks Ion Shell is, but I assume it's maybe not even that good here. Oh,
yeah, it's between the Ion Shell and the Tiny. I don't think it is that great.
We meld hit bash here then. Going to be his choice. We'll see. He's closing in on that anyway. As of course the Lone Druid has gone for the the Imba minus base attack time for Bear. Well, now the attack speed is even more powerful on him than you might imagine. There's a lot of very complicated maths behind that, but just take my word on it. Very good. Very good ability.
Yeah, I will back this up. This Bear go vroom.
Bear go burr, buildings crumble.
Yes.
And creep waves as well.
Team Spirit is not going to wait.
Okay, well, they're going to get a good jump here through the refraction of Stormstormer, but unfortunately, he's now level 24 and has got plenty more to go, but he is just being chunked right now by Yatoro. Lives on a hair of HP here, as there's going to be General. Doesn't find anyone with the Spear of Mars, however, nor the Arena. The Stormstormer able to blink out in the nick of time. This Bear, though, continuing to run down just about everyone. In fact, now Yatoro's done with it. Gets a good Sunder off, though, onto Ace proper as he's going down and down for the counter there. Bear's going to fall along with him, and that's a lot of the net worth. 35k, in fact, of it wiped off the face of the map here for Hellbear Smashers as they finally figured out the Bear dies if you kill the Lone Druid proper. Yatoro does not have another Sunder, though, for another 20 seconds, and this time around, he cannot fight versus the TA. Instead, he gets the toss back, courtesy of Mira. That'll keep him alive for now. Stormstormer trying to find the damage, can almost cleave Yatoro, but can't quite get it done as he activates the Minotaur Horn and will just be able to drop the Tiny. Instead, now Collapse, at least able to live a bit longer, cannot reflect the Yule Scepter thanks to the BKB of General. Not like it would have helped him anyway, as he comes back down, into a world of pain. Toronto Tokyo still on the high ground along with Miposhka. They're going to try and make a play here, perhaps from behind to get a surprise jump, but we have the +8 refractions and no Darkseer here to try and get through them. Miposhka instead caught by the second Arena of General, is unable to escape. Toronto Tokyo still hanging out in the secret shop. They don't know where he is. Oh, no, they've seen him. They've seen him thanks to Gilger. Oh, no. But he doesn't get pinned to anything because somehow General missed all the trees. The Iron Disc as well there for Toronto Tokyo. Oh, he just gets off the Jaunts in time, but Yatoro in a bit of a tricky spot here. No, he'll be fine. He's got Demon Zeal as well. He actually bought the Shard. Very interesting.
I was about to say, if you want an illustration for how desperate the situation is for Team Spirit right now, there it is. Yatoro cannot afford to have any downtime whatsoever.
No, he really can't. And speaking of downtime, we at least have a little bit of downtime now for Hellbear Smashers as they have to await Ace to respawn before they can look to push any further. He does have Ags, of course, but dying here.
And improbably, Team Spirit hold at the cost of another tower, but...
It's true. It's just a tier 2 at least, which is not going to be worth a whole lot, especially as Stormstormer is going to finish off his Swift Blink and pile up a double damage rune. Okay, he is properly scary now.
And I wouldn't be very surprised if they get another fight like that again. It definitely required General to miss most of his spells.
Yep.
It required both of the cores of Hellbear Smashers to get split up from each other.
Man, what can they get done here, though? Oh, it's pretty difficult here. I mean, we're going to have normal punch up soon. I don't think you can normal punch the Bear. It only works on heroes. Oh, and well, there's going to be a free kill onto the Scroll Storm. Pops BKB, but for good reason here, as actually Mira makes the jump on in. Yotoro's going to have to fight through this one. Manta style, or sorry, meta and everything here, but he's quickly realizes he has quite literally no support. Toronto Tokyo trying to snipe one of the supports, but General, he finds Yotoro, immediately lands the spell, and that will be GG. Well played call. Team Spirit fall in game 1. There's simply not enough anti-bear spray here to stop Ace's Lone Druid.
Yeah, up here in Finland, if the bear gets too close to you, you get a gun. No anti-bear spray. You got to shoot him.
Gotta shoot him. They didn't have the sniper here. Couldn't really outrange him, even with the demon seal or anything. It felt like this time around. That's why I asked you, why don't we see more of this hero if this is what he's capable of? Is it really just simply if you can stop him in lane that the hero is useless?
Not quite like that, but it's also after that, right? If this is about purely the carry matchup, if you're versus a Luna or versus a Medusa or any of these range carries that we normally see, then you don't get to take their high ground at all. Your bear is just going to get, well, demolished. And in this case, Yotoro can't spend his entire metamorphosis on just trying to take down a bear. The rest of his team doesn't really have the tools to not fully engage either. This is just a really great draft to have a lone druid in, and especially also versus Team Spirit as a team, because that's how they got to these finals, by playing better on the map, by turning teams that were ahead around and making them look in their own jungle for these hero pickoffs. When you have this much push, you don't have to pay any attention to the split pushers trying to cut your side waves.
Very true, very true. And even without Ags, Ace was incredibly effective at stopping them just by walking the bear around the map and stopping them from split pushing too much. And that's the game, right? Game 1 here. Perfect lone druid game. I think almost certainly the first lone druid of the tournament, and perhaps even the last, because I don't think Hellbear Smashers are going to be able to get away with that one a second time here. But it's a best of 5 grand final series. The last time these two teams played was in the upper bracket round 2. It was a 1-2 victory in favor of Team Spirit. And there's the one game that Hellbear Smashers were able to win last time. Team Spirit then reverse sweep them. We'll see if that will ring true, or if Hellbear Smashers will be able to get themselves one game within victory. You're watching the grand finals of the D2CL season number 2 with Seek and Strike and Kips. We're off to a short break. When we return, we'll be back with game 2 between Hellbear Smashers and Team Spirit. See you then. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Grand Finals, Game 2 between Hellbear Smashers and Team Spirit. I know the score indications do not indicate that it is a best-of-5 series, but I can personally tell you it is a best-of-5 series, and Hellbear Smashers are leading 1-0 into the draft of Game number 2. Draft already developing here, Seeking Strike and Kips on the call for you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in on your Sunday, or maybe even Monday morning. But Stormstormer and Invoker, Hellbear Smashers, they're going to go right back to it. And for 5 games in a row now, Stormstormer will be playing a puck in the mid lane. Playing against a puck in the mid lane, sorry.
I hope that he's gotten used to it by now. But yeah, you know what my theory is here? I think Team Spirit purposefully let this Invoker through so that they can get a good matchup for this Toronto-Tokyo puck in the mid lane. So know he's going to do just fine versus the Invoker. He's not going to get completely outfarmed, and he's going to have some space in order to make rotations, especially if this is a Quas-Wex Invoker and not an Exort one who's going to be pushing his tower in. But that remains to be seen because this is Stormstormer, and I imagine with this Nyx Assassin, that is probably an Exort.
Yeah.
A Sunstrike special coming up.
Indeed, and at least we've given, unlike the first game of the day we saw from Hellbear Smashers, where they didn't really have something to combo it with. I think we had
A Centaur
and a Hoodwink, and that was about it, quite literally, which didn't prove to be enough because all that their opponent's Unique had to do to win that game was buy Aeon Discs, and they ended up winning the game. But perhaps we'll see a different carry for their opponents. I believe it's been 4 games straight versus a Terrorblade. He's not been banned. We've banned the Axe. We're on to banning general heroes now. There's 3 general hero bans, I would say, specifically Mars, Pango, and the Beastmaster, but no DK either, or no possible Axe, which he did also... No, he did not play earlier, pardon me. He played actually the Ember Spirit in that match. That was a weird one, wasn't it?
That was quite a weird one, but for me, very much the illustration of how important General is to the success of this particular Hellbear Smashers lineup.
Yep.
I mean, in my opinion, General is a TI player too. He should not be here right now, but the past season has been unfortunate.
Well, I mean, Team Spirit are also TI players, right? Or they will be, assuming that TI doesn't get pushed back any further. Fingers crossed and knocking on wood,
Prayers.
Right? But
10 seconds.
I don't know. I get what you're saying. Right?
Yeah.
Hellbear Smashers, especially in Western Europe, were going to be hard pressed to get into those at least top 4, right? I mean, top 4. Would we have Nigma, OG, Tundra? I don't even remember who the 4th team was. I think there were so many good teams, though, right? Unfortunately, it's just a matter of the fact. But I get what you're saying, right? As General is a damn strong player, and I think he's definitely showing that as the banning phase is commanding a lot of respect for him. We'll see if we get any more General Hero bans. I think the only one that really comes to mind where he really, really pops off on would be the Enigma. So that's the only one here. And
Batrider?
Batrider,
no love
true.
for the General Batrider?
Batrider, no.
This man's got a wide hero pool.
No, you are right. So that might just be the last ban, but there's finally the second, well, I'll call it the second carry ban, just like previous draft. It's going to be a pretty rich carry hero pool to choose from. Just no Axe, no Dusa, perhaps no TB, maybe no Drow, but still a couple of popular heroes. And correct me if I'm wrong, Kips, but I don't believe we've seen a Luna yet today, have we?
No, we have not. It has been all Terrorblade all the time, and Hellbear Smashers has been doing nothing but beating Terrorblade for the past 2 days. So I think Team Spirit is probably done with trying that.
Okay. That's the case then.
10 seconds.
Wonder what they decide to pick here for your Toro into the Invoker. I mean, maybe a Wraith King is an option. Maybe a Wraith King is an option versus an Exort Invoker versus especially a Cataclysm Exort Invoker of Stormstormer. That's always maybe something that comes to mind.
Dire team pick.
Yep, very much a favorite of Yotoros as well.
I don't think you pick it here though. We'd probably see a support versus Nyx. Hoodwink doesn't strike me as something that's too strong. Phoenix might be interesting because we know it's going to be Quas Exor, so we're not going to have to worry about the Alacrity. But without seeing the carry or another support, it is a little risky.
It is, and you're also going to be left without any real hard stuns on your support duo.
True, yeah.
Don't dislike it though. The synergy with the coil is pretty good, and you're shielding yourself versus a lot of potential high HP heroes coming out from Hellbear Smashers.
No, but you raise a very strong point on the lack of lockdown. Because then, I mean, but then you could still go with the Wraith King because he gives you the stun. It's a stun AA. I mean, maybe you just pick Wraith King now. Honestly,
I think you can wait, right? There's nothing they can do about it right now unless you're really expecting Hellbear Smashers to pick that one up themselves on their third pick. It's a little bit dodgy into the Ancient Apparition.
we're looking for probably a 4 pick then. It will go the Hoodwink. Okay,
It's just really hard to say no.
that's true. He's a very strong
Get good
hero.
Sybils. You have so much reach right now on Team Spirit. This is something they were really lacking in the previous game, where they had to commit in order to get any damage out at all. Like Puck was the only one who could really go in, but with the coil, with him not having Aghanims for so long, and people just being able to pop BKBs to walk out of the coil, not really any way to hold them in place. A Lion now.
Okay, pretty standard stuff versus a Puck, a Nyx, and a Lion here to potentially hunt you down. Means Toronto Tokyo's game is going to be a little bit more difficult once again. I think we'll be seeing around a 20 to 25 minute Aeon disc after I think this game, a Witchblade. I don't really see yet the need to go into that Veil of Discord build. I don't think that I don't think it was necessarily the wrong choice. I understand why he decided to go into it, but I don't think it necessarily helped them win the game. I don't know if there was a lot, to be honest, the last game Toronto Tokyo could have done. From the Puck
No,
alone.
that was just not a Puck game.
Oh,
Now
collapse. Collapse hero, nice.
this, I like. Because they don't play this one very slowly either.
Mm-mm.
They've
No, I
got a
do
great
not.
AoE team fight now. It is synergizes with a great many heroes, so even if Hellbear Smashers wants to say, alright, fine, we'll take up the TB for a change, there's a good chance that they're going to get out-farmed on this, and TB dies in an RP. Just like he dies in a lasso.
Yeah, and already seeing the support duo and also having banned the Abaddon, to be honest, means that there's not a lot of counterplay here. Like, Nyx Assassin is normally your combo breaker, but not versus a Magnus. He's not. Not unless you're, I mean, just ready to go on Spiker, which is possible, right? Because you can reflect that stun. So it is possible, but a lot of this Magnus isn't so much about the Blink RP anymore. It's about the Blink Horn Toss into a Skewer, which is very much single target and focused on getting cores out of position. So there's not a lot really to do here. Maybe a Hex. I don't know. I like the pick. I like the pick. It opens up the hero
great
pool
deal.
as well. As now PA, Ember, Carry are both considerations that are very realistic.
Yeah, and we might have to dip into a little bit of those heroes as opposed to the Wraith King, because I don't think Hellbear Smashers are going to let that one get to the final phase here.
Probably not.
And with their amount of burst and their reliance on it so far, they have no sustained damage whatsoever at this point in time.
That's why I was thinking maybe we can. I mean, what would we want here though from them? I think we want someone to build well, I mean, name me a carry actually that doesn't build a Manta or Satanic Dispatch, honestly, or a BKB. I mean, everyone's got dispels, right? So I was about to say, well, we need a carry with a dispel because there's no saves between the Nyx and the Lion, only a Hex and maybe a Carapace to try and save you. So we don't want Cold Feet or the Puck Silence to be lethal for the mid-late game. So they'll pick the Wraith King themselves.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, your first life's not going to be a lot of fun, but at the very least, Team Spirit is going to have to spread their ultimates around to take care of both of your lives, and it gives you a lot more space for counterplay.
That's a nice way of putting it. Your first life is not going to be very fun. And you're absolutely right. No, it isn't. It'll be maybe you getting coiled and skewered away and taken very, 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 very far from your team, where you're going to be very sad. As we are leaving the general hero for last, though. So we'll keep that in mind, as there's the Enigma ban and perhaps maybe Batrider next. As I think we're kind of not running out of them. I would hesitate to say that, right? But we're getting out of the very noteworthy ones, the ones that you'd get on his the general trading card, right?
Exactly. We're starting to get into the territory of picking him another Centaur, and I gotta say, that usually doesn't look good for Hellbear Smashers.
No, it doesn't.
So I'd much rather prefer them going for a little bit more of an off-kilter hero than a hero that doesn't make plays. They could still, I don't know, pull out a Void Spirit offlane or something like that.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Wouldn't mind that one very much. I'm trying
5
to
seconds remaining.
come up with a hero that Team Spirit could now run. Is there's the Bat Rider band? Okay, that makes sense. So Lifestealer, PA were the obvious two. Ember, which is normally consideration with a Magnus, not really seeming too amazing right now because of the Hex, basically, and the Nyx, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to come up with a hero that they would want, but maybe it makes more sense to think about the general hero first because he's got to pick. Not easy, though, not knowing the lane matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
No, that was always the risk.
Yeah. Trying to think, is this
They
one
only
where
have 10 seconds.
we might consider a Sven even for Team Spirit?
Team pick.
Double cleave? What the heck?
Ooh.
That's a Gilger classic, though. Which
That-
wait a second. That is not a Gilger classic because it's going to be the offlaner Shaker, probably.
Or an offlane Nyx Assassin?
Yeah, we can flex it.
10 seconds
Both are
remaining.
pretty doable.
I think that's under consideration here.
Yeah,
5 seconds
would agree.
remaining.
okay. Well, now what the heck do we run? Or Spirit?
I mean,
Right.
neither of these really impede the enemy carry from farming. First, the bigger issue in a Magnus draft is you gotta put the Magnus behind so that he has to recover himself first before you actually get to boost up the carry.
As much as I don't like the hero generally, this is not a bad jug game. Maybe it is because Nyx can catch you off. They always go to Monkey King, don't they? They just like Yatoro. He's been going to the monkey, and it's enabled here by the mag. So I can't hate on it. I can't hate on it, Kips. But I feel like this is something they like doing, and I feel like this is something I've seen Yatoro kill himself on with the Carapace.
I was about to say, how about that Max Boundless Strike
Yeah.
instead of the Tree Dance?
Yeah, that one too, right? That one too. After building Battle Fury for like an 18-minute don't know why I have. It's just like there's like a build you need to do on Monkey King in this patch to make him work. We're not in like the days where, maybe I'll go Maelstrom, maybe I'll go Ags first, maybe I'll go Battle Fury. No. If you're picking Monkey King, I think you got to play him a certain kind of way. And I don't know, Yatoro just didn't do it that one game, and I was like, why?
This game, though, Hellbear Smashers do not have a great solution for the split push. The Wraith King has some ghost push. You get a little bit from the Stormstormer Invoker, but he's going to have to show his face. And in general, Team Spirit, once again, has such good lane equilibrium control here. They can shove everything out and be off the map again immediately. And that's hard for Hellbear Smashers, who have this very assassin-based lineup. They're going to have to start smoking into the dark if they can't keep the vision control. And we have seen Toronto Tokyo buy an early gem. I wonder if they're going to do that again and just really make Hellbear Smashers run in circles here, because it's definitely possible from their draft.
How do you feel about this general Earthshaker, though? What are your thoughts on that?
Ooh. I don't think Earthshaker is a hero right now.
Yeah. It's not TI. It was supposed to be TI season, of course, but with the patch getting delayed, he's not actually that viable. It's not a TI until Shaker's there, right? Is it? But it's not TI season yet. I agree. I mean, the lane is also very difficult for General here, right? Versus the Monkey King. Not a particularly strong lane for him.
It's very bad. You don't get to trade. You don't get to go up close. You don't get to leverage your enchant totem, basically, at all.
It was your own damn fault.
You just have to block the waves, hope that your Nyx Assassin is going to pull some waves for you, and after that you're really all utility. Of course, you are enabling, once again, more Sunstrike kills from your Invoker, but it's that plus the burst damage coming out from your supports, and you just have to kill individuals with that. If you run into two heroes, and there is counterplay, or they can just, share the Sunstrike,
Yeah.
you're already in trouble.
Yeah. All right, well, that's going to be a kill onto Collapse here. Oh, he's going to skewer 2 heroes into the river. It's Gilger and Tofu, though, and with the 2 supports, they're going to use their supporting power to pick off a kill. Tofu, Cold Feet will not get him, but he's also not going to find the stun onto Mira either in general. He's a Tofu big fan, and we'll go ahead and give him 50 Dota plus shards. There's the good luck, have fun from Gilger now.
Oh.
Again, that's not BM. This is just something normal. Halberd Smashers, for some reason, they just always do it at the horn.
The battle begins.
Yeah. Team Spirit actually got a D ward out of that.
Your own damn fault.
The fact that they saw Collapse there gave away their ward.
This was over.
And it did.
Started.
And it did. Well, no shortage of stuns this time around. Halberd Smashers went, man, we really couldn't hit Jack Diddley squat with our Cataclysms earlier today. Let's pick 4 stuns, all right? That'll do.
I hope you've got your eagle eyes at the ready to watch out for these Sunstrike kills.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty difficult to catch for sure. So of course, it's an Exort Invoker. Like I said, it is Stormstormer, and there's Tofu with the, as normal, very late GLHF into the lane. I think it's strategic now. He's been doing it later and later. I'm sure, of course, he's just forgetting to say it, and then he says, oh, I didn't say it yet. But now, you know, oh, maybe they typed GLHF back and they missed a CS in the lane. No, of course not.
And you can see on top already, Nyx Assassin just pulling waves. Like, your armor is not going to do that much for his all the magic damage coming out from his Poshka, but he has to, otherwise General will just never get to level 3, basically.
Yep. General doesn't need that one. It's a big one for him. Aftershock there. And plenty of others. Collapse is, by the way, he's a fantastic mag player. If this is your first Collapse mag game, first of all, where you been? If you're not watching Team Spirit, you definitely should. Because, 1, they're going to TI, and 2, they're a lot of fun to watch. Definitely an up-and-coming... Well, I mean, I don't even know if they're up-and-coming anymore, as it's like TI is kind of the pinnacle, especially for a young team, but they're still young, and they're going to be at TI. So definitely keep your eyes out for this mag pick. If mag is viable, even if he's somewhat viable at TI, it's always going to be a pocket pick for Spirit. He's incredible on the hero, and I'll be sure to highlight him and hype him up as the game continues.
I'm hoping he's going to show us what he is capable of.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Well, we'll see. We shall see. Is Maposhka gonna go ahead and pull the creep wave on over. Stun from General. Not gonna do much, unfortunately. Lane, nothing too exciting. Some more out of mana already. And of course, he's gonna go basically straight into Midas. Casual infused raindrops. I mean, this is the 3rd time we've seen Stormstormer, Invoker, Quas Exort versus a Puck. 2 times it was versus FN. Now it's versus Toronto Tokyo. So we'll see here, as this is the first time he's versus the Toronto Tokyo Puck. But once again, not the most fun lane to watch. You split the Forge Spirit off of yourself in the wave, and you do as much damage as possible. But Puck just chugs on the water runes, and yeah, not a lot here.
Both sustain themselves through, and eventually Stormstormer, especially if he's getting a lot of Sunstrike kills, is going to start chipping through this
Could
middle
have
tower.
one top. Oh, General did not want to throw the enchant totem out, and they might not need it, actually. They need a little bit more on to Maposhka. With Brown Boots, Gilger will continue running him down. Needs him a little bit lower, though. I think it's something like... Oh, it doesn't even have the mana, actually, for Sunstrike quite yet. Yeah.
No mana for spells on any of the enabling heroes there, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's going to be the case. No possible kill. Are they still running him down? Yeah, Maposhka getting the pull interrupted. He's going to get it onto the range creep, though. Gilger with a stun. Oh, he's going to turn instead for the courier. Says, thank you very much. 200 gold for my team. Very nice.
You're not getting what you came for.
Yeah, but General is really not getting what he's come for. 20-8 is, I think, not too surprising, considering it was a last pick Monkey King into a melee matchup that depends on being able to hit people extra hard with Enchant Totem, and that's not really too successful of a strategy when you've got self-sustain on said melee hero. Very difficult.
It is poverty gaming, and he doesn't have a comeback mechanism on this hero really either. Getting stacks for an Earthshaker, it's okay, but you're gonna take a lot of damage farming.
Yatoro tried to pull, I mean, even Maposhka, desperate to try and get these creep back into some state of equilibrium as they pull the wave almost into the pit of Roshan here. That was the strangest hard camp pull I've ever seen. We tried to pull it kind of over here. So here's General then taking his creep lane back into almost tower range. Lots of shenanigans, as you say. It's all about the equilibrium there.
Really, just General can only hit creeps if the Monkey King is not close to him. That's the game.
Yep. This is
And in
found a
order for the
couple.
Monkey King to be away, the creeps need to be away, because that's more important for the Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey King is going to be a bit annoyed here. It's a big reason why they picked him. Not necessarily to get kills in the lane, but if he's not able to deny these creeps at least, he is, I think, going to be losing out on a little bit of the reason why we saw this pick. 8 denies, by the way, for Stormstormer. Man's hot in this lane for sure. No Sunstrike kills have been enabled for him yet. He's got an Invoke, so I'm keeping my eyes out for the HP pools, but so far so good for Spirit. But 8 denies, quite impressive here versus the Toronto Tokyo Puck.
Really keeping on top of the EXP game there. Here's the rotation, once again, of the safe lane support into Toronto Tokyo's coil, but Stormstorm is very much wise to their tricks. Look at his positioning. Let's get a nice ward, knows exactly where Miposhka is.
Surprised
He
not to
does
see
not
any
have to
deaths
stop.
on Tofu, to be honest, and I hope I don't jinx him here. Well, that was a bit surprising. Just because we have good kill potential onto him. Little shockwave into a bushwhack into a skewer, and he's on a position. So good, well played by Tofu there. Oh, here's General though. This is what the lane is a little bit more supposed to look like, as he at least gets the Jingu stacks off of him. We have a tree dance into a kill. Yatoro just utilizing that very good attack range. As General's going to guess on the wrong tree, and there's Jingu and the kill there for Yatoro. Finally, he gets one, but General really made him work for it there.
It doesn't matter if General doesn't get to hit any creeps during that either.
True.
In the meantime, they're still fishing mid, but I don't think they've sussed out quite yet that they're being watched by that ward.
Ward there for sure.
There's...
Level 6 as well for our Puck. Again, hard to kill this Invoker. Lots of regen with the Quas Orbs ready to go. Yeah, nothing up from the Sunstrike in these early levels. Everyone's just kind of hitting creeps. Feels like more like an Eastern European game than a Hellbear Smashers kind of game. But here they go, mid lane. Immediately as I complain about it, it's fixed as Stormstormer caught by the coil. Cold Feet's going to hit, but again, with the Quas Orbs and the Magic Wand, he is rather difficult to take down, and he will live. Yatoro drops a tip here onto Gilger. I didn't quite catch what happens there.
I think it's just about pulling the creep waves. He's getting tired of it, but he knows that it's the best thing the Nyx Assassin can do.
Okay, finds Collapse. Skelly's doing a little bit more damage, but of course with the cleave he picks up most of those relatively easily. He has RP, 6 stick charges, and most importantly here the infused range up, so it's a hard kill for Ace. Tofu though, rotating on over. Going to be picked off by, or he's going to be found by the squirrel, so he can't really look for much here.
Honestly, I think for me it's surprising that Mira has never been taken down by a Sunstrike yet. Hoodwink does not have a lot of HP.
It's a good point. That is a good point, right? It's just because we do have a double stun lane down here. In fact, all the lanes, well, both side lanes for Hellbear Smashers, rather, are double stun lanes. Another coil in the mid lane. They're going to try this time. Somebody's going to have to break the coil, and with Mira rotating on through, they're going to make that a 2-for-1 special, 2-for-none special even, as they're going to get both the Nyx Assassin and the Invoker, and even the 8-minute power rune for Toronto Tokyo, which is the DD.
Absolutely excellent start for him. And no need for him to rotate for kills if the kills are in his lane, and he can get his supports to rotate in for it. We're waiting for the Invoker to TP back in, and he's coming in right on top of Mira. Unfortunately, that gives Mira... No, it's Gilgear.
It's Gilger, but they'll
Smart.
take that kill anyway. Can't get his Carapace off before the Waning Rift finds him. DD active now. General is rotating on in. Has the Echo Slam. He's going to use it. Not much of an Echo on Toronto Tokyo. Is that going to be enough lockdown for the kill? Doesn't get the Illusory Orb out quite crucially, so it is good enough. And now Tofu here to punish. They're going to dodge that Sunstrike, and Miro now with the Scurry is going to be able to walk right through Tofu. General without enough mana here for another stun. Tofu without enough cooldowns here for another stun. Mira is going to walk back towards him actually, because they're going to close the door onto Tofu. Cold Feet into a little bit of damage as Collapse just giving him a bit of the run around. He wants the last hit. He's not going to get it though, and instead Tofu trying to get himself denied. No, it's going to be Mira picking him off there with the crossbow. We
Very smart
have
play
another
there
coil for Stormstormer in the mid lane though, so he needs to be careful. Okay, he's going to live.
I don't think they have any status on their supports right now. But quite a clever play there to get the Nyx to TP in first, even though he's not really necessary there for any spells to throw. He's just there to tank the gank. And especially Toronto Tokyo using the orb to get the kill, killing him on the general TP in. Very nicely done.
So this is going to be a little bit of a slower one here, right? Echo Saber for Yatoro. He's in the jungle farming stacks, but it's a max in power for Collapse, so he's going to be around to buff his core a bit more. I think this is a good read by Ace then, who I think suitably goes for the Hand of Midas, right? Straight into it, no armlet, just right into Midas. Well, normally you wouldn't go armlet into Midas, it's just armlet Radiance is what I'm thinking. But he's still flexible. There's another coil mid lane. Toronto Tokyo closing the gap. Stormstormer at least uses the Midas before he snaps the coil and will be killed off there as Cold Feet unfortunately are going to proc and his life.
Team Spirit, unlike Team Unique, are not going to let him just sit in this mid lane, get all of this experience and take down the tower as well. And their side lanes are holding strong, so the supports are indeed not necessary there.
Side lane's looking pretty good so far. Toro with some pretty nice farm though on this Monkey King, as this time around he's maxed the Tree Dance and the Primal Spring. Boundless Strike next, and the 2 points only in the Jingu Mastery is really he wasn't able to get much use out of it, was he? Considering that General always had the creep lane out of equilibrium. That was actually really impressive. To me, I think I'm kind of I'm not used to seeing that, but to me it's not surprising because like you say, oh, this is what Nyx Assassin has to do, and then of course you just do it because you're a professional. But that's a lot easier said than done, so well played to Gilga for making it look that easy.
I think it's one of the few things that Nyx Assassin actually excels at, thanks to his very nice regen. So you can be hit a lot by that Ancient Apparition and still sustain through all of that.
Okay, smoke
About the
gank
Ancient
bottom.
Apparition, he had 6.
This is a difficult kill onto Ace. Ace is level 9. He's got Midas on the way now. And of course, he already has the point in Reincarnation. There's going to be at least the tree planted. First life taken down. Will we be able to get through the second? Most likely not. His Collapse makes a good play there to make sure he just skewers away, avoids the Sunstrike and any potential kill in return. As Stormstormer now, once again, eating another coil into the mid lane. Once again, Toronto Tokyo with the Veil of Discord as Ice Blast will pick off the 2 of them. Yotoro's going to stun himself briefly here on the Nyx Assassin, but he's also been Ice Blasted. There's going to be now the Jingu Mastery level 2 proccing, and Yotoro with a kill rewarded by his TP.
Team Spirit's shot calling, man.
Oh, there they go, onto the line. Double kill for Yotoro.
Radiant structures are fortified.
By how fast they play, you see that either they talked about it or they already have this understanding from doing it so often. They're really not all that interested in the ace skill unless Hellbreath Smashers let them have it, but enough TPs to bot, and they get the space for mid. Toronto Tokyo was not bot.
No, he wasn't. I got scared for a second there for Stormstormer. He TP's in and immediately backs up, deciding not to even throw a single spell there or even drop the Forge Spirits, as he did see Yotoro jump into the trees and potentially set up for a kill there. Bot tower as well being sieged by Collapse. Top lane, guess who's already here defending, Kips? It's Toronto Tokyo, like you're saying, calling out the macro movements. They already know what Hellbreath Smashers are looking to do, and they're shutting down any potential plays. So Hellbreath Smashers, they're left with the option to push mid. Seems risky, though, with RP still available, and Wukong's command.
Yep, and they won't be held up by taking down his bot tower very long. It was already so low.
Dire's middle tower
Wait a
is under
second.
attack.
Did they take... Wait a second. No, Yotoro, you have to give back the Ironwood tree to the Hoodwink. I know you're a Monkey King, but this is not how this is supposed to work. Mira missed a bushwhack on a win. Excuse me, how did you miss the bushwhack onto the creep wave? And then I noticed he's holding on to the chipped vest.
Yeah, I was about to say, listen, he has a chipped vest, man. Like, both have to give here.
I guess so. Yeah, I think they should really trade. He's just too good on Hoodwink.
This is very good on the Hoodwink. I mean, we saw Ace getting caught earlier because he quelling the correct tree, but then he got a tree planted on his head anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Sure, it was through reincarnation, but still a kill. A kill's a kill, and we take those as Ace is going to take this tier 1 tower with the help of the Skellies. Team Spirit not too interested in defending against this one. Blink Echo into the Sunstrike. Oh, RP is going to be used, and they don't actually have enough damage. They're going to actually skewer now General underneath the tier 1 tower, and Toronto Tokyo needs to close the gap personally and take the life of General. Collapse with the kill credit there. Now with his own Blink Dagger reveal is able to return the favor onto General.
And another DD rune. I can't believe Toronto Tokyo's luck. Yeah, we do have another Veil of Discord here. Very much still designed for this phase in the game where people rotate into his mid lane, all of his supports with all of the magic damage. And this time it worked out and they took the mid tower off of that.
Good old Gilgur, unfortunately underneath the Sentry Ward. Yeah, and with the TT rune on Toronto Tokyo, he's unable to escape. Down he will go. Tofu has Blink and 1,000... Oh, I was clicking on the wrong hero. I was about to say, excuse me, Tofu, where did you find the money for Blink Dagger this game? How?
Haven't even found level 6.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. Coil mid lane. DD still running here as Stormstormer. Oh, he goes the right way. Wrong way. Of course, as naturally you want to run back home, but he knew that there was probably an Ice Blast coming, scouted it, and he's going to be able to get out of harm's way there, which is going to save his life. That's thanks to the Sentry, actually. You do actually have vision of the first release projectile and the AoE if you have True Sight there. Little known fact about the AA. I don't know if it's that little known, but Sentry's good to have versus AA.
Decent, but this is the problem that I was afraid of, where Hellbear Smashers just can't really push out any waves whatsoever without giving away too much information.
We're dead down bottom. They just hunt him very effectively. It's so impossible to play the Nyx assassin in this game, isn't it? Because you're talking about the information game, and Nyx normally likes to play the information game, but just can't because he's kind of getting outmaneuvered by this Hoodwink and by the Monkey King, right? This is the second time he's been scouted down bottom.
Stormstormer mid?
Oh, no way. They get him this time. Poshka with the Ice Blast will find him. Really, just the supports. Bushwhack into Ice Blast. Wow. And Sharpshooter, I would imagine.
Yeah, the Reach, they don't have to cross that street. They snipe him from all the way on the other side.
That they will do. General's farming top lane. He has got Blink, but Coil is going to prevent him from using it. Oh, even Toronto Tokyo. Oh, Toronto Tokyo. He's not going to let him cast a single spell, Kips. They're just going to push him 1 inch, too, to snap the Coil and end his life. Yotaro setting a trap down bottom here with Miposhka. It's going to be for Gilgur, who's just trying to farm an item. Plenty of bananas now spawned. Will he continue pushing? I don't see him. He doesn't see enemies either. So they're going to be able to just kind of let each other walk away.
That is really the game here for Team Spirit. If you see no enemies, you farm. If you see enemies, you kill.
Yep. And it's been a kill-heavy game here. 2-15 here in Focus of Spirit. And once again, Toronto Tokyo on the prowl. Sees a Tofu, wants a Tofu. Instead, we'll just settle for the creep wave underneath his mid-tier 2 tower. He's blinking in like that, by the way, against a lion with a Hex. Just...
Yep.
Wow.
He knows his follow-up is superior.
Oh, Tofu. Okay, they have vision on him. Oh my goodness, that was an immense amount of damage. Sunstrike into the Finger of Death. Oh, the mech heal. They actually have got the Echo Slam just for the squirrel. They're going to push General inside the Wukong's command. He can't even get off another Enchant Totem. Ace, in the meantime, is absolutely getting demolished. That Ice Blast is going to leave him nowhere to go. He's pulled back by the Shockwave and killed off by a Toro. Double kill for him. Holy moly, this is a tough game for the Hellbear Smashers.
It's incredible. They didn't win any of their lanes. They had a good one on the mid, but then since neither of the side lanes were particularly killable, and Team Spirit did such a good job of avoiding getting Sunstruck in that phase at all. Poor Nyx.
Oh no, he can't even get off any spells, Kips. Can't even Carapace. Collapses just in immediately. That's not even with Horn Toss. That's just a great skewer. Stormstormer is just absorbing XP in the top lane. He doesn't dare show his face.
No, you show you die. You have to believe he's not there anymore.
Tofu, no. Oh, goodness, Tofu. Oh, no. General's at least able to escape, but just barely. And Tofu, he just has to get the words. My goodness.
I haven't seen anyone this enthusiastic for tofu outside of Asia.
Oh, Tofu's very tasty. Tofu's very tasty. Bottom lane, Stormstormer. He meatballs the wave. They're going to send an Ice Blast after him. He's not very fast here, by the way. And, oh, he's just outside of the creep wave range for that Ghost Walk slow AoE. So they're not going to be able to scout him. This General No Echo Slam for another minute. At least he's going to stun Gilger. Is this going to be a kill onto him with the Vendetta damage? They need a little bit more RP stopped, though, but they still can't have enough. Mech heal as well, not for Yotaro. The RP onto 2. Yotaro trying to set up the ultimate, stunned up yet again. They're going to push enemies off of him, but Ace closing in for the kill. Will finally able to get one. They accidentally lift up Collapse, but it's not going to matter because General has more than enough stuns here to find that secondary kill, as Team Spirit have gone a bit too deep here in the Hellbear Smashers triangle and will be repelled. 2 cores falling in exchange for just about nothing gained.
Dug too deep and too greedily, and that will give Ace his Radiance.
Oh, Ace is alive for now. Midas
For
Radiance. Slow build, but now he's going to start scaling. Will he scale fast enough, though, to outscale a Monkey King with Empower? That's going to be the question.
He's starting at quite the deficit here. I think it's possible for him to catch up, but the problem is that he's going to get forced into fights, and the Monkey King can definitely still beat him here. MK nearly has a BKB. If he didn't die there, I think that's just why they played up so much. He expected to be flying in a BKB at any moment there, on top of his Deso.
I am mighty.
Holy crap.
He's a strong lad. Strong monkey. DD Ruin is right into the Roche pit. BKB is flying in now for him. Rogue play coming from the Hellbear Smashers. We didn't have to use any big ultimates there. Some sort's going to scout them. We have Echo into the pit. You find as well the AA there. Follow-up stun's being interrupted, but it's good enough. Yotaro is down for the count here. General using all of his mana, but it's paid off perfectly here as 2 heroes, same 2 actually, Collapse and Yotaro, best buddies in life and in death, as they will find themselves dead yet again. And maybe even now Roche going the way of Hellbear Smashers.
I think they can. There's no buyback on either of these heroes, and Toronto Tokyo is certainly not going to do this on his own. Also, no Ice Blast for a while longer.
There he goes. Stormer, he's going to be the one to pick up the Aegis. As of course, with Reincarnation, Ace just wants to continue farming a bit more. He almost has his Blink Dagger, so he's getting ready to fight. This is looking pretty good now for Hellbear Smash. I mean, it's looking a lot better anyway than it was a couple of minutes ago when I thought we were going to have something like a 2-37 victory in favor of Spirit. I think now they're going to have to
I thought so as well.
Gather their strength here and make a couple of good movements around the map here. A return to basics. Because now, after those 2 kill skips, we've got a couple of core items coming through. Tofu now actually has Blink Dagger on the way this time. We have... What are you building? Yule Scepter already for Earth Spirit, is it? My goodness. Oh, so that's another big item
That's
here.
gonna keep him alive. And then, of course, Stormstormer getting ever closer to the Aghanim Scepter, and with that, the Cataclysm, which is going to be huge because he's going to have so many stuns on his team. Actually, the Gilgear making really good progress towards his Aghanims as well. The reach gap that Team Spirit had, this advantage in being able to jump on top of the enemies and just annihilating them, is going to get closed fast.
We are smoking the Stormstormer. Oh, they're not interested in him, though. With Aegis, I think they're a little bit scared of the counterplays. Instead, they're going to go back into the triangle. They've died there twice before, Kips, but certainly now, on this third effort, it'll go smoothly. Ice Blast is not going to find anyone but the Nyx Assassin. It'll give him vision onto Ace, as he knows now he's in trouble. General with another nice stun here, but doesn't have the Echo for 15 more seconds. Yotaro, though, in trouble, as General makes the jump in, but that's going to proc the BKB and the Wukong, the Jingu Mastery, rather, which will heal Yotaro back to full. Ace, though, looking for the squirrel, will be able to eat a squirrel. Collapse without his BKB yet, is still a little bit vulnerable here, but Ace now has lost his first life, and Yotaro is going to set up the Wukong's command around him. Collapse ready to go in with the RP. Ace is just dead instantly, though. I thought Collapse was going to blink in there to RP, but in fact, he just blinks in to give Yotaro the Empower.
There's absolutely no way Ace can fight him inside the Wukong's command.
And Stormstormer even here with Aegis is feeling a bit too pressured. He's going to be forced back. Doro, immediately kind of king of the world again. Monkey king of the world, even. As he's going to be feeling himself after that one. Team Spirit, I would say, just reminding Hellbear Smashers that they still have a pretty damn good draft and a 5k net worth lead to boot.
Yeah, but they didn't actually establish any new vision in the triangle, so the next time they invite, they have to jump that hurdle all over again. That's at least a benefit for Hellbear Smashers.
It's true. Good point. And another hurdle this time around, Yotaro lives through 1 Sunstrike. I don't know if he lives through 2 there. And now with this Ag's Scepter online for Stormstormer, an extra 625 damage. Yeah, that might just be enough. or 525 damage, something like that. It's quite a lot of damage.
The arms race is about getting caught and initiating here, though. Collapse actually finished up. I believe I saw him get the. No, he's gone. I thought I saw him finish up a Glimmer Cape, but.
I like
got
Glimmer Cape a
himself
lot.
the Aether Lens.
I like Glimmer Cape a lot for offlaners this meta, actually. I think that item is stupid cheap right now. And for offlaners, it's the best item, I think, because we're in a very buff your best friends kind of meta, give you a little bit of soft initiation. If Shadowblade was either cheaper or good, I think this wouldn't be much of a conversation. But to be honest, Shadowblade is just so bad.
Yeah, and I think he switched out of that just because Horn Toss will also give him a lot of initiation options.
Oh, it's just a lion they find, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, at least here. And in fact, they're not going to even find a lion. They will get dewarded, though. That's not going to be the longest lasting wards that we've ever seen here from Hellbear Smashers. They're immediately going to get deleted. And like you said, Toronto Tokyo going back into this Gem of True Sights, like you suggested. So pretty much the exact same build for a Toronto Tokyo across games 1 and 2, down to even the choices for the talents.
Behold!
Very curious to see their next invasion. Ooh.
They're still moving around the map. Snowstormer, he's playing as if he doesn't have Aegis. He does, but he's just terrified. I mean, without BKB, that's still 2 lives gone, as there's going to be Gilger. A little horn toss just to make sure that they can get the kill, as he's tossed right behind him into the waning rift of Puck. No chance to get off despite Carapace.
And these jumps from Toronto Tokyo, you see here again, are meant to find division. That's why I jumped on the cliff there. They weren't actually looking for Stormer. They were just looking to take the enemy vision away.
True. And now they'll take a little bit more map control as the tier 2 taken down in the mid lane. Top again is starting to push, but without having that Tinker Ward available, it's not, and especially with H's being reclaimed, it's not really too tempting of a push here. Still 1,600 gold away from BKB. For Stormer, that is. Midas will very quickly look to close the gap. In general, no BKB queued up for him. He's still at least trying to get something like a 4-staff online as they absolutely murder Tofu. He's caught in the trees, and again, it's hard to play in the trees versus a Monkey King and a Squirrel.
The Squirrel has received the Ironwood tree back, by the way, now
Good.
that Monkey King has got himself a regular Aquila.
Good.
Really something better had to come along, huh?
I guess so. He went +8 stats. Those are mine, or 7 is it now on Ironwood tree? It's 7. It's 6 even. Okay, 8 was a lot.
Man, they've been nerfing that.
Yeah. Well, it's still the item for Hoodwink. She'll be holding on to this until maybe tier 4s come online, honestly.
Toronto Tokyo just walked into Stormer.
All right, that's a bit awkward here, especially with the Ice Blast on the way in. Stormer is going to at least dodge it. No, he's not actually. Still gets hit with the debuff, and he will shatter. As remains scattered into the wind there. Dead for 60 seconds. Okay. And yeah, it's hard to run away from a Puck when she's got the Gem of True Sight, right? When you normally rely on that Ghost Walk. Look at this trap they're setting down bottom, though. The forces of nature here daring you to try and take this wave. Eventually, they're going to get a little bit impatient as Yatoro goes, all right, I've had enough of this. And Mira goes, oh boy, that means I can take the wave, right? And farms it.
It's very normal to get impatient after hanging around there for more than a minute, because that's how much time that the Puck and the AA spent on top lane as well.
Yep.
Reminder that they walked all the way up there when the Invoker was pushing the tier 2.
True.
It's ages ago.
And
they got him in the end.
Speaking of being patient, Gilger is now going to be a little bit more patient here as he has himself the Ag Scepter completed. He's going to get nice and cozy here. He's going to see the Squirrel. Squirrel doesn't see him. Toronto Tokyo, he certainly sees him though. And
Fairy Dragon.
Well, unfortunately, with the Gem of True Sight, he's kind of having no choice but to die there. They even plant a secondary tree for him as if the tree right next to him wasn't going to be enough.
You know those fancy tree pods that you can get buried in? Like instead of a gravestone, you get a tree?
I have heard, yes, I've seen the Twitter screenshots, I believe, of those, yes.
It's very kind of Team Spirit to do that for free.
Yeah, we've been planting quite a few trees here for the supports, haven't we? Gilger with 9 deaths and Tofu rivaling very quickly closing the gap at 7. Okay, but unfortunately Ace, actually, he's there with the Blink Dagger to lose his vision, but now with the Cold Snap applied into the Sunstrike, Finger of Death, they got Toronto Tokyo got a bit too cute there. Great Yule Scepter here as well is going to stop Collapse. The stun, though, onto Ace here, as out comes the EMP, courtesy of Stormstorm. It's a max Wex now, so burns the mana, but not enough here for Collapse to not be able to skewer away. My goodness, Ace. Oh, my goodness. The damage into the Wukong's command was terrifying, but he is at least able to just barely escape. Tornado is going to almost catch the squirrel on the monkey, but they'll eventually decide not to run into it. It's the Ice Blast. Finds Ace. Unbelievable.
What a sniper.
All right. And,
No.
Goodbye, Tofu. General was looking to D-ward there. Picks up the gem, blinks away, but I think Yatoro is going to think about giving chase. Actually, not if they can get Stormstormer. He's
don't have too
been
much mana
justed
left, though.
up. That's a big old skewer here on Collapse. He's out of mana, so he's not taking much damage, rather, from the mana burn. Oh, another stun out from Yatoro, but loses vision as the dust will time out. They're going to turn back for Gilger here, but Maposhka has all of his mana burn and is actually kind of dying here. So the Forge Spirits, it looks like they will be able to escape. Stun. Oh, Stormstormer almost trying to get them with the Sunstrike would have been very cheeky. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen Cataclysm yet.
Nope.
Okay.
We have not indeed. It's... Ideally, you throw that out when you have several heroes engaging at once, and Hellbear Smasher still hasn't been the ones to engage. We've just been getting slapped down one by one by these boundless strikes from Yatoro.
Yeah, or they've been finding free kills onto Puck. Well, Puck has been the most recent. Normally, it's just been the Monkey Collapse special, or the Yatoro Collapse special.
Well, that was a fine combo deal. I imagine that Hellbear Smashers would really like if that offer came back on the menu.
Yeah, they would. Instead, they had to work so hard for the Puck, and they still actually lose Ace at the end of the day. Second Roche. Response?
Wraith King just doesn't have all that much armor.
No, he really doesn't.
Completely annihilates him.
And now that you're pointing that out, he really does not have all that much armor. He's going to be built into the AC, which is a fine item for the Wraith King, but especially fine here as it will help to mitigate that issue. I wouldn't mind seeing a Shivas either. Oh, Tofu. Oh, the Horn Toss. Okay, so General's immediately going to abandon ship here. Tofu is 100% certified dead. Gilger is coming on in with a nice stun. Will find him, but stun's only the tree. Coil and reserve for him. He's going to be eager to snap the coil, and unfortunately, Mr. Tokyo is just going to wait him out there in the phase shift, and he's going to die to the sharpshooter of Mira. Collapse on the hunt here. Really wants Stormstormer. Stormstormer is going to maybe try and get him stuck in the ice wall, but now that's going to give Toronto Tokyo the vision, and Yatoro as well has closed the gap. BKB active from Stormstormer, but this is just going to be him kind of running away as they've bought back on Gilger. There's another blink up. Doesn't want to give up this Roshan for free, but with Wukong's command and RP still both ready, I struggle to see how Hellbear Smashers are going to try and defend this, and maybe that's how his Collapse is going to fall into the Cataclysm. Nice stun out from Ace to enable that one. That'll make it a bit easier. I forgot about Cataclysm, honestly. It's been forever since we've seen one.
That's a very important ultimate out of the way. This reverse polarity not being available, they still can't take Roche, though. There's too much area control over on Team Spirit. Between the Wukongs, the AA ult, they have to find another kill.
They do. And Team Spirit, they're going to try and get them to overextend here a bit. Mira hidden in the trees thanks to the talents. Yatoro on top of the tree and can dress up as a tree, but Gilger's going to get nice and comfy here on the Roshan pit. Stun will find him. I think that's Dagon 5 finished. Dagon 4, apologies. I need to do more shopkeeper's quiz to notice the size of the bulb, I guess, on that staff. Bulb. The only way you can tell the difference. Visually, anyway.
Yes.
But losing this gem has been kind of impactful for Team Spirit. They've been really unable to kind of play the same game that they have been ever since.
I think that's why they purchased a new one.
Oh, have they now? Yes, indeed. Tokyo, he's got another one ready to go. They don't do Roche that fast either here, actually. No. Mostly because Collapse was not here to empower the Monkey King, I would say. Righto's gonna swoop through the Roche pit, not find anyone.
Gotta take care of the waves first. If there's anything you should learn from watching Team Spirit, is that they will take care of the creep waves first and to the risk of their own lives.
All right, now that involves some risk to the top lane. Who is this? Tofu, what are you doing up here? Going for the vision play, and unfortunately he's going to be left dead. Oh, goodness. That was a bit aggressive out from him. I'll leave him without a line. He's got buyback, as there's a Sunstrike here, which will hit Yatoro, and they're going to throw a stun at him. But again, not really much follow up here, especially with now Tofu dead. I love you.
Buyback, though.
Turo just not hesitating a second there to boundless strike a Forge Spirit. Okay, there's some power. This will go a bit faster now. Aya Scotty finished. That's Dagon 5. Why is he... I mean, I guess it makes sense. I don't know why I'm asking why is he boundless striking Roche, but it adds up. The damage is good. It's Cold Feet, General, ready to jump in. Force Staff and Blink Dagger. Illusory Orb doesn't quite catch him here. They need to make sure they put that on cooldown. They've died in the Roche pit once before. Toronto Tokyo is going to eat a second stun. Has no BKB, only the Aeon Disc. Is they going to try and proc it? Ace on the way in. Sunstrike here, but Yotaro popping the ultimate. Doesn't even need it as they've actually skewer back Ace. Yotaro is going to snag everything, just hold it on for safekeeping as Ace. Oh no, they're going to hold him down into the Wukong's command. Meatball is quite spicy here for Yotaro. Oh, he's going to live thanks to the mech. Ace as well, though, with the BKB and receiving a Force Staff out, will be able to live a while longer as it looks like Yotaro is going to live on a hair of HP. Finger of Death, though, means that at least the squirrel is going to be roasted. And that's going to be then only really the kill onto the Hoodwink from that fight there from Hellbear Smashers. They're not able to get much more than that.
I think, honestly, they could have gotten out of that a lot worse if Yotaro decides to just pop his Aegis and fight on. Because Ace still cannot fight him. He's finally almost scraped the gold together for an AC, which is going to make a huge difference for him. But he didn't have it in that fight. Of course, Yotaro decides that he wants to have this Aegis for a later, more favorable fight. And the rest of his team can disengage, but...
Well, the rest of his team's pushing mid lane right now because there's a kill onto Collapse. Echo Slam and Cataclysm both used there, but they will pick up the kill. Yotaro feeling a little bit more confident now with those abilities on cooldown. We'll go ahead and casually show up. He's, by the way, picked up the Tree Dance, which means he moves a little bit more fluidly now around the map, especially if he decides to take this 25 talent. I don't think he will, because additional Wukong's Command Ring is much better.
Even with the reach of Hellbear Smashers, it's going to be very hard for them to properly get at the Monkey King from outside the ring. They will take his damage.
Yeah, they will. No, they will, for sure. There's AC completed. I almost made a very dumb joke when you said Ace is going to have AC. I was like, oh, is that how you pronounce his name? Ace-E. Very good. Toronto Tokyo and his proc. He doesn't have any mana, though. Okay, only can phase shift here, but he's not going anywhere. Unbelievable. All right, but they're going to TP Ace away. He no longer wants to be here either, as he at least reflects the stun from the sharpshooter. Nice timing by Yotaro, who again just really, really enjoys hitting people with Boundless Strike. So much so, in fact, that he will BKB and look for another target, but he's not going to be able to find anyone else.
I can't believe Toronto Tokyo just gets to live there.
I can't believe it either, honestly. I don't even know. I mean, he must have went up there, Dagon used everything he had, and then got mana burned and went, welp, I don't get to play Dota 2 anymore.
Yeah. Ace just feeling a little bit uncomfortable with his back to the wall of that cliff. I think it's the right call for him, but...
on which to hoist them.
It's very rarely that you see a puck without mana getting hit and then his enemy TP's out.
Very true. I think it was probably for the best, though, with Collapse having respawned, as we can see Collapse on the prowl, still very eager to look for kills. Yotaro at least making good use of this shard. He can jump basically immediately to Yotaro, spam click, you know, that Empower is on ready to be used, and then just jump away again. I think that's probably what they had happen. But Team Spirit, I want to say they're in a very comfortable position in this game. They just haven't really gathered for a push. It just seems like Hellboy Smashers are always ready to catch someone off guard, and Team Spirit find themselves caught off by that, and they just always drop a kill. Like, here they go. Like, General, I mean, if this was not a... If he was... Oh, okay, he still tried, you can see, through the stun, but Toronto Tokyo is just a little bit too all over the place there.
That man's very fast fingers. No, the Team Spirit is hesitant here because the Cataclysm is the big damage threat. Especially to Yotaro. And where is it easiest to hit those? Well, in small, narrow parts of the map, like, say, the upstairs ramp here. They have no siege. They have to walk him up here.
Oh, and the squirrel went to the Prometheus school of running away from tornadoes and ran right into it, but it's not going to make too big of a difference. We now have Hunter's Boomerang, by the way, reducing the status resist, reducing slow, and increasing spell-based damage by 25% on top of a Veil of Discord, on top of this 15 talent. So we are taking a lot of spell damage right now. This is going to be some pretty bonkers spell damage if someone is Hunter's Boomeranged, veiled, and hit by Puck.
Oh yeah. Not to mention the sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter, yeah, true. That's also a pretty big nuke. That is true. And I believe, I could be wrong, but Dota's weird this way, where Boundless Strike is also spell damage, even though it's done as physical. No, I don't think that one gets amped because it's an auto attack. It's not like Sharpshooter.
It's an auto attack, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not.
It's like you had me for a second there.
It works that way for not Sharpshooter. It works that way for multi-shot on Drow Ranger. It's because that's just damage and whatnot. All right, there's Aegis reclaimed. Go of a cheese, but Yatoro's going to go ahead and slot that BKB in. Titanic, SNY, Eye of Scotty. He's very quickly running out of slots here on this Monkey King. I believe the boots would be next to go as he looks for just more damage now with the Daedalus. Smoke play. Now from Spirit. They'll go and sweep into the jungle. Where Helper Smashers themselves are also smoked up. Ace could be the one to break the smoke. Tofu in a lot of trouble. They actually, oh my goodness, maybe they don't like the damage for him there. Nice stun on Serrano Tokyo, but he's got Aeon Disc to keep himself alive. And there goes the line. He's going to buy back instantly, but now Yatoro has set up the Wukong's command. It's only found Gilger, however, but they'll take that kill. Both supports dead here for Helper Smashers. Both supports with buyback as we are chasing at least after General. Oh, Bushwhack just misses, and he's somehow able to TP away underneath the creep wave. Tokyo, I think he gets out here. Yes, he does. He TP's all the way back home, in fact. I think that's a stolen Ring of Aquila, actually, by the way, for Game of Spirit, because it's just chilling on the fountain. Yeah, they Helver Smashers lost the Ring of Aquila. Yeah. Curious. I just noticed that.
Which my matriarch would prize.
2 buybacks, though. This is painful for Hellbear Smashers. Team Spirit just refuses to fight them any further there, even though they could have probably made more of a stand. But now they've spent 2 buybacks, no returns, and they gotta have to get some
Toronto Tokyo doesn't have Aeon Disc. It's a long stun, but General doesn't want to throw out the... oh, goodness, and now that's a 2-man Horn Toss. Look how far away they've spent Ace. Even the Tornado can't catch up in time by the time they burst through his first life. Ice Blast for the second, but Ace, he's too much of a gamer. He blinks away. Instead, Stormstormer is going to be caught left behind in the coil, and he is marooned, taken down. Has buyback dead for 90 seconds. General just didn't want to throw the stun there onto the Puck. I thought for sure we were going to see a little bit more of aggression from the Hellbear Smashers, but they resisted.
Tower is under attack.
I think they were very scared of the exact scenario that happened here. As long as you don't have eyes on collapse, the counter initiation is massive.
He really just...
That's probably the best horn toss I have personally ever seen.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous. Along with this plus 425 skewer range, he just dragged them across the river, man. They had no choice. They were taking the scenic route there. Casual 1,000 damage crit here for Ace, but at least he has armor now. Okay, they caught the Nyx Assassin. They've actually pulled him onto the other side and taken him down. Oh, goodness. Oh, they pulled him so far out that even the Wukong's Command Extra Ring couldn't hold him in. Okay, there's an Alacrity. Oh, Yatoro pops BKB. Ace is dead immediately on his first life. Even the AC is not making a difference. He blinks away with the flicker, actually, but he blinks way too far. He died and was facing the wrong direction. The coil holds down General, who has a Force Staff, has the Blink Dagger. Oh, collapse. Or Yatoro, pardon me. He dodges the Cataclysm with mischief. They still pick up both supports, at least, as Gilger is going to drop a tip on a Stormstormer. There's Collapse now lifted up, but he's got BKB when he comes back down. No coil here means General can just Force Staff himself away. We still have a Blink Echo Slam here, and unfortunately no chance to use that as he tries to cancel the TP. The stun, though, to follow up does catch both cores, but Toronto Tokyo jumping back on a Stormstormer. Yatoro is the one in trouble, though. Has Cheese, if he can just get the chance to use it. Fully healed, turns now, stuns 3. Toronto Tokyo is in, wants to kill Tofu, who needs one more auto attack. He's going to live on 69 HP as the Ice Blast will not find General either, but in trouble is going to be Ace as well as Stormstormer. We only have eyes on Ace right now, but he's got Reincarnation, so they want to get Stormstormer first. Cold Snap, though, making this difficult, and the Alacrity is going to kill through the Monkey King. They eventually get Tofu here, so Maposhka will be able to rejoin this fight, but he will now be slain by Ace, who picks up the gem in his wake.
Yatoro, what? Hey, man, that was such a shame for Hellbear Smashers, though. They got that turnaround. They had, I think, actually 3 stuns going out at the same time onto this tiny little point here. So when Yatoro actually he got the cheese off.
He did?
I can't believe he got the cheese off because they overlapped their stuns, and then he dies anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Ace is scary, man. He's got good attack speed. He's level 25, so he had the Mortal Strike cooldown. I mean, this is third Roche for them. It has a Refresher Shard, which gives him 3 lives. If he wants to take Aegis, I think they give Aegis to Stormstormer. But they know Roche is going on. Collapse? No, Collapse. You cannot. Oh, Stormstormer picks up the Aegis, but Toronto Tokyo was not able to loot anything from the pit. Drops the coil now as he's... Oh, they're onto the illusion, actually. Oh, but Stormstormer... Oh, he lives on a hair of HP. 100 HP. Collapse looking for him in the pits. Not going to find him as Ace pops the BKB now. Wants to get through Mira. Mira doing everything he can to live. And oh my goodness, the Scurry. He just goes invis. He just goes invis. He's even going to be able to outrun the Sunstrike now. Scurried yet again into the trees. As Ace just can't hit him. Oh my goodness, no. He finally ticks down. There's a well played from General as the mischief is just too high.
Tried so hard, went so far, died to the Radiance burn.
Oh, unbelievable. I can't believe Ace. Okay, but we didn't manage to actually loot anything. We almost killed Stormstormer on his, well, first life immediately, which would have been a huge win. We have a growing collection of gems in the Radiant Fountain. Oh, they got General, though. Okay, they might get more. Collapse is lifted by the tornado. The stun finds Yatoro in the trees. Collapse has BKB, but he's still stuck by. You can actually not dispel the cooldown, or sorry, the Deafening Blast for some reason. Yeah, the pushback. Gilger in trouble, though, as Yatoro is going to eat him alive. That's double kill for him and a dieback on Yatoro. Toronto Tokyo has Aeondas. That'll be procced immediately by Ace here, who is holding on to the Refresher Shard in the backpack for that second BKB. And, of course, that second reincarnation. Doesn't have Shard, though, so it doesn't need to watch the mana. Doesn't need to watch the mana consumption. That would be a bad way to lose your life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, then again, with how this game has been going, I would not be surprised. And then I would also not be surprised to see him somehow get the time to naturally respawn anyway. I
mean, this game is, yeah. Kips, can you please use your analysis to break down this game and what the heck is going on in these past couple of minutes?
Yeah, so sometimes you come across these cars, and they look very small, but guys keep coming out. And they all have red noses.
Yeah?
And, the car is this game.
Yeah. It would seem like it. It's a little bit of a clown car. There's a lot of ringmasters in this circus as well, isn't there? Mm-hmm. I mean, because we have Collapse dragging people around. We have Yatoro just really. I mean, this guy. A lot of people play Monkey King for the Wukong's command. They play him for the Jingu Mastery. Mm-hmm. He plays Monkey King for the Boundless Strike is really what he's about. And, I mean, it's been working out. I mean, look, he just absolutely murders the creep waves, and he can lifesteal full heal off of Satanic. It is Refresher, by the way. Should point that one out. I
think the extra BKB is actually going to be so useful for him, because that's when he's been dying.
Good flicker. Very balanced item here for Ace. Allows him to escape and also dispel the 4,200 gold item for free on a 4-second cooldown. Very cool. Very cool.
Poshka just walked into stun range, but Ace cannot stun him because he's too scared of counter initiation.
Looks gonna get out, I think. Yes. Okay. I mean, they don't even try anymore. Honest for Toronto Tokyo. Okay, there's the BKB. There's the Horn Toss. We actually get a couple of heroes, and there's gonna be a big old Wukong's command. Ace is in here, and now he's gonna be stuck. No, the flicker doesn't quite get him out. It betrays him this time. Second Wukong's command sets up for the RP. Tornado is good, but not good enough here, and the damage onto Ace is too high. Gibbs, he couldn't refresh it in time. I don't think he was actually holding on to the refresher anymore. Sunstrike here is not going to get anyone there. Zoning Sunstrike.
On General.
No, it is on General. They wanted him they wanted the triple Echo Slam, but he can't get into that Wukong's command. It's too big. He's level 18. General's level 18.
Man.
Ofu's the same level as General, and he's got 12 deaths.
Least Stormstormer getting to drop the Marinara.
Yes, he is. Okay, Yatoro's gonna whiff everything there on the Boundless Strike. And they're going to push up to the high ground. Now, by the way, they've taken a tier 3 tower. This is like finally, I think, Kip's going to be the first lane of barracks, as there's going to be a nice lift there. Does General still has the refresher shard, so he's going to hit the best goddamn Echo Slimes of his entire life, but it needs to come now. Oh, it's not going to be fast enough. They've already gotten through the Aegis. That's Ace buying back. Toronto Tokyo's been caught by the Hex. Has an Aeon though. They haven't even mentioned it with proc, but they have found the stun now. As Aeon is procced. Ace, though, severely out of position, as is Stormstormer. Where's General? He still keeps getting his Blink Dagger canceled by the puck. Just rampant damage. Sun's Cataclysm, actually, doesn't find anyone here but the Ancient Apparition, and Ace had the damage for him anyway. As Mira's gonna TP away. Ace just can't chase these darn natural heroes, man. They escape into the trees too easily.
Incredible work from Toronto Tokyo there. Like, that's the entire reason that we don't see any Echo Slimes, even while multiple heroes are being skewered back and surrounded by 4 Team Spirit heroes. The General does not have a blink.
I mean, he
Toronto
does.
Tokyo just attacks. No, but he attacks on phase shift.
Yeah, it's perma
cooldown.
cooldown. No, it's perma cooldown. Exactly. He has a blink, but no chance to use it. As Toronto Tokyo is going to TP away. They might even just seen those particles. Oh, General, he is just itching to use these Echo Slams this game, and it's just the itch he can't scratch here. All right, I think... What is this? Oh, it's just the Immortal. We might actually get to see this 0-second Primal Spring cooldown for some reason. You know what we're actually going to see? We're going to see this level 20 talent with the Boundless Strike crit. With a Daedalus crit on top. Oh, goodness, that's going to be...
He can kill the creep waves even deader.
Oh, yeah. He's going to one-shot them even better now, for sure. Very eager to get that one online for Yotaro. Constantly getting empowered. Level 25 for Mag. 1 second RP stun time. Toronto Tokyo is even about the shard. Oh, they're doing it. They're going to hit buildings. Okay. No, they're not. They're just healed. They're actually just here to clear the creep wave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
is this Team Spirit we're talking about?
Oh, okay, there goes the Sentry Ward. There you go.
Silence! Puck out!
Fishing again.
They're going fishing.
Dangling the hook.
And, well, there's the Forged Spirits.
Oh, General's gonna come from the back.
No way. No way he is. Good. What a call, Kips. Look at he's taking the scenic route. I mean, is he going to get here in time, though, is the question. As we've procced the Aeon Disc for Tofu. General, he's just waiting
for
here.
his ninja gear.
He can't get scouted here, but they're already going to lose the bottom. I mean, it's just bottom lane of barracks. Oh, the RP, it's a big one. Oh, collapse. Yes, the horn toss pushing them. But 3 heroes into the ring. That's Stormstormer and Ace. It was 4 Kips. It was 4 Generals not here. The second Wukong's command, as Stormstormer's going to buy back. Cataclysm, though, not going to do much. It connects onto collapse, but they've already lost the Lion here, and there's still no General. He's actually on the back lines. He's been caught by the supports, and now killed off. General doesn't have buyback. Stormstormer pinned to the trees, but Yotoro's been left behind. They've at least killed him, and once again collapses. Friends in life and in death here yet again. Tofu in a bit of a hard spot as Ace is going to be stopped by Yotaro, who's just bought back. Ace completely isolated, held down by the bushwhack. Kips, he's bought back so fast he didn't even have reincarnation yet.
Oh no, that's it.
I think it is. I mean, it must be. It certainly must be. There's no way this game can go on any longer. It's like the 40 clowns have gotten out of this car, Kips.
There's too many of them.
It's gotta stop.
They're still trying, though.
They are. Gilgur once again. He's gonna be in this burrow whether you like it or not. 0-15 and 7. He's not been too successful. He's pushed out from it. Final stop. Hunter's Boomerang. Half HP from a Dagon 5. He's at least gonna proc the Andis and burn all the mana Toronto Tokyo. But there's gonna be now another horn toss as Gilgur is pushed in the middle of 5 enemy heroes. He's gonna buy back though. Damn it. 16 times. I didn't hear no bell yet, says Gilgur.
And actually, Team Spirit are almost equal on racks right now because they lost their top racks to creeps.
Oh, they're gonna fortify. They keep alive. Toronto Tokyo. Dagon the wagon. It works. It works on the wagon. Do it. No.
He's got the attacks.
Okay, it lives. All right. Well, he says, there's Gilgur again. Goodbye, Gilgur. They force staff him a little bit. He force staffs himself, but he's killed off. There's collapse chopping the depth out of him. Coil's gonna find General, who doesn't have a BKB, by the way. It still has a couple of echoes left to use. He can't even get it off. Oh, poor General. Stormstormer, once again, the only hero alive, as finally Team Spirit will go ahead and claim the Megas. 53 minutes into this game, and General's just gonna call the cheat sheet. Down it goes. And that is game number 2. It's a 1-to-1 game. Serious, sorry.
Team Spirit, Team Spirit, Team Spirit. I mean, the joy in their play, right? It is hard to not be infected with just how much fun they are having. Even though for Hellbear Smashers, it's probably not as fun to be on the receiving end of such a clobbering. Like, you gotta admire them for taking these. They get wrecked a couple of times because they are clowning around. And they take it in stride, they just go back to the basics of their play, we push out the waves, we take out the wards, we buy gems until the store is empty.
And you know what's wild is that they're still doing the fundamentals the whole time. General had a really good idea to sneak around from behind, but the supports are still there. Team Spirit, they're not like getting lost in the sauce here. They go, guys, General's not here. Something is mighty suspicious about this, right? Where could he be? And the supports are in position to break the smokes. And Ace, the poor man, he buys back and dies back so quickly, he doesn't even get the reincarnation ready to go again. Ooh.
Absolutely incredible. General with that ninja gear, like, he was working around the ward, and I think he was scared that there was a support waiting on there. That's why he went all the way around. But he could have sneaked under that ward with a ninja gear. And I think he could have maybe been in time before the supports of Team Spirit realized that something was fishy.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of ifs.
I mean, it was. I mean, really, what this comes down to is just pick General's hero earlier, right? We said this after the first game. You know. And maybe we see the same thing from Hellbear Smashers, right? The adjustment is, all right, we just first phase General's hero, right? Or we flex pick General's hero because the same thing happened. What was it? Game 1 Centaur, right? Just couldn't really get the impact that the team needed from him. It was actually very similar, if you recall the Centaur play when he refreshed to Stampede and just run from the Rubik. Very strikingly similar.
DPP.
Yeah, wasn't it? Oh, goodness. Well, that's going to send us to a break. I mean, I think we had a lot of fun with this game, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the cast as well. Seeking Strike and Kip's on the call here for the best of 5 grand final series here between Hellbear Smashers and Team Spirit. We've hit the reset point here, which means that we've got at least 2 more games of Dota to go, and we hope you guys stick around for us to bring you guys those wonderful games of Dota. We're going to about a 10-minute break. When we come back, draft number 3 between the Hellbear Smashers and Team Spirit is going to be live. We'll see you then. Back at the reset here, folks, as we had a little bit of a break in between games 2 and 3, but we're now live for our third draft of the day. We've got Seek and Strike and Kips here on the call, as Spirit and Hellraisers will go, sorry, I make that Hellraiser Smashers, pardon me, will go even one game apiece in our best of 5 grand finals, down to a best of 3 now. And Kips, I said, I think actually the last thing we said before we threw to a break was, I don't think they're going to leave General's Hero for last anymore. And you know what? They've picked 2 of General Heroes now, just to make sure.
5 seconds remaining.
Just to make sure, indeed. Very happy to see this. The Batrider does very well in the lane versus the Terrorblade. You really gotta try lane a Batrider if you want to shut him down, honestly. Normally I'd complain a little bit about the offlane Batrider needing a lot of farm, but if you're running a mid DK at the same time, you're going to have the wave pushing and especially the tower pushing sorted for you. DK doesn't really go back into the jungle to farm. He just farms towers and then gets a blink off of that. So that space is definitely there. And both of these do very well versus the
5
TV.
seconds remaining.
Pardon me. Yes, they do. Plus, the Batrider is also kind of nice because he also covers your DK to a certain extent. This is probably going to be the Stormstormer mid DK. It's funny how he either wants the most complex mid lane hero with the Invoker, or he wants DK.
Yeah, but I don't think he goes to the Viper level of I will just stand here and hit things, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, at least you have to blink and be fast on your stuns. I will grant that with the
5
DK.
seconds
I will
remaining.
grant it.
Sometimes you hold the breathe fire until the TV shows up.
True. And other
Intricate.
times, you have to make sure you right-click the tower, make sure that the debuff is always applied.
Yes.
Very complex hero. Very complex. Well, he's got the power of anime now on his side, as we'll be banning out a lot of heroes here to protect the Yatoro TB. As out goes the PL, out goes the ET. Perhaps the Drought Ranger I could see as well getting banned with 2 nice frontliners like this Bat DK.
Very much a possibility, though I'd expect them to wait for the 4th pick in the draft to grab that one. It would have to be banned now.
From Spirit, yeah,
And of
that's...
course-
yeah.
Picking it into Winter Wyvern is a little bit more questionable.
It is, but it's still. I mean, with against a Bat DK, I think Wyvern is not allowed to get a whole lot. I mean, it's a first pick Wyvern, right? So I think if you don't address it some other way, just to make sure you can actually threaten the TB, because we've seen TBs today be threatened and also not be threatened, right? And there's a big difference in play styles, a big difference in what TB's got to buy and how he's got to play the game, and I think. It's not quite the same here. Well, it's not quite the same for Wyvern, even if you pick it. Maybe that's what Spirit are considering. Oh, do we do it? Do we want to protect it? Maybe they're going to ban something completely random.
Yeah, I'd really love a Hoodwink pick for Hellbear Smashers here, both to cover their DK as well as to have that great long-range snipe versus Winter Wyvern. They still take out the Drow. And they go for the Mirana follow-up into Winter Wyvern. Does leave the Hoodwink open for Hellbear Smashers if they want to grab it here. But at the same time, though, I guess Hoodwink's not going to get taken up by Team Spirit anymore. They got their support slots filled.
True. Are you too concerned about Team Spirit picking one of your heroes? I mean, not really, though, right? It feels like now both teams have kind of got each other covered. I think they're no longer concerned with picking a hero that they would have gone, oh, crap, I really wanted that hero. So we need supports and the carry for Hellbear Smashers, and that's what Spirit already have. Spirit need the kind of heroes that Hellbear Smashers have, so we can afford to wait.
Exactly, dodge each other's roles here.
Yep. With a beautiful color scheme to boot. Very nice coordination.
And blue on Dire and red on Radiant.
Another red hero then for the Hellbear Smashers. Looking for a support. I just picked the Hoodwink, right? Honestly.
Wind Ranger at your service.
A related hero. Because the thing is that between the DK and the Batrider, you already have so much jump here. You're not really going to get enough damage output out of a support usually anyway, and at this point you'd rather pick supports that empower your jumps, or, you know, maybe just build Aeon discs. Either or.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Just build
So-
Aeon discs, man.
That thing is covered. This Mirana here, by the way, I was talking about this as if this was a support, but I do need to cover all angles here. Toronto, Tokyo can and will run this mid.
A good point. Actually, a really good point. And well, that's another mid lane hero he likes, right, with the Windrunner. So it's good that you mention it, because that is a very good point. They will run it mid lane. Not the worst mid lane Mirana game I've ever seen, and they're going to continue to flex it, whether or not Hellbear Smashers are aware of it, and I think they will be. I think the team like Team Spirit, especially for when you're playing for 25k here for first place, you're going to be doing a bit of research here for your opponents. Let me just double check that prize pool here to make sure I've got that correct. The difference is a 10k prize pool difference, pardon me, between first and second, with Unique claiming 6k, and the winner getting 20k to the 10k for second place.
That's a cool 2k per player.
Yep. Nice little bonus.
A lot of hamburgers.
A lot of hamburgers. Of course, it pales in comparison for what Spirit are going to be playing for, and only now a couple of months from now. But hey, you know, some more hamburger money to in the time being, right?
Every hamburger counts. This Wind Ranger here, not necessarily a mid, of course, just as much as I think this DK is not necessarily a mid. We have seen both of these heroes get flexed to the 4 position role.
Yep. Or even 5, I want to say. I think we've seen Tofu DK 5 once. Very slow Blink Dagger, but he made it work. So
Seen Bignum do that as well.
I guess how much they need to pick something here. I mean, what do we do? Maybe we pick a safe laner and you can continue to flex all of these heroes and really make Team Spirit confused, perhaps?
It might be time for the Luna, but most of the right-clickers just feel questionable into the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah. And also the laning matchups that are, you know, heroes that have good matchups versus TB, don't get owned by Wyvern, and also can lane versus Sand King. Not too many of them, but there's a hero that can do a couple of those things. I don't think she does them all.
Well, she's not afraid of the Winter Wyvern, for sure, but the matchup versus the Terrorblade is very hard. You literally got to kill everybody around him first. I've seen TNC try and fail to do this with a Dragon Knight Spectre, actually. Does anyone remember the 0.02 second silence miss on the Sundering TV? Because that was that game. I went over that replay quite a few times. The amount of outplaying that TNC needed to do in order to get into a winning position there at all was insane. They had to snipe a Roche before that and get, I think, both a Refresher as well as an Aegis. It was... TB versus Spectre is not easy by any means.
No, it is not. Lane's okay, though, from the Sand King. We'll see what the Sand King wants to lane into, or build into. I think it's dangerous to make stacks here, regardless of whatever lane the Bat Rider is going to go into. Windrunner, Spectre, also very capable stack stealers. Even the DK, if he's a mid lane, can definitely steal them. So it's a bit risky, because we don't have the best heroes to defend against these kind of moves of aggression. Maybe you do want to play for the laning build, go for the Burrow Strike into a Caustic. We'll see, as, again, they pick the carry so we can continue to flex this Windrunner, this DK, just a little bit more in this draft.
Team Spirit is doing the same here. We don't know if this Mirana is a core or a support yet. And you can see that Hellbear Smashers as well, they don't trust it either. They're banning out these flexible offlane mid heroes.
Here with a couple of interesting... those are Gilger bans. Taking away the Sky, which he played earlier today, and the Earth Spirits. They're
Sky, huge threat to the Terrorblade in that game, by the way.
Yeah.
As it turns out, his HP pool and a level 1 Skywrath ult are roughly exactly equivalent.
Yeah, just need a little bit of a stun, and you're good to go. And DK is a stun. Windrunner is also a stun. That would do. Okay, Hellbear Smashers. What can we pick here? Team Spirit are convinced that we have the cores and we need to support, and they'd be correct in that assessment. And that's a hero that can actually buff your pretty incredible, just all-around damage here. Lots of AoE damage going to be empty from more. Like you're saying, this is going to make Spectre's job of killing everyone but the TB a bit easier if he can get off a very, very nice Fatal Bonds.
Absolutely, and there's a hard thing about playing into Spectre Warlock, which is you want to... group together versus Spectre to avoid the Desolate damage, but you really, really do not want to hug versus Fatal Bonds Rock.
Yeah, and this lane is a classic combo. I'll get into that in a bit with the Warlock Spectre, just one of the better lane heals with a hero that can really take advantage of her HP pool in the lane, as it'll be Maposhka. Tokyo, it's a mid-wyvern. I actually was going to say that briefly, but then we already got into the Warlock pick. So it's a mid-wyvern for Toronto Tokyo. We were right about the Marana being flexed. We were just wrong about the hero that would be going mid-lane.
Yep.
How do you feel about mid-wyvern in this game, then?
Ooh. And this is going to be an okay lane. I think it is just really all about if you survive the laning stage or not. After that, your single target damage is absolutely insane. It's a very good idea to indeed put Gilgear towards the Dragon Knight because he will die to the burn. The Wind Ranger is also not going to be happy if this is an Orchid build-up, for example. There's a lot of flexibility in the Winter Wyvern build, actually, with how many better just carry items there are for interiors nowadays.
Yeah.
So
even Witchblade is a problem. True Strike on that projectile with the insane range and projectile speed with Wyvern Arctic Burn means that, hey, since that Arctic Burn projectile is going to hit thanks to Witchblade, it's a double move speed slow, which means Windrun, not very effective here, even without a Yule Scepter. It's not as great as just simply using her, but it's also a great long-range solution that Windrunner is going to really hate playing into. I wonder if we'll get to see that play out here. I expect we will, at least once.
And making this a core Winter Wyvern, she's going to have more farm. It's going to be very hard between the DK and the Bat Rider to kill her without spending too many resources.
I also think the lane is actually a little bit difficult for Windrunner because they both do the same thing. They both like have a pretty powerful nuke, but Wyverns is like trivial to connect, and she can cast it from quite a generous range. Stormstormer, same thing for Power Shot, but you've got to line it up a bit easier, and Toronto Tokyo's got a lot of counterplay there because he's just simply not as restricted on how he has to cast his farming ability in lane. It's just fire and forget, really. Not a bad lane. I actually think Wyvern might have a little bit of the heads-up match here for Spirit, which is surprising because it was like, what, a first-pick Wyvern.
It feels incredible to say, too, because, of course, the attack damage and animation of a Wyvern is absolute garbage.
Yeah,
Prepare
for sure.
battle.
All about those auto-attack modifiers here this game, though. For him, I almost am very curious to see what he's going to queue up, because I think you're right about Orchid also potentially being very strong. Bloodthorn is actually a really great item for Wyvern. You just want attack speed into Ags. We'll see. Looking forward to this one. As he'll send Toronto Tokyo mid lane. They're actually just all outside of tower, and she's going to go and check for a ward real quick. And they're not going to get to him in time, so now he knows there's a ward somewhere in the mid lane. He's going to guess incorrectly, though. We'll see if his supports trust him or not. No, it's a not. he's gonna have to laugh that one off.
Fine, I took tower shots for you. You don't even believe me?
30
Well,
seconds.
guess what? They are right.
We're right, actually. There you go. I don't know about that one. We watched the replays on where these guys like to ward on the Radiant side, and that's not really somewhere they always like to ward. Because the Hellbear Smasher's ward spot, actually, from what I've noticed, Kips, has been kind of here on this spot or closer here. But usually against opponents that they respect a lot more, I don't mean that in a bad way, it's been this spot specifically. So I think that's why Team Spirit have picked up on that. It's going to be 3 runes for Spirit, though. As Hellbear Smashers were really just waiting for someone to walk into their very deadly level 1 combos, and Spirit not going to oblige them. Oh, Mira's ready to make sure that Tofu can't block this camp.
Wise to those tricks as well.
Yeah, very, very wise.
Seen it
They're a
before.
TI team. They don't make the
We're
little
unique.
mistakes, right?
No, they just make big mistakes and then make up for them with big plays.
True. True.
But that's the thing. If you don't look for the edge of where you can play in terms of overplaying in these matchups, then where are you going to get your advantage? And Toronto Tokyo really owning Stormstormer on the first waves here.
Yeah, pushing underneath the tower, making Stormstormer miss even a CS. And again, I think the biggest difference in this lane is just how easy it is for you to be able to... I think I'm overstating how easy it is to dodge Power Shot, because you can also get some nice lineup here for Stormstormer. But if you simply just don't line up with your range creep, you already make it so much more difficult for the Windrunner to effectively harass you, I would say, while also maintaining and keeping up in CS.
And not insignificant here is that Splinter Blast deals more total damage because you don't get damage reduction, which the Power Shot does. The Stormstormer cannot push out the wave as fast as Toronto Tokyo can. It is simply impossible.
Yeah. The issue with Splinter Blast, though, is level 2, I want to say, like, puts a range creep within basically one shot for anyone to deny it. And obviously, Splinter Blast is one of the most telegraphed abilities probably in the entire game, as far as if it's going to hit you or not. And Stormstormer is showing off already here with a pretty good animation. As I'll miss First Blood, it's top lane onto Tofu. Sorry, make that bottom lane onto Tofu. Gilgar almost dies top lane. That was the one I was looking at next. Good arrow out from Mira. Secure that one. As there is Gilgar. Gilgar is going to die. I should have kept focusing top lane.
Level 1 Shadow Poison, to be precise.
Wow. Where's the DK? Probably like, I thought this hero was unkillable. What happened? Tokyo. Alright, he's got Arctic Burn in 10 seconds, but with the water room being snatched up, he'll be happy with that. Toronto Tokyo luckily doesn't see that courier. That would have been a big loss. I imagine losing your bottle in the mid lane is kind of game losing.
Yes. Especially versus this much spam, you immediately lose your lane.
Yeah. Gilgar has
This is the spam lane.
been trapped by his illusions in the top lane, unfortunately, and he's just going to have to take his death. Oh, no. He kills his courier, and Gilgar tipped him because it had one of the band of elven skins on it. And then he immediately is caught and just trapped in the trees. And he gets the tip back.
That's the walk of shame, too.
Oh, no.
Disastrous.
Oh, that's awful. That's an awful way to go, especially after you drop a tip there.
Sport DK is not much fun anyway, but this is really driving it home. And then meanwhile, in the bottom lane, this is going to be a risky lane for poor old Tofu here. He's got a really big target on his forehead.
Yes, he does.
Mira.
Yeah, now there's an arrow in the middle of that target. He's going to be forced to use basically, all of his regen on himself. He's got a Ring of Bazzi and the Mango, and he's keeping Ace at least topped up in terms of his HP. But he's not going to be able to contest this creep wave skip here as a result. Ace doesn't really mind CSing under tower, though. 66 base damage. Good, decent auto attack animation with a Quelling Blade. This will be fine. And he's got the heal eventually.
Exactly, and any time that he's not just tanking caustic finale damage is a good time for Ace.
True. That's a good point, actually. It's a really good point.
But this is pretty much a luxury lane for Collapse, who does not have to go into the Sandstorm to be able to get CS in lane at all, because Ace is really just sustaining through it, does not have enough damage to properly bring him down, and in fact is already through all of his own regen. He cannot come up to contest this Bracer Ring of Health. Sand King.
Wow. Yeah, he's pretty big. What do we... I mean, I think it's got to be a Hood of Defiance first this game, right? Or is it Van Hood, both for the Sand King?
Van for Sand King? Not a big fan. Look at the damage!
Yeah. Heals coming through pretty nicely here, though, out from Tofu. Big fan of the big heals, and that's going to keep alive Ace for now.
Without a salve, though.
Tofu low on the mana, but
some tangos.
That's why you bring the Ring of Bazzi into this lane, though. It's pretty big. Pretty big.
TB on the top lane?
He's going to be looking... Actually, TB is dead.
No.
Wow. This time Gilgar is going to be able to return the favor, as General even joins in for a quick tip.
That was excellent. The TB would have TP'd way earlier if he wasn't stunned by the Dragon Tail there.
Whoa. Check out what's going on in this mid lane as well. I said it was really easy to deny versus Splinter Blast. Oh, no, Stormstormer has just been ganked by Mira. What a gank. He even had a ward here, Kips. He even had a ward.
Yeah, he's... Could have seen him coming. Well, it happens to the best of us.
It does. It
Happens
really
more
does.
often to the worst of us.
And it does, and that's quite a shame as well, because he was actually, I was just about to commend him for how well of a lane he's been having. 32 and 10 denies, again, versus Wyvern, not the hardest thing to do, but to do that this consistently while still being able to farm your side camps is been very impressive. Unfortunately, I have cursed him a little bit here as he's immediately ganked while he's focusing on the denies and killed off.
This is gonna sting.
If they would have actually been able to deny the rune here from the Winter Wyvern, that could have been big, because that means that Stormstorm would have respawned with a full bottle and Toronto Tokyo not having anything after the kill, but sadly, bounty runes are a thing. Your bottle will always be full.
Yes, it will. Gotta stay hydrated, of course, and especially in the mid lane this patch. Ace is still CSing pretty nicely, though. I mean, it's definitely the luxury lane for the Sand King, as you say, but that hasn't really stopped Ace from farming either. And he's keeping up. It was General. Everyone's getting kind of a lot of farm out of this game, to be honest. Really, Toronto Tokyo is the only one who's a bit behind the 8-ball. Tofu is almost found death twice walking through those trees. I'm sure he's a little bit nervous every single time he does have to squeeze in between the little tree paths there. Collapse in position to cut the waves. Mira, yeah, he's got leap. He'll be fine.
Yeah, at this point you just gotta get the damage in while you can, because you can't leave them sitting there on full HP. If that happens, you can't punish them if they ever go on you. Speaking of which...
There they go. Epicenter being cancelled once, but it can't be cancelled again here. It's going to get through Tofu. Stormstormer, though, ganking the lane. Taking a fair bit of damage. We have another Shackle in 2 seconds, but stunned up for longer than that here by the Dragon Tail. Thanks to Gilger rotating on through. That they will be able to make this a 2-for-1 deal here in exchange for the life of Tofu.
Mm-hmm. So nice assist money for him as well, because those Fatal Bonds still were instrumental in taking the kill on the Marana.
More space for Ace, who now has got the Haunt. Watch our farm in HP in the jungle here for Yatoro.
I think Poshka has to be careful. He gets a couple of lines of sticky napalm on top of him. That Haunt's gonna come in.
Even with disruption, not gonna really do too well. Oh, Gilger just walks into the enemy jungle. Okay, that's level 6 from Raposhka. Says hello, Gilger, and so Thor says hello, Gilger, and now they're going to say goodbye, Gilger. There he goes. He was going there for vision. Quite literally, he was. Oh, can we contest these sacks? Oh no, the sacks are gone. Oh my God, the support is level 6. I didn't know you were allowed to take experience in the lane. And General says, no, you're not. Please leave. I'm level 7 already. I'm doing very nicely here.
Well, at the very least, these are going to be some very fast boots to travel for him. But yeah, he does not actually get to push his wave under the tower at all, because Miposhka is just spamming. He's got the arcane boots as well. He's actually very rich.
He's got a lot of money. He's even got now the Void Stone. So our boy is walking around with 4.2 mana regen a second here, 9 minutes in. He is living the big life right now here on the Shadow Demon.
As long as you get a couple of camps, that is big money for you once again.
Okay, rotation's coming mid. Oh, but they got Stormstorm in the mid lane. They got Stormstorm in the mid lane. Winter's Curse into the arrow. Creep Wave as well is going to extend the duration of that curse, as now Gilger in general, they're going to pivot. Instead of going mid lane, they're going to try and go into the jungle, but Yatoro, he's farmed everything here already. He's on his way home. They maybe now start to set up shop in the triangle with the Yasha nearly completed. So the smoke's going to go right back where it started. They're going to try from Miposhka. Got a disruption. General going to push him back with a flame break. He actually disrupts General first, but Gilgo's here with a stun. Beautiful little animation. We don't even need the ultimate here, as he will be slowed to a crawl at the least. They're going to get Tofu down bottom. Little epicenter there. Going to get Collapse closer to his Blink Dagger next.
Mm-hmm. And as if this game wasn't hard enough for Stormstormer already, the fact that Miposhka is having a great game and probably will have an early Aether Lens means more purges for the Windrun.
Oh, yeah, true. Totally forgot about that aspect. Yeah, Windrunner, unsurprisingly, very reliant on her namesake ability. Guess the name's Wind Ranger, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get to work on the top tier 1 tower. We'll get this eventually. Poshka does well to nuke the wave. She'll have to come back another day perhaps for it, or maybe ask for a little bit of help out from Gilger. Level 5 now in the DK. 3 points in the Dragon's Blood. Mm-hmm. So he's really trying not to die too much more this game.
Your only job is to stun and to live and to stun.
Live to stun.
Stun to live.
ILTS. I live to stun.
Mm.
He's the not as popular non-carry core here, as Collapse is trying to be a little bit cute with the tower, but he unfortunately unable to tank too much for it, or unwilling to tank too much for it, as Ace now has already the full Blade Mail on the way. This might come as a bit of a surprise to Team Spirit, because actually he's the richest hero on his team, which is saying something, because General as well has had a pretty good start to the game. So they might not be expecting this from him. Maposhka, certainly not expecting the haunt top, but they are ready for this one, actually. Astrana Tokyo in, all ready to counter-rotate onto Gilger. Even with level 3 Dragon's Blood, they have really no problems killing him, as long as they get him, with that Starstorm. Down he will go.
12-minute Aetherlands from Maposhka. Stormstormer, it is BKB time.
Yeah, seriously. Sonic Purge cast range is pretty nice already. You know, it's kind of crazy that you see the Mirana. I mean, obviously, the lanes playing out the way they did made it so that a Shadow Demon, a hero who can push waves pretty endlessly, especially with lots of mana regen, can farm. But Mirana normally the kind of hero who just arrows creeps and gets out with a lot more farm than she should. And she's not doing too bad, mind you. But it's just kind of crazy. The net worth difference is pretty even as far as it goes for the cores, with Toronto Tokyo lagging a little bit behind, and with Yotaro leading the pack by a little bit as well. You can see Maposhka even forcing General out of the triangle, my goodness. But the supports is really where this net worth difference is coming into play. 1,500 basically between Maposhka and Gilger, and another 1,500 here on the Mirana. Adds up to the 3K. Pretty easily there. Here, Blade Mail. Aces, I don't think he had too big of stacks. And there's a double stack of Ancients, but that's all they have got going for him here. Top lane, Epicenter from the Blink Dagger from Collapse picks up another kill onto Gilger. What is it with teams just loving to kill Gilger?
I don't know, but he really is a sitting duck in this game. There's really not too much that he can do.
No, there's not.
They're waiting for General to get his Blink Dagger. He's very close to it, though. This is actually an excellent timing. And this is the reason why Stormstormer has been sitting top, showing on the wave. And the reason why they should be very happy that Ace never got kicked out of the bottom lane. So job well done to Tofu there. Because in the end, that is a Blink Dagger finish for General, and he's going to jump straight into action with it.
Yep, they're going to try and bait, I didn't want to say the Wind Ranger here. General waiting in the trees. Can he get here fast enough, though, as the arrow can't come through, courtesy of the one range creep. Mira trying to jump away, but the Maelstrom damage a bit too high. General showing off the Blink Dagger here. He's now going to go ahead and give a bit of a better look on over to Collapse, who does... Oh, goodness. He jumps right into the three-man golem there. Maposhka, oh, my goodness, picked off there by a beautiful power shot from Stormstormer. And that is going to be 3 dead. 2 kills for Stormstormer, and 1 for, I want to say, Tofu there on the Warlock being able to pick it up.
Absolutely beautiful bait. That was insane. Stormstormer, yeah. He is immediately going into the BKB. No waits for that one.
Gilger.
He knows that he needs survivability tools. He's fine.
Okay, he is. He didn't turn around to auto attack. Yes.
Tips.
All right, Gilger. Okay. He's like, yeah, guys, kill me more. I only got 5 deaths. What are you, trying to give me a flawless game here?
You gotta take your victories where you can. And
absolutely.
He has died so much, and even he is not that far off of a Blink Dagger.
This goes to show, man. EK, truly a hero in Dota 2. In this current meta, isn't he?
And a real human being.
A real human being. Ace has Echo Saber now completed. Just needs, this camp, I want to say, for the Robe of the Magi. Right? Magi? My goodness.
Magi.
Yes, the Robe of the Magi. And I'll have that operational, and that's going to increase his farming speed quite a bit. So dual farming items here as... who is this that they've caught? Oh, it's DK. Okay, goodbye, Gilger.
We hardly knew you.
Really
wait, was that a special...
It was.
Marana, how could you break my heart line?
He already said one top lane. I didn't really want to mention it because, you know... When you talk about the anime and people in chat go, actually, not an anime, it's an animation. And I go, okay, guys, same difference. And then I get a lot of DMs to my Twitter accounts with people with anime profile pictures telling me a lot more about the difference between Western and Japanese animation than I care to know quite personally. But then again, here I am also talking to you about these really niche interactions about Dota 2 heroes and spells. So, you know, I guess it goes both ways there, doesn't it? As the stun this time doesn't catch Gilger. And now Collapse is going to get another tip.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I got a feeling here that Gilger is a very positive person. He's really just seeing every single time he escapes death as a victory now. He just adjusts, man.
It really is. Yeah, even walks forward and feels strong enough to right-click the tower once to make sure it's got that debuff.
Core of DK gameplay.
Absolutely. Collapse though back into the mid lane, nukes the wave. He's gonna TP right in front of Gilger. Oh, Gilger just doesn't have vision. The dust is too late. Where's the haunt? It's bottom. But General is getting ran down currently by Collapse with a level 2 epicenter. We need the arrow, and the short-range shotgun arrow is good enough to nuke down through the General Bat Rider.
Ace did not decide to go anywhere with that, but that's a lot of damage onto the mid tower, actually.
It is, and in fact, it's the tower gone. I think we used Focus Fire for that. We might have used Focus Fire for that. If not, definitely the last remaining seconds of Elder Dragon form to be able to take it down.
Very efficient. They're going to lose the bottom tower, and with that probably the outpost to Team Spirit, though, and we know what they do with this advantage on the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah.
They will be calling you back home every other minute or so.
Yep.
Yeah, they can't let this go.
I mean, I don't think they have any choice. We've got Golem, but no Haunt and no Bat Rider to fight around here. Turo even tanks for the wagon and the wave a little bit. Down it goes. Toronto Tokyo ready to counter-initiate. What build has he gone for, by the way? He's gone immediately Witchblade, BOTs, and immediately thinking about the Ag Scepter.
Mm-hmm. Just really immediately DPS build at the ready.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't see why not, honestly. It's not like any utility is required of him in this game. He's got 3 other heroes for that.
True. No, you're right. I mean, especially with the farm that Maposhka's at. Look how far Maposhka's pushing. Oh, my Maposhka. Thought he was going to disrupt one of these illusions here to try and get a bit more damage onto the tower. Already taken 100 chip damage, and General has been sent back to push it out. I think we have a blink for Gilger, though. We do. We've got a blink for Gilger. Big item for him. Only level 2 Dragon Tail stun. He's really trying to keep himself alive as long as possible here. Vector into the Yasha after. Just freshly delivered. So really coming along here nicely in terms of farm. Being able to pretty easily pop a couple of these supports. They're setting another trap down bottom. And well played to Hellbear Smashers for recognizing that this is a play that they really like to do. Again, lots of chip damage here onto this tower, though, is going to start adding up.
It will, and sooner or later, this Terrorblade is actually going to be able to play on the bottom side of the map again, because he is building a Lincoln Sphere.
Wow. He almost has the Lincoln Sphere, actually. He's committed into it. Okay, careful, though. Hellbear Smasher's coming back to try and take a bit more control off of the Team Spirit lineup here. Ace is the one playing bait, and they might, and they will, in fact, make the jump onto him, Gibson. Look at the damage.
First.
He's already dead. D-Deer from Toronto Tokyo, a bit overkill there as Gilger's going to jump on in. Moonlight Shadow trigger, the dust here catching onto 2 as the Golem only finds the stun onto 1. The Stormstormer is going to pop the BKB. We're still holding on to this Winter's Curse here, by the way. And Toronto Tokyo is actually kind of stuck on the high ground right now. Curse only onto 1, and of course, it's for Gilger. He is going to be taken down here very quickly. Down he goes, only in exchange for Mapochka, and Collapse actually holding down Tofu. They're going to dust him up and drag him out of the Sandstorm up onto the high ground here. Has another Bro Strike in 2 seconds. Stick used. He is going to live, actually, as they hit him with the Cold Embrace. Tofu trying his best to run, at least dodges the arrow. He's using the the Overwatch strats of using the Shadow Amulet, but he's unable to escape here. The Wrath of Team Spirit, who will only end up losing their position 5 Shadow Demon for this attempt.
Yep, and he was specifically targeted down.
Wow.
The Hellbear Smashers went straight for him, knowing that they need to keep him off Stormstormer. Otherwise, Stormstormer just immediately dies to Yatoro. But unfortunately, Miposhka is just too tanky. He's got too many levels, and he makes his way over to Stormstormer, and Stormstormer bites the dust.
Oh, the support's actually still playing. Oh my goodness, General. He's out of mana. Really trying to catch up to Maposhka. Mira's here with an arrow in a couple more seconds. Starstorm, he even whips General to keep him at bay. Yule's Scepter as well. as I think this is still Maposhka. Oh, yes, certainly with the Desolate damage. Okay, they actually let him dodge the arrow here. Mira had him lined up. Haunts out from Ace. He really wants this kill. He wants Collapse as well, but now no Desolate damage means he's actually a bit hard-pressed for this one, especially because he's been baited. Oh, my goodness. Team Spirit had him wrapped around his finger. Gilger, he's blinked into the trees here, trying to at least get a stun. Oh, no, it's a Lincoln Sphere, though, for Yatoro.
Oh, no.
That's not going anywhere. Stormstormer here. Oh, caught up now by the Winner's Curse.
That's
we have
all
an
his
Arctic
BKB.
Burn for him, and look at the smooth speed slow. Oh, he's absolutely torn apart here, shredded by Yatoro. And once again, it's just Maposhka dying. Collapse still on the chase. He's scurrying along, using one of his claws to support the full body of his weight, as Tofu is easily able to dodge that arrow. Very bad lineup there from Mira.
I think he expected Collapse to stun, but Collapse like, that's my survivability, man. We don't need that kill this badly.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Team Spirit. Once again, it feels a lot like game 2 for
I
them.
love like game 2.
Yeah, at the start of it, doesn't it?
Really enjoying the itemization from the Terrorblade here. There's only a couple of spells here that can threaten him. These are the ideal Lincoln Sphere games. And apart from that, as long as he brings the Metamorphosis, his damage is enough. They don't have all that much magic damage if they can't lasso him back.
Poshka is so farmed for support. I mean, it's really
He's just got the Philosopher's Stone on top as well.
Yeah, Blink Dagger's on the way, so it's a lot more of an impressive
guy.
inventory than it looks. And I mean, General is gonna hate this. He already hated that interaction, didn't he? No mana, no move speed, even the bullwhip out from Mira at one point just to really pile on the pressure. Means he's not going anywhere there in that fight. Oh goodness. Yeah, let's see.
Stormstormer has had to buy this BKB to live, but that doesn't actually mean that he
General.
gets to do much of anything.
Oh, General. Oh, they're hunting him. They want him bad, but they're not gonna find him here. 4 heroes down bottom for that one. Wow. You know what? I am really impressed, though. We've seen a lot of TBs today. Really, I can just exclude the last word of that sentence. We've seen a lot of TB. And the one thing I do kind of find very interesting about it, especially this game here for Yatoro, is the fact that he's been changing up the builds. I don't know if I've seen a Lincoln Sphere this tournament specifically for a TB. Personally, I haven't caught every single game, and we've had, what, a 10-team group stage as well, so there's a lot of TBs, really. Maybe at least 2 to 3 TBs a series. Collapse. He's thinking about going for the ultimate. They see Stormstormer. But I think like what is cool is that people aren't just going for a cookie cutter build. They're still playing a very active game on TV because I think they recognize part of the strength of this hero is you can go for a couple of different builds and pretty easily make them work. That's cool. At least that means that the items are in a healthy meta somewhat.
Radiant's middle tower.
Well, some of the items.
Gilger.
Hail
Oh, wow. What a play out from Maposhka. He blinks up, but Gilger's right on top of him. Down he goes. This time he's not escaping, and neither is Collapse, as the Haunts will find Amira eventually. Last loop charge used. Bullwhip as well. He's going to go ahead and use up Gilger. He's going to take a little bit of magic damage, so he can't blink for a couple more seconds. It's not going to matter much. Mira's just going to shoot the Kobold form, and he's going to collapse so dramatically in the camp. And it's going to be 2 kills for Ace there, but plenty of ultimates used for the Hellbear Smashers to pick up those kills.
That's a real dedication to farm right there.
Absolutely. Even gets the biggest creep in the camp.
Toronto Tokyo has just finished up his Aghanim Scepter, though. Wasn't 3 heroes down there for nothing. The other 2 were getting farm.
Yeah, first hit bash, and immediately the stun from Roshan, or what is this? Slam from Roshan here. That was a fair amount of damage to Ace, but he's going to be able to tear through Roshan here pretty easily. Okay, they're going to get General through his BKB, however, as Maposhka, is very easily able to kite him around, basically with Demonic Purge. It's space for Rosh, though, and that is going to be space for Ace as he picks up the Aegis of Immortality.
Still a big hill to climb, though. But he's achieved one of the conditions, which is the second life.
I think they're...
Now
Oh,
what we need-
Gilger.
Scanning.
Oh, Gilger, that reflection's coming for you, though. Even if you're invis, it's right on top of him. Dagger away. He's actually going to go for the shard on the 5 DK. And I'm a fan of it, actually.
Yeah,
quite a
the
fast.
shard on, especially on support DKs, is actually one of the tools that's going to make you useful for more than your blink stun, because you can finally clear creep waves very well, as well as that it's just going to give you a lot more farm.
Yep.
And really, normally you only have breathe fire and you max that last, so it's a great pickup for him.
Where's that
Radiant
fireball?
structures are fortified.
Reduce cast range while in melee. Yeah, before it was a bit of a terrible shard when you could only use it in Elder Dragon form, but now it's just with that simple change. It made it a lot more viable.
He's gonna pop that Elder Dragon form as well.
Is under attack.
Scout out in front of General here, but nobody's home.
Yep. They're sieging a tier 2 basically with TB illusions alone. This thing is getting chewed up rather easily. Very, very convincing looking push lineup when it's really just a bunch of TBs. Toronto Tokyo's a lone bottom. They almost get the TB's core here in the secret shop.
Tower is under attack.
Toronto Tokyo with a secret mission, of course. Very, very mobile now with this Ag Scepter. Quite expensive to use all this mobility though. 20 mana a second.
Radiant's
You're
top
very
tower has
fast.
fallen.
Stormer is going to be scanned out. Blinks on over. TP's now a-coming. They might not expect heroes from this location, though. As there they go onto the winter. Oh, my goodness. So Toronto Tokyo just murdered him. Ace is going to try and get Toronto Tokyo, but look at the way he's being kited out. There's a DD rune here. General's now going to look for him as well. We'll check back in onto this fight. It's not going well, spoiler alert, as they've already lost Gilger. Oh, goodness. And Toronto Tokyo just takes him for a bit of a run, doesn't he? He's TP'd away right in front of their faces. Neither of these heroes with a stun in time. General's going to have to TP away. Ace as well is now going to show on the map. Team Spirit, they're actually going to back up. They're not confident in taking this fight anymore, as there's the Yule Scepter onto the Windrunner, who's just bought back and is going to be eaten alive by Yatoro. Couldn't even stun him thanks to the Lincoln Sphere. Ace is going to be next. They stun him up, and he is taken down. Now he's taken down. Yatoro just needed a little bit more damage there. Tofu on the run. They're actually going to completely ignore him because General's actually TP'd back into the fight. There's a Sunder, actually, as that was just the first life off of Ace. Pardon me. Forgot about the second life, but they've already got him here. No escape here for Ace. He's going to be killed off. Arrow proves to be unnecessary. That is 4 heroes killed here by Team Spirit, who lose nothing for this.
Dire's bottom tower is under
All of the big kill power of Hellbear Smashers just went towards that kill onto Toronto Tokyo, and he jukes them in the trees, even though both of them have free pay. It's
You're just so fast. You get bonus move speed, actually, on the Arctic Burn Eggs, and I think a lot of people forget about that. Because it's so strong already. It's so strong already, but you just move so fast with this thing, man. It's a bit ridiculous. 25% move speed buff is huge, by the way. Huge, in case we didn't just see that there.
I mean,
Bilger?
on top of the boots of travel, it's one of the reasons to go for this build.
Yep. Very, very fast. Very fast. Probably moves, I don't know, I can't do math really correctly right now, but a lot of move speed here. Way too much, anyway, for the Bat Rider and the Spectre both to chase him down and kind of leave the rest of the team high and dry there.
Stormstormer dying back there is absolutely disastrous. He has had, well, basically no item progression since that BKB. There's a Blink Dagger now.
There he goes. 481 move speed on Wyvern as she hunts through the trees for General. General at least sees this one coming a mile away. Oh my goodness, this Wyvern is terrifying. I mean, it's not only 481 move speed, it's also free pathing. So it's deceptively fast. There are not many heroes who move this fast and have free pathing. Bat Rider is actually one of them, for sure.
I imagine that his Firefly ran out during that fated chase there, because otherwise, surely they would have cancelled the TP with the lasso.
Yep.
He must have been unable to reach. While the TB was slaughtering his team.
Yeah, and that's the issue, right? Team Spirit, I think, as soon as they recognized where Hellbear Smashers were, they just TP behind that tier 1 tower, and the fight is almost impossible there for Hellbear Smashers to take because they really want to get through that Wyvern, but Wyvern absolutely just shreds their mid laner alive. General this time, I don't think he's going to be able to escape. He's got BKB, actually. Mira's going to whip him. He's going to try and force it out from him. As out comes the Haunts. There's going to be now the TP on over Mira. Oh my goodness, they can't even Dragon Tail him. But Stormstormer cuts him off here on the hilltop. Down he will go. Collapse is going to TP out. Ace can do nothing but let him go. As here's Toronto Tokyo. Don't think he's quite strong enough to get through the Spectre by himself, though.
Not yet, especially not because he went for a second Lincoln Sphere as well, so no added damage there just yet. Really just counting on the
smoke.
Percentage current health.
They found Gilger, of course, as they're contractually obligated to. That is Gilger's 10th death, pardon me. Oh!
Oh!
I don't know if that works, though. I don't know if that works because the neutrals are their own team in Dota. Stormstormer is dead, by the way.
It does work.
Does it?
Yes.
Okay. Today I
I
learned.
was just out of range.
He was out of range. But there's a lot of very silly things with neutral creep sometimes. Collapse, he's got his own Lotus Orb, so he's just going to walk away. There's going to be an arrow setup now onto Ace. In fact, maybe they don't even need an arrow. Mostly because Mira's not here. He's actually going to TP to the outpost and run on over. Big ol' move speed slow. Here's Maposhka. Just do it, man. Just take my HP back. Hit these barracks.
He's got tranquils. He's gonna regen back up.
Collapse. Freeze. Ready to party. Tofu as well. Channeling in the trees. Has the chaotic offering. His Ace will be able to force him back eventually. Illusions created. Will be able to shred through the last remaining HP for... Oh my goodness, Ace. Oh my goodness, Ace. No, Ace. You cannot fight these things. Blade Mail had to be turned down, but he lost half his HP there.
Oh, that's just not a sign on the wall. I don't know what is. And now they find General split pushing.
No, it's Toronto Tokyo. I mean, he can't run. He can't run. He can't even move. He's going to at least run towards Toronto Tokyo, but yeah, hands off the keyboard there eventually. He just realized that he's got no recourse here. Maposhka's going to have Ags soon. This is going to get worse. Oh, Gilgir. There's no escape,
not
Gilgir. Oh, Yotoro's coming as well. Oh no, even the Hellbreath Smasher helping out there.
Betrayal from your own kind. This is...
It's all falling apart, Kibbs.
It is. I mean, this was going to be a hard draft right from the start, right? You're running Spectre into TB. Poor Tofu.
Poor Tofu. Guardian Grooves finished from Mira. Team Spirit, you're going to go back up to the high ground. Satanic's on the way for Yotoro. As he's going to go through your back door, which isn't necessary because they've got creeps anyway. Collapse cuts the bottom wave. Top lane's pushing in because of the super creeps. Tier 3's down in the mid lane. We have buybacks for Hellbear Smashers. As there's going to be, they're going to need to come out now. We still have the Golem. Oh, but there's immediately stunned out from the arrow. And Ace is just dying. He doesn't even catch the Wyvern. It has to be Stormstormer who gets a great catch here. But they get through Ace. He's going to haunt. Buyback immediately back on in. But he's going to be hit by his own illusions and the Golem. And look at the amount of damage. Stunned up by another arrow. Already hit to half HP. Yotoro doesn't even have meta in this fight. And it's already gone so badly for the Hellbear Smashers. General's going to see and find... whoever he can here, but he's already slowed to a crawl. Collapse with a big old stun there. Down goes General. He's got buyback. Might as well use it. And now we have meta.
Yeah, and now meta is back. You'd think that the tank on Team Spirit was running empty, but they weren't actually putting the pedal to the metal just yet.
Okay.
Ace?
Self-disruption. Ace.
Have to be so careful
Oh,
here.
he got the blink out. Okay, but Stormstormer predicted it. He only finds Mira for this one. That's still a kill. Maposhka's going to try and TP out, and guess what? There's no stun, so he's allowed to do so.
But Gilgir is hunting?
Gilgir is hunting. On the cliff now. He's not going to find anyone else.
General joins him.
Yeah, he's going to have to TP away. General's going to leave a couple of flames for him.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Well, that adventure cost you only one set of racks in the end.
Roche is up. I mean, we bought back on everyone. Hellbear Smashers have to... I mean, they have to say... I mean, either that or they just lose the game, quite simply.
They just deal basically no damage to it, though.
Radiant's middle
Now,
barracks
General
are under
is
attack.
on the altar here, the Arteezy altar. I've got eyes on the TB. Can they kill him? No. No, he's got Lincoln Sphere, and Ace is basically already dead. Oh, the Lotus immediately there. Stuns up Gilgir. There's a lasso on the back lines. It's going to be at least from Maposhka. He's taken down, but Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to punish General for that. Down he goes to the Demonic Purge. Ace still alive, though, in the river. Manages to escape. There's a big old reflection. I think I heard a Satanic active for Yotaro, because why not for that Dispel? As Stormstormer is trying to escape. Collapse is going to close the gap. Has Sandstorm. Doesn't even need to use it. Yotaro's going to go ahead and sunder him, because why not? And GG's called from Gilgir. He's tapped out of this one. 0-12 and 6. Tough game for the Hellbear Smashers as they try and flex the DK over to a different role, and it just does not work out for them.
A lot of things not working out for them in this game. And we were kind of harping on about needing to get General a different pick and get it early on, but the Batrider really not enough to save the game. If your other two cores, like your Wind Ranger just got counterpicked extremely hard. I am impressed by how well Toronto Tokyo played that lane, but even after that, the Shadow Demon was always going to have his number. And then, of course, the Spectre into TB, it felt so forced and so afraid of the Winter Wyvern that I think they should have gone with something else, something with strength of its own, as opposed to trying to pick TB's team apart from around him, who's had the best success so far versus TB with lineups that could actually take the fight to the TB.
Yeah, I'd agree. I would agree. Or force a TB to, or a draft that can beat TB at his own split pushing game. Which this was not one that, I mean, because Gilgor tried. He did try his darndest, but they were 12-6 for a reason. Poor man was even poorer than Tofu towards the end of the game. And that'll take us to the end of game number 2. Team Spirit now within reach. One game for them here is going to be the difference between a potential second run through another D2CL Grand Finals, where last time they were able to get the victory over Team Viking GG in a best-of-3 series. This is a best-of-5, though, and a Hellbear Smashers has proven to be a bit more difficult as they've at least taken them to Game 4. We're going to be back with that Game 4 draft in just a bit, guys. Stick around. You're watching the grand finals of the D2CL on Tab TV Dota with Seek and Strike and Kips. We're back after a short break. We'll see you then. Well, howdy everyone, and welcome back. Game number 4 about to get underway here, and in fact, the draft already started for our grand final series. Team Spirit now 1 game away from winning 2 Dota 2 Champions League straights. The last opponent was Viking GG, 2-0'd them in the best of 3 grand finals. Albert Smashers making them work a little bit harder for this one. Seek and Strike, and joining me is going to be Kips on the call. Hope you guys are enjoying some Sunday night or Monday morning Dota 2 action. Well, Kips, how are you feeling about this draft so far? We've got the Toronto Tokyo Invoker, as it's not going to be Stormstormer on the Invoker for once this time around.
Invoker still does not even have a 40% win rate in this tournament. I believe it's even been going down during the past couple of series that we've casted here. I still don't know why you'd open with this pick, especially not if you just straight up give the space for the Templar Assassin to have a very decent lane now.
Very true. And what's quite unique, and that what I am actually really looking forward to in watching this matchup is I believe the previous time I got to cast a Spirit versus Hellbear Smashers game, when Stormstormer was on Hellbear Smashers, because he wasn't always on Hellbear Smashers, but he is now, that all 3 games the Invoker was banned. And the reason why I bring this up, because almost every single Invoker plays, almost every single mid plays Invoker. The reason I bring this up is because both of these mid lane Invokers love the Quas Exort. So getting to see them, one play the Invoker against the other when they both know the intricacies and the ins and outs and probably have a decent amount of respect for each other, I think is going to be really fascinating here, especially when it's the TA favorite matchup for Stormstormer.
Yeah, I was honestly convinced in game number 2 that Team Spirit gave the Invoker away to get a nice lane matchup for their puck. So the fact that they're taking the Invoker here themselves instead of taking any other lane matchup is they must be flexing a little bit here.
I think so.
And not in the flex pick kind of sense.
Yeah. I think so. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think especially after they lost game 1, they're like, all right, we need to get 1 game under the belt. You know, we're warming up. These guys just played 3 straight. And now maybe here they're going to count on a little bit of that confidence, a little bit of that momentum now as they've just won 2 straight. And perhaps a little bit of the fatigue for the Hellbear Smashers, as this is going to be their 7th game of Dota straight. Is it? 4 plus 3 is 7 last time I checked, yeah.
Completely correct. Math's still on point, I see.
Still on point, yes, indeed, as it approaches 7 a.m. here. And, oh, yes, indeed, the first rays of morning light have just started here. And we'll see here if the the sunstrike beams here are going to be as accurate as they are precise here in Malaysia. Hoodwink, again, is not really been the setup that Hellbear Smashers needed in their first game of the day. Well, there's Sunray. I predicted it, didn't I?
You are prophetic.
Yes. It was on purpose.
Great versus the Refraction. Attack slow is very good versus the TA in general as well. It's going to scale pretty decently into the Axe. And of course, the Sunray, the percentage-based damage. It's insane. It makes so many picks feel uncomfortable for the Hellbear Smashers, especially because right now, these are already their 2 main cores picked up normally. Unless they want to switch this axe over to general, it's still going to be hard to grab a right-clicking core for ace that does not also need a lot of farm, because these 2 already soak up a ton. So you're going to want to deal with this Phoenix, probably through the support picks. We've brought up the Snapfire before. I'm thinking that maybe they should lean a bit more into the minus armor draft here. Get the little shredder online to deal with the Phoenix egg, because otherwise they're going to just end up having to commit so many resources into this Phoenix.
Yeah, I think that would be wise. There's a right clicker. It's someone that can at least hit an egg, especially from distance. With actually, can you target ward units with Shadow Realm? I would imagine you can, because you can hit towers with Shadow Realm, so you can definitely probably hit wards as well. Which is not bad. Maybe we're setting up for like a Morphling here, potentially, for Hellbear Smashers.
On top of the Axe TA?
Yeah, I guess that's a little much, isn't it?
A little bit.
Lots of team fight for Team Spirit already. Good interrupts, at least, from Hellbear Smashers with a Terrorize, with an Axe, and with TA, burst, but a bit scary here as far as what Hellbreath Smashers are currently fighting into.
10 seconds remaining.
The area control from the Dark Willow is definitely something that's going to benefit them a lot
5
versus
seconds
this
remaining.
almost exuberant run at you style that Team Spirit has shown in their good games. So it's going to make it a lot harder for this Magnus to be skewering all around, for this Phoenix to be diving around.
What's this pick then for Hellbreath Smashers? I would say it's probably a carry, right? And we flex Axe offlane carry. Or sorry, no, sorry. It's a support then if we want to do that.
Yeah, it's a support.
I mean, Lions in the pool.
Well,
nice to have versus the Mag. Line 5.
Yeah. And I think you can still
Radiant
run a
is
snap.
bad.
Void incarnate.
Okay.
Huh.
That's still flex in it. No, it doesn't really flex anything. It does it. I think that's an offlane Void Spirit then. And carry Axe, I want to say.
Yeah, probably just going all in on it right now. I mean, you can push the Void Spirit to 4, right? But after the game that Gilger just had on a core hero push to support, that doesn't feel too great.
No, I can't imagine it does. Maybe he's like, just give me a hero that's very elusive, and then okay, here's Void Spirit. Not a bad Void Spirit game though. Not a whole lot of casual catch for him. Bushwhack, I don't think should catch him. If it's an Exort Invoker, well, Cold Snap maybe actually can catch him with 4 or 5 points in Cold Snap. I think is what you need. Pardon me, is what you need to stop a Void Spirit from disseminating
10
away.
seconds remaining.
So that's a possibility.
What this looks like is dodging the egg.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to fight it. They have decided that they were too far along in their draft. They couldn't do it, so instead, Templar Assassin, most likely going to have Refraction up, can blink out. Dark Willow going to run away. Void Spirit going to dissimulate his way out.
Does leave your Axe alone though.
Eh,
Concerning because it's like with this strategy, and I understand why they do it because we did see General get picked a Centaur right earlier, which would have been the hero. Oh, that's the hero to help disengage everyone. Because I think at least if you give him a Centaur, the only other offlane hero that can evacuate his team is the Underlord. But that's definitely not a more playmaking hero than a Centaur is, I would say. Especially with
No,
the
that's-
draft.
it's hard, but it's even less, surprisingly.
It's just like if our Axe blinks in here, if Ace blinks in, we have to take the fight. It feels like now. I think it's too one-sided, and that's scary considering we have Egg, Cataclysm at some point into the RP for Collapse, and Collapse had quite the Magnus game as well in game number 2. It would have been so concerning here. His Hellbreath Smashers are actually completely out of draft time here, or reserve time. Ban Faceless Void for Yotaro. The TB's still in the pool, but I wouldn't want to pick it into the Axe.
No, not necessarily.
Remaining.
But then again, with how deadly this egg is right now, I could see them deciding that this was a decent enough of a TB game.
Grimstroke.
I would assume we go Medusa here. Right? She's not banned? She's not banned? I think Medusa... Well, it doesn't really take advantage of the mag. Let me rethink this.
10 seconds.
A little bit?
remaining.
A little bit. The stats are not bad on her for good reason.
5 seconds.
With
remaining.
Grimstroke, you're not going to want to go Butterfly because then you can't kill your own illusion too easily. So with Daedalus, you actually will be able to at least take a little bit of advantage of your stats with that build instead. The only reason is because it fights very nicely around Supernova. We have like Mag, RP, and a Supernova, Invoker, but
I was thinking carry mag, and it gives a Mars.
Mars banned, unfortunately, by the
Oh,
Hellbreath
snap.
Smashers. Yeah.
Tofu.
Tofu. Not a big fan. What'll it be? DK.
CK.
That is a hero that kills TA, isn't it? Because you got a burst physical damage. You close the gap, reposition her. Okay.
Before she's got her level 25, you just go through the charges so quickly that she barely has time to react.
It sounds promising. And it is a hero that is a hero that actually really takes advantage of Magnus now that I think about it with that Chaos Strike built in. Okay. I like the Spirit Draft. I really do. I don't know if I've seen one game, I think with you actually, on the General Void Spirit offlane. And I think he can do well to catch Phoenix and maybe interrupt Toronto Tokyo, but I don't see him doing very much versus this tanky mag and this tanky CK. I think that's a hard ask for him here this game.
It is. So Hellbear Smashers has got to do better in the lanes than they have in every single game since the first one. They're going to get the TA lane at least versus the Invoker. That should be pretty decent. After that, Axe versus the Magnus. I'm not entirely sure if they stopped the mag from farming here.
No, I don't think you do. Especially because you can just cleave the wave and do damage to Axe and not trigger counter Helix that way. Or you can go for the Shockwave build. Like, I actually think that's not that bad of a lane for mag, as you're suggesting, pardon me.
Oh, don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going about her
Plus
business.
CK farms like crazy. Is it Exort Invoker? With double Null Talisman, I believe this is actually Quas Wex. I believe, yeah, into the urn. So it's Quas Wex. So I do finally start to remember my Invoker starting itemization. Good for me.
Nice.
Which is pretty big, because I think I have like 2 Invoker games. Not really my cup of tea.
I got 0.
Okay, there it is. There it is. But yeah, Earner Shadows for him. No cool timeout from Team Spirit. I'm not going to find anyone. The Hellbear Smashers, not really looking to give Spirit a good opportunity to get in this game. Beautiful Delta formation here. As you can see them, they're all spread out and doing now spins.
Distortions in the void.
Making a really pretty triangle.
Oh yeah. Delta Wing with General leading the charge. It's kind of felt like what this tournament has been, right, for Hellbear Smashers, is General leading the charge, Stormer very, very quickly right-hand man, and then Ace, sometimes unnecessary, sometimes also very crucial in these victories from behind, usually a little bit more in the later game as Miposhka's going to be able to find a ward here early on. And once again, this time actually Hellbear Smashers will fight for this top rune. Mira's going to get it though. He's a bit too fast there. And actually General, oh, cold snap. I don't think they were expecting that. Down he will go. And first blood for Yatoro. It's a full
That's
wand.
absolutely great for the CK.
Yeah, that's a full wand already into what is a very, very spam-heavy Void Spirit and a Gilger. Well, it's just Dark Willow lane, isn't it?
And I am pretty much the same as you concerned for General's game here. To be fair, he doesn't die that easily this game if he dodges. He can't dodge right now, of course, because he took level 1 pulse. But versus the heavy hits of Yatoro, that's not going to do too much for you. Of course, you have to take it because otherwise Miposhka completely arrests you out of
Oh
lane.
my goodness, Gilger's dead. That
The
was
slaughter.
ridiculous. I mean, Acorn shot level 1 as well. I thought for sure Bushwhack was the right move here, but okay, I'm convinced otherwise.
This lane is already going badly. Like, General is going to get the stay once he gets to Dissimulate. But that's about it. I don't think he's going to get the last hit very much. Gilgir as a range hero, not the greatest at yoinking creep waves here.
No, yeah, he is going to struggle actually, especially versus Miposhka, who is I think going to be the superior ranged hero here, and can actually stun the Willow through a Shuttle Realm, so you can't get too fancy here, pull a wave and TP away, like I think a lot of Willows would like to do. Tofu as well has a bit of a tough time down bottom. This is Shockwave into Skewer, so no Empower yet here for Collapse. I think he's probably going to put the next 3 points straight into it though, we'll see.
Just securing his escape and his range creeps.
Yeah, definitely. Gonna be wise. Sometimes you need to sack maybe a couple of last hits in the early waves to make sure you set yourself up for the next 5 or 6 waves, right? Because the XP difference early on really makes a difference, and I think that's why we see General as well do the same, right? Securing range creeps here with Aether Remnant and Resonant Pulse, perhaps even saving the life of Gilger as he does pull Yatoro away. Oh my goodness, that crit. Only 96 damage. Oh, have another one here, General. Have another one. Both high rolls as well there, by the way, for Yatoro.
So risky. He did this Void Spirit. This is an int hero. He went for a Bracer because he knows he needs to be tanking hits and regening back up in his lane. He'll be buying tangos forever.
Will be. Most certainly will be. Of course, even if they push underneath the tower, hey, that's not bad, actually. A little bit of bonus damage. Pulling him into the brambles. Nice little purple synergy. I mean, Yatoro, one of the highest base damages in the game. With a Quelling Blade under tower, it has no problem securing CS. It's a cakewalk for him. Under tower, that is.
One of my favorites.
I just watched Toronto Tokyo uphill, missed twice on a deny.
I see that. That would be the voice. That's what he said. One of my favorites. Goodness.
You got the denial in the third threat.
They get axed. Yeah.
Skewered him under the tower.
Like it. Tofu is not going to be able to get this kill and return onto Mira either. Oh no. It's starting to look a little bit bad here for the Elder Smashers. It's early. It's early. And Axe still can recover in the jungle, so let's not lose our head. But, I mean, it's important that Elder Smashers also do the same, right? Oh no. They are going to kill Gilger. Wow.
Nothing to do.
No, really not.
They just don't have enough damage to chew through Yatoro. Got 6 armor right now. On top of his almost 1000 HP. He's got a full magic wand versus the spam lane.
Mira, no. Mira, no. He's got battle hunger. What are you doing, Mira? Oh, you missed the fire spirit. Mira?
Calculating.
Okay.
I mean, he's...
Okay.
Stick.
Okay. Okay, Mira. He's gonna stay alive. Just wasting a bit of mana for Ace. Yeah, for now. It doesn't have Tranquils quite yet, and he's still pulling actually, or trying to pull the wave. He's a bit too late on that one though. Top lane, they are gonna get General. Wow. Doesn't even have the Sunlight. Took level 2 Resonant Pulse here actually. And bottom,
at the very least, he's still CSing well.
Mira, oh goodness, he's gonna live. He's gonna live. Ace cannot get him with the Fire Spirit. Slows. He's gonna die. Ace eventually will get him. But they get Tofu in the meantime, and they pull Ace that far away from the wave. Collapse is gonna deny quote unquote, to the 2-1 towers. They'll share the bounties. And Ace not an XP range for that one.
They're losing heroes left, right, and center. At the very least, though, Toronto Tokyo is getting hunted all the way under his tower by Stormstormer. Because the side lanes are so busy, nobody really had time to rotate in up until now. Mira has now made his appearance.
No refraction either.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, we do, but Toronto Tokyo has boots. Sorry, make that. Stormstormer has boots, and I don't believe Toronto Tokyo does yet. Yeah, Dual Null Talisman and the Urn means that if he can get in range and apply the Cold Snap, we would have a kill, but that's rather easier said than done without the brown boots, the coffee boots.
There would also, of course, have to be no support TPs in from the side of Hellbear Smashers.
True. There's the Cold Snap. Well, we don't care very much for that. And the MPs, being real annoying, of course. You still steal mana, so that's why Stormstormer just uses Refraction anyway. Mira, contesting over the runes. It's going to spawn top. It's a haste. As well, we've seen this one before. This time, though, with traps. But no additional damage there for Stormstormer, who is going to just go ahead and retreat from underneath the tower. Collapse 3 straight points into Empower after the 1-0-1 build early on. Now with infused raindrops, feeling a bit stronger as Miposhka will run headfirst in a general. Aether Remnant is going to whiff, unfortunately. And Yatoro's coming on over. It's difficult for him to navigate. That's a very difficult Bind Advisor trap room right there. Especially with the Aether Remnant in. General is going for a bit of a walk now, chasing the squirrel through the jungle. He's got another Aether on it. Oh, pull him up the cliff. Oh no, he's going to give up the chase. And actually, now Mira is here. Again, Mira really liking to play this life on edge. More damage for General. Fire Spirit. Connect again. 202 build here. They almost hit another Fire Spirit. They're going to actually Icarus dive him. Aether Remnant misses though. Miposhka has a Bushwhack. Oh, and he's even going to get 2 free bounty runes for this one as well.
2 bounty runes.
Oh no. That's not good. Oh, and the Yatoro is going to eat Gilger alive because he doesn't have a point in... Well, he does have a point in Shadow. He's got in a second, and he's going to be able to escape at least. Oof, this is rough for Hellbear Smashers. Mid lane. Can Stormstormer get a kill on Toronto Tokyo? No.
I think he should be hitting the tower.
Yeah.
He's been making the switch for a bit already. He just needs to push Toronto Tokyo while far away enough that he can safely hit the tower without immediately inviting a tornado.
Ace is farming. Those collapse though, but Ace as well is this is not something we see as safely in X2 very much. Go in between the tier 1, tier 2 in the dire, or really in any safe lane. Taking a bit of a page out of the off-lane Axe playbook there, but he's going to pull it into actually the Ancient Camp and use this to farm. So very effective moves there. They're going to catch Mirror in the river. He's got Icarus Dive, and with only a level 1 Phantom's Embrace, he's going to be fine as Collapse from behind. Fine Stormstormer. You can see him get RP, and they really want the Stormstormer dead, and they're going to get him. 4 heroes involved in the play. Going to be now doing well to not only give the first couple of urn charges to Toronto Tokyo, but to give a little bit more lane control here to him, because he has been really struggling, as expected.
As indeed expected, but this is the only lane that has really been going Hellsbear Smash's way, so getting this kill is actually huge. General still struggling towards his level 6 here.
Ace at least is farming nicely. They've given him a lot of space and time, especially with Collapse's rotation on over to the mid lane. But I think this is where we're going to start to see now Collapse apply a bit more tower pressure here. This is going to force a decision out from Ace. Will you actively defend the tower, cut a couple more waves, put yourself at risk, or are you just going to move into full farming mode? Can you even afford to do that even? It feels like TA needs some farm. And we haven't even discussed General, who's 35 and 3.
I think you actually need to build a Blink Dagger on Ace right now, and he's holding the gold as well. I would be very surprised to see him go into the Manta style.
Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think you just have to kind of buy some space for your team. General's going to be able to repay it a little bit. I mean, hopefully down the line we can get a Yules or something.
He's queuing it up.
Blink for Ace?
No, the Manta. I just don't think he has time.
I agree. Oh, I agree. Tofu as well, skill in the mid lane. Old Snap is going to give him the urn charges back. And that's almost a full vessel now for our Invoker on top of the Brown Boots. Pretty good vessel game here, basically just for the Axe, but not really a hero who built a lot of dispels, as Collapse is going to be able to TP away after the call, and the Bramble Maze misses. A little tip onto Gilger, who whiffs the Brambles. Or needed to save them, rather, until he could cancel the TP. Maposhka stopping Stormstormer for now, and will stop him for at least a couple more seconds, and that's going to get Invoker to safety.
Still holding on to this mid tower as well. Not be surprised to see... Oh, Collapse does not have a TP right now. And he does have reverse polarity off of cooldown. That's surprising.
Yeah, ends up TPing back to the tier 1 tower after his little hijinks on the cliff. Second wagon of the game, General nearby. Astral Step's ready to go as there's a tornado to find a TA. They actually did not hit her, surprisingly, with the Fire Spirits. General's just being ran off by Maposhka, who's only about 1 level behind the off-lane Void Spirit. Slightly troubling there.
At the very least, they have the info that Yatoro has moved over towards the bot lane right now, which is going to be some free farm finally for General, and hopefully a couple of extra levels for him as well. So he really needs those extra points into his nukes in order to kill anyone this game.
He does. Hellbore Smash is reacting well to this information, aren't they? They rotate him top. I suspect Ace, this is going to be maybe the one last wave he gets to cut, especially because Collapse and, well, his good friend here, Yatoro, are eventually going to come on in. Team Spirit, though, they're going to want to... They preempt this move, actually, as they're going to look for the kill onto Tofu. Mana burned, even the Hill Trolls helping out there. Acorn Chop from Maposhka gets the kill. Ate the Remnant there, pulls back Toronto Tokyo off the high ground, but Gilger, even with the Bedlam, is going to lack the damage. He is going to be able to TP away at the very least. They've lost Tofu here, and with Collapse completing his teleport up, he defends against the wagon wave, and that forces TA back, who makes a little bit of space out from this and tries to get her first item online, with which is just the Dragon Lance here as she clears a couple of stacks.
Just the Dragonlance. It's not going to put her out of reach of most of these spells over on the side of Team Spirit, but at the very least we've seen what the spell range can do for her. Magnus is also building Greaves. They are looking to snowball this. They're looking to sustain through any amount of burst damage that Hellbore Smash is going to be able to throw at them in the mid-game, and group up and take these towers, I imagine.
Wow. Okay, I'm not going to lie, Kips, this CK in power is pretty strong.
That's kind of stupid.
Plus 25 strength, which of course gets added to Empower. Wow. Yeah, that's not bad, is it?
It is not. And the worst part about it is that normally the CK, yeah, sure, you can play a fast early game, and then he gets to cleave later on 35%.
Yep.
And now you're just adding to that.
It's true. At least it's not over 100, is it? I think Empower's like 40% cleave or something, right? Yeah, cleave damage 40%. But the bonus damage is yeah, it's going to be bonkers. CK with, again, a pretty good... oh, no, the Bushwhack misses. Sorry, the Bushwhack hits. Oh, the RP now into the Supernova. Ace has got nowhere to go here. He's at least going to try and run away, but he's hit by the Sharpshooter. Supernova Stun as well. Catches Tofu and Gilgur, so Tornado will lift the 2. It's going to be Collapse finding the kill. Second Vessel charge there for Gilgur, who doesn't have mana to do anything. Mira still alive, finally finished off there by General. But Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to get Gilgur. Stormstormer as well finds Mira. Now trapped between just about all the CK illusions. Already, Phantasm level 2 has collapsed. Oh, the Sunstrike. Oh, it's not enough damage because the level 1 Sunstrike. But, of course, Collapse. Yeah, he's going to blink after and get that kill. Wow.
Hell Bear Smashers getting run down, and there's just no counterplay for them. Ace went into blink. He has to, but since he's the one that gets caught first, he can't even counter engage. It's just up to General. General does not have any damage.
Nope. He just doesn't. I mean, he at least has enough to pick off those supports.
Yeah.
So minor losses, but Spirit, they get out with all the cores, and they even get a lot of farm here for Yatoro in that fight, who's now going to quickly find a little bit of leg room here over the axe of 1,300 golds. It was Blink Dagger, at least before Manta Style, right? We can be happy for that, but Ace is going to be unhappy to have not opened up that fight with a kill. Stormer at least finally opening up the map a little bit as he's able to demolish the top tier 1 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And they have eventually chipped down that mid tower as well. General looking at Collapse, doing the calculations like, no, that's 1,000 HP.
Yes, that's a tanky lad, especially with now soon Mech on the way.
He's got Gilgear.
Yeah, and he's got hope. He's got heart here as well for General. But he's not going to have damage for the kill at the end of the day, especially with that Vessel here basically almost killing him off. There's Yatoro, and yeah, he's going to go off to the races. Good Shadow Realm here, but you can see that they're actually killing him through it as he tries to get the TP away, and unfortunately is going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, that's going to cost mid tower, most likely. And General can try to...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Once again, the positioning from Team Spirit, look at that. They just put the illusions on the tower.
Oh, Axe. Okay. I don't know what Toronto Tokyo is doing here. Can they kill him? Maybe, but it's going to perhaps cost them their own life here because the Supernova is out. And there goes Ace.
Oh, no.
What a bait. They even caught General with the stun. And guess what? He's out of spells here. Kips doesn't have any mobility except for the Phantasm. Sorry, the Reality Rift, pardon me, which pulls him back. There's a kill. Mira with the tip on the General here.
I can't believe Toronto Tokyo just gets to walk up there and live. He's of course pretty tanky with the Vessel, but...
Stormer. Trouble. And he goes. Broken. Killed. And can't do anything. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo just literally walks up there. I couldn't believe it either, to be honest.
That's illegal.
That is some highly illegal gameplay right there. And oh, goodbye, Gilgur. Yeah. Oh, okay, Yatoro. All right, Collapse now with the kill onto Tofu. General. All right. Oh, no. He doesn't even get the kill, Kips. I mean, he knew that he was going to be minced meat if he actually dissimulated in that, but he was dead anyway. All right.
Hope is a dangerous drug.
Hope is very dangerous, isn't it? 4 to 21, just like that.
Tower is under attack.
7K up. I think, unfortunately, you know, we're gonna find Hellbear Smashers looking through reruns of their favorite comedy movies and feel good films because they're running low on hope. They're running low on hope right now, aren't they?
I think they just gotta get a good night's sleep after this.
Oh no!
They have to be so tired right now.
Stormer, he's gonna be allowed to live. Vessel charge is removed though, as at least he gets the blink back.
All right, so. Have you clicked on Yatoro recently? We praised his item builds before. Are you ready?
Manta style into Aether Lens, into Octarine Core after the Blink Dagger. As this is a very
Octarine after Blink.
I can't look at this river.
I don't care about this river. He's got Magnus for the damage, so he's just going to go for maximum jumping, maximum illusions, maximum pace.
All right.
Oh, Storm.
Okay, they catch one there. They get Tofu. If it was Gilger, they would probably jump in there, but of course, Gilger is instead on the Willow. As we Icarus Diver at Collapse. Okay, he pops mech, and we're going to fight off of this. General caught by the Bushwhack here. There's going to be the stun. Gets off the Dissemblate somehow. Kind of hard to believe that. RP onto 2, though. They've caught Ace with this as well. They've pushed him so far out of position. Gets off the call, but the Sunray is going to melt him before he can even get a couple of spins off. Sunray tops everyone from Team Spirit back up. And they're just going to continue moving around the map. Toronto Tokyo runs right into General. He unfortunately misses. Aether Remnant, Sharpshooter, however, does not, and they're going to force. Oh my goodness!
Still going.
They really wanted him. Collapse. There he goes. That was what the Aether Remnant was for. Perfectly finding Collapse, as there's going to be the Midas finished for Toronto Tokyo.
And it's not like he's been sitting still. He's just been fighting all this time. They have been so grouped, and they are still out farming Helmer Smashers.
Oh, Willow able to live. Island Shadow Run. Actually dispel those projectiles. Okay, Stormstormer is here. He's going to regret his decision to show up as he immediately blinks out. Luckily, Refraction gives the TA a bit of extra space. A little snack on a Gilgert. Stormstormer is going to TP away. Tier 1 tower is going to be taken down here. Yeah, General's a little bit checked out of this one. I don't believe he has ever had an urn charge here in his urn since he bought that one in the lane.
Nope.
And I don't think he's going to get one either.
Mira has been taunting him just out of reach, and I don't think he's laid eyes on Maposhka except whenever he's been tied to a tree for the last 10 minutes.
Pretty much. Toronto Tokyo finds Stormstormer. Oh, Stormstormer. Oh, 2 bounty runes, but the Tornado will find him. General's going to have to run on in. He's got a Yule Scepter here, and is going to find Collapse there with the Aether Remnant. Wanted the Invoker. Isn't gonna find him. General doing a couple of spins in the river. Yotoro's going to say hello. Throw the Chaos Bolt on over. Collapse. Ooh, good effort there trying to catch him, but yeah, Toronto Tokyo's on top of this thing. There's Bushwhack. The Ancient's even starting to beat the crap out of him. There's going to be the tree planted and the well played from General. There was just no escape for him here. Oh, look at that. The Collapse was even looking for kills on the supports in the meantime.
Completely on his own, the rest of his team curving towards Ace on the bot lane. I imagine he thinks he's going to get one more wave here. He will be mistaken.
He is sorely mistaken at that. As unfortunately, without mana, without life, he's taken down. 11-0-5 right now for Yotoro, who at this rate is going to have probably the patch's first Aether Lens very soon on the CK.
On the CK. Well, the range of Reality Rift is pretty decent already, especially if you have a Blink Dagger already, but once he's got that, he is going to be able to strike from anywhere.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he is. And he'll have plenty of mana to throw out all the spells and Phantasm whenever he can. Well, there's Tofu getting caught top lane, trying to push the waves. 4-29 here. At least 4 or 5 minutes since we've got a kill in favor of the Hellbear Smashers. As now, Team Spirit, they're going to decide to kill the big guy in the middle of the map. Turret will spawn the illusions. He Manta dodges the slam because of course he does. And with the minus armor here, they will be able to get through Roshan pretty easily. Is this a game where you deny the Roshan here, Yotoro? Let's see.
It might be. I don't believe they're playing around that hard. It's getting pretty late in Kiev as well. I imagine they just want to get this over with. They've had their fun.
They've had their fun. And we're going to have more of it now with the second life. I think Hellbear Smashers knew what was happening, but couldn't get into the pit fast enough. And, well, this is a carry axe, unfortunately, with just okay farm, and not going to be able to recover you this game, unfortunately. Yotoro almost has the Aether Lens online. If you can get Octarine on the CK, the world truly explodes. As you can see, he's just now, I mean, these poor hill trolls, man. What did they do to you?
Not much. They were dead already.
Okay, there's going to be Gilger. Of course, he's got to be killed. He's got a haste rune, though.
Hasted.
Oh, almost actually caught him there with a shockwave. There he goes. Yatoro with the blink dagger. Finds him with the stun. He's going to pull him back with the reality rift. Collapse tries to push him away because he wants to kill,
shard
damn
as
it.
well
But
already.
Poshka's so tanky. Mech heals him up. There's Supernova stun on top. Axe gets off the call, but he's immediately melted down. As Gilger's going to buy back. Gets a nice terrorize onto 3. His general's just doing spins here. They're going to ping him as Yatoro makes the jump.
Still doesn't have earned charges.
He still doesn't have earned charges. And Kips, like I said, I don't think he's going to get him either as he's taken down by Yatoro.
I found Stormer.
14th kill of the game, I believe. Where is Stormer? GG, well played. Grats, there they go. They call it. And that is going to be Team Spirit with the 3-1 victory. GG, well played all around, but Spirit proving to be the better team here, Kips. Game 1, solid game from Hellbear Smashers. Game 2, Game 3, Spirit strike back, and here they find the win for the 3-1 victory.
Yeah, I really think that in that first game, Hellbear Smashers just gets a very, very nice niche pick, almost tossed in their lap with that Lone Druid into the Darkseer on the last pick. And then after that, when the drafts don't look so good for them, these games get so much harder. You can really see Team Spirit in their shot calling, in their map play, just outclassing them.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I think the heart just wasn't there anymore. Long day for Hellbear Smashers. I think they're going to be pleased as well with the 10k that they all walk home from. Nice little bonus here as they will get reset and look forward to their next appearance here. I am just quickly checking whether or not they're playing in any more tournaments. I don't see them here for the ESL closed qualifiers, and I don't know if they're going to get a direct invite to the main event. We shall see. But yeah, this might be the last of Hellbear Smashers we see for some time. I imagine there's still going to be maybe a tournament or two in September that is yet to be announced before TI actually starts up again. Might not see Spirit in that kind of tournament, but we might be seeing a Hellbear Smasher, of course. And it'd be nice because I think these guys, especially with Stormer back in the mix, yes, without Rasmus or with a different shot caller, but still having the same kind of core of Tofu, Ace, and Gilger, and then General standing in here as well has been quite a treat to watch the whole tournament, hasn't he?
He has been, and in that regard, that's the only thing that I'm really mad at Team Spirit for, is they have targeted General down so hard in these drafts that we didn't really get to see much of that high energy play from him during these last couple of games, because I think he is the one that definitely could have brought the fight to Team Spirit if only they would have let him.
And unfortunately, I mean, especially game 2, when Spirits say, "That's fine, Stormer, have your Invoker, have your way with it," right? We'll go out and get a favorable matchup. They stomp that game. Game 3 as well gets pretty ugly for them. And, well, here we are in game 4, where Team Spirit get the 4-34 victory. Rather short game for them, but they will be crowned champions here of D2CL season number 2. 2 seasons in a row for them. Congratulations to them, as definitely deserved it here. Gibbs, any other closing thoughts or comments on the day, as I think there's not much else, I think, to say on this game or the series?
Honestly, glad to see that in a best of 5 between two teams, we can still get a very diverse hero pool involved, even if we feel like the meta is getting quite stale at the end of the patch here. Big shout out to Collapse for the amazing Magnus play, especially. That's been a treat to watch. And yeah, hoping to see a little bit more innovation just before we get hit with finally the new update.
Finally, this new update coming soon to a patch near you. Coming August 18th, in fact. So ESL 1 Summer is going to ESL 1 Fall in August is going to be, I think, the next big event on a brand new patch. So that is going to be mighty exciting. Hopefully you guys can tune in for that. As well, for the Tep TV Dota channel, that's going to be it for us for some time here. There is going to be a third season, however, of Dota 2 Champions League. Invites and information for that will become public on Twitter and other such events. Other such outlets, but the easiest way to get notified when that is up and running is to simply just follow the channel here on twitch.tv, tebtvdota, or twitch.tv/tebtvdota. You can also follow the casters here on Twitter if you please, ! Casters command in the chat to get linked to our casters, our Twitters there. But that's going to do it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in for the entire Season 2 of D2CL. It's been a fun one, guys. Hopefully you've enjoyed our coverage, and we hope to see you when Season 3 returns. I want to say even next week. So the Dota does not stop here. And, well, neither do we. We're going to be back after a break, guys, for season number 3. But on behalf of Kips, myself, and every single caster who's covered this event, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Stay safe, and we'll catch you for season number 3 of the Dota 2 Champions League. Until then.